It being 11:01, the House will now proceed to the consideration of private members' business as listed on today's order paper.
Private members' business consideration at second reading of Bill C-248, an act to amend the Canada National Parks Act, Ojibwe National Urban Park of Canada, standing in the name of Mr. Massey.
Mr. Massey, seconded by Ms. Matheson, moves that Bill C-248, an act to amend the Canada National Parks Act, Ojibwe National Urban Park of Canada, be now read a second time and referred to the Standing Committee on Environment and Sustainable Development. The Honourable Member for Windsor West.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and it's an honor to rise here on Bill C-248, an act to create a national urban park, Ojibwe National Urban Park in particular. As private members' business, this is an exciting opportunity. We all get drawn in a lottery system that will determine where you actually get in the standing order, and often with parliaments changing, this being my 8th one, I was lucky to get selected in a favorable position, number 7. And Mr. Speaker, it's an honor because some of the things that we can do for our country, whether they get full legislation completion under private members' business or they get some partial movement on them, are quite significant for this country. In fact, they're part of our democracy that's very intringent to keeping it strong, because if one party or one small cabal has all the answers, then what ends up happening is that we miss out on great opportunities that are very unique. And that's what this is, Mr. Speaker. This is a unique opportunity to create a national urban park in the city of Windsor and for Essex County and for not only just Ontario but for Canada. The property that I'm talking about is very significant. In fact, some of the property has 130 endangered species at risk and is a hotspot and a connection not only just to the United States, which is looking at this legislation in a very favorable context as well too, but also for other parts of Ontario and Canada, because there are migratory patterns, and there are also other environmental connections that are very significant, because we live in a Carolinian forest area that has very much a diversification on the Great Lakes. And for those that are not aware, with regards to national parks across the world, there is a growing sentiment that urban parks and national parks are becoming not only just important for the cultural and wellness and the significance of our economies, but also to ourselves as individuals. And nothing saw that more under COVID-19, when we saw outdoor spaces being necessary for us to keep wellness, mental health, and support and new connections to our community. And that leads me to Michelle Pryor, the President of National Parks Association of Queensland, Australia. We talked about national parks being a cornerstone of a modern, enlightened society. Not only are world-famous parks important to form our identity, they also provide abundance of benefits reclaimed from the past for the future. And that's what we're looking at with regards to this national park along the Detroit River and the Great Lakes system that extends into the city of Windsor. They contribute a gap to traditional peoples, which is very important. And so we actually in this territory come from the Three Fires of Confederates First Nations, which includes the Ojibwa, the Ottawa, and the Potawatomi. And we respect the long-standing relationship of this First Nations. But what's really unique and exciting about this, Mr. Speaker, is also includes Caldwell First Nations. And I won't get into the full detail of that, but recently they actually have a settlement to re-establish themselves in this area and are supporting this project. And what's important is that these are some of the heroes of the War of 1812 that were out land settlement claims that are now being rightly justified. And their support of this project, and Chief Mary Duckworth, is very much appreciated. And so what this park system does do, Mr. Speaker, is it doesn't involve any private property. What it does is connect several pieces of property I'll briefly describe together to create one larger national urban park. And we do have an example of this being the Rouge in the Toronto area, and that's very unique. And each park, just so members are aware, has its own distinctive legislation. The government did move forward with a proposal of some urban parks before the last election, committed some money towards it, but they're not fully established national urban parks, and they will be deprived of significant resources, deprived of cultural and also economic and environmental connections. And each legislation is important because it makes the uniqueness of each park there. And this one's actually critical, Mr. Speaker, because some of the biggest pieces of land that are there, are most significant pieces, is the Ojibwe Shores, which the Port Authority of Windsor owns right now, but expects the City of Windsor taxpayers to foot the bill for multi-millions of dollars for public land that we already own. And that area actually is 130 endangered species. In fact, the public had to have an uprising several years ago. In fact, I talked with the developer that was working in conjunction with the Port Authority to actually raise the entire area and smash it down, saying it was scrub brush and it was nothing. The developer and the project they had backed down after I talked with them, and then the Port Authority has subsequently put this on to actually being purchased, but the public has pushed back so hard that we finally got an inventory of the site, and it actually has over 130 endangered species that are quite significant. And this 33-acre part of the park system is important because it brings it into the fold with other parts. The Ojibway Prairie Complex, for example, Mr. Speaker, which is actually a collection of 5 closely situated park systems from the City of Windsor, the province of Ontario. They include the Ojibway Park, the Tallgrass Prairie Heritage Park, Black Oak Heritage Park, and the Spring Garden Natural Area for a total of 604 acres. And this is along, again, the last undeveloped area of the Detroit River in the City of Windsor, one of the last places in the Great Lakes as well, too, that is close to an urban setting for that. And it's an area of actually scientific interest. And on top of that, it's also across and adjacent from American Heritage Registration and environmental improvements, which are significant. One of the things that's next to connected to this is the Spring Garden nature area. And that's an area of significance has been worked for the Essex Region Conservation Authority, which has been very helpful in this process. And also they've been a number of different species that have been identified. They include butterflies, they include birds, they include the fauna, they include all kinds of trees, and a whole series of different elements that are very important that are eventually endangered. Black Oak Heritage Park is also part of this as the City of Windsor, and as a city councillor, I was part of that one as well too. And that connects right to the Spring Garden area through a series of other parks, and again to the waterfront. Right next to it is the actual waterfront property being Ojibway Shores. We also have the Tallgrass Prairie Park, and we also have the Ojibway Park. And so you have a number of different things that are in this area. You have the red-bellied snake, Butler's garter snake, and eastern fox snake, the Massasauga rattler, the slender bush clover there was found in 1977, and other types of inventory that is not available in other parts. And as I mentioned, Mr. Speaker, each national park has its own legislation. So Point Pelee National Park, which is very close to this, would be an area where we would actually see some benefits from this, as well as Rondeau Park, and that's why it's important. And I'm really pleased that the member from Lunda Fanshawe is seconding this bill before me, because this connects us into southern Ontario very well. We also have Ojibway Park, and that's really kind of an interesting one because that's by the town of LaSalle on the edge there, and it actually has a new wildlife center and ecosystem there, and the province of Ontario has looked favorably at this. So the landowners that we have involved in this entire complex is quite significant. We have the Port Authority with a key piece of property that the public owns. The Port Authority is an extension of the federal government. It's public lands. We have the province of Ontario that has a piece of property as part of this, and they have the City of Windsor, which is endorsing the project, as well as other municipalities, to actually make this come to fruition. And the significance that we have for this opportunity is very economically important, because next to this is the building of the Gordie Howe Bridge, this international crossing, which has taken, I think I had my first public meeting at Marlborough Public School at 1998 as a city councillor, when it was the first fight to get a new border crossing in this area. And so we have the Gordie Howe National Bridge being developed, and at the same time, just adjacent to this, is all of this property in a green space. And ironically, on the U.S. side that goes over there is Zug Island, and it's notorious for its environmental hazards, its degradation on the Detroit side. But what's interesting, Madam Speaker, is that you actually now have the wildlife refuge that's being created in Detroit. In 2001, it was established, and there's been more money poured into it. And I want to thank a number of different people that came over when I had my town hall on this about 2.5 years ago at Southwood Public School, Southwood Arena, sorry. We actually had the departments from Michigan and their federal government and other people come over from the United States, even the Audubon Society, which are related to birds and so forth, because the connections are so strong. So anyone interested in the Great Lakes and the value of the water, the value of the ecosystem there, is going to have a high degree interest in this, as it's one of our last refuges. In 2004, even the U.S. then created the refuge of the Humberg Marsh, which is adjacent to this across the Detroit River. So this is really historic. And, you know, this property that we're talking about is giving a rise to a whole series of different interesting developments. I know that even as I did in some of my constituency work, I have a book here from Marty Gervais, Walk in the Woods, a portrait of the Ojibwe shores, and it goes through a series of different things that go back from the 1960s. And Marty Gervais, if you're not know, is very much a local historian and very much a celebrated author. And he has done a number of different works on that. And even as I've done my constituency workout with a calendar, there's a coloring book for Ojibwe shores. You find that what's happening with climate change and the opportunity for people to be engaged has been muted in some ways because people feel it's out of their control. They feel that there is no way that they can actually have a correlation with it. And that's when I'm finding a difference with regards to this. When with the Unifor, who's been supportive of this, with the Friends of Ojibwe, who've been supportive of this, a whole series of other environmental individuals that have been involved in this, and also the tourism and also the businesses that are next to this because of the flood mitigation. They find that this project is giving hope and opportunity to have a real result. And with COVID-19, again, I mentioned earlier that outdoor public spaces are important, and there is some use in these properties, outdoor spaces, but they're not coordinated. They're not coordinated, they're not connected in the way that we need to do so under this bill. And that's what's exciting. Even Parks Canada funded recently $600,000 to inventory this region and also the subsequent affiliated regions on how actually to build the environment better there. But still, without having this legislation, we don't have an official roadmap. We miss out on opportunities to get funding. We miss out on the private sector that wants to invest heavily into this project to make sure it's going to be beautiful, beneficial, and environmentally protected, and also help them for their adjacent properties, and also some other ones from outside the region that are supportive of the diversification that we have down there. We've seen bald eagles down there, kingfishers, all kinds of different types of elements that are really important to actually reclaiming our environment in urban settings. And that's one of the most important things about this is so when I talk to schools, I talk to students, I talk to different people, it's incredible the response I get because back in 2017, the Essex County Field Naturalists went and inventoried and found that this wasn't what the port said, being scrub brush. That's what they told me for years, and it was not worthy of actually saving. But what they found, the naturalists found, was they found over 130 endangered species, but we still don't have a plan for it. And so what we have is an area where the shores meets 9 out of 10 criteria for saving the actual environment. It's one of the reasons the province of Ontario is interested in this. And again, it's why it's building a coalition of those that are there to support it. There's many different groups and organizations that have been part of this. I've had Dr. David Suzuki down at the property, and I've also even had different types of students and organizations. And Madam Speaker, when we're looking at the bill itself and entirely, we have the opportunity to act. If we sit on our hands and feel sorry for ourselves because we can't get it done, then we miss out on unique opportunities. This one's simple. It's all public land. It's all put together. It's almost ready-made. We need to do that, Madam Speaker, for our future because it's all in our benefit. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments. Questions et commentaires. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary, the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. I appreciate the members' comments and having the debate on this this morning. Madam Speaker, what comes to my mind in listening to the comments is the member talks about whether it's the public interest, those being members of the public themselves, to small businesses, to the different levels of government. And in numerous occasions, he makes reference to a plan. And this is something in which I think that gets lost upon a lot of community leaders, is that we do need to have a more holistic plan in dealing with, in particular, urban parks going forward. And if I could just get his thoughts in regards to the importance of having those strategic long-term plans, because we shouldn't be just talking about today, we should be talking about future generations having access to our environment, to our parks.
Honourable Member for Windsor West.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I thank my colleague for the question, and actually it's kind of interesting because he's right. The bill only has a couple pages of descriptions, and after that it's all on the locations that are necessary to actually identify to create it as a national urban park because they have to be identified. And that's what this is a plan. And so when we look at the possibilities of future stuff we can do and more we can do, that's one thing. But here's a controllable we can do now. And there's all benefit and everything on top. And that's why it's really important. And that's why the bill, when you look at it, identifies locations.
Member for Essex.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I congratulate my honourable colleague from Windsor West for Bill C-248, his private member's bill. The honourable member, he spoke specifically to a roadmap. And so I'm wondering, through you, Madam Speaker, to the honourable member, we have Malden Road and we have Matchett Road, two major arteries from LaSalle, which is in my riding, through to Windsor, many of within his riding, Madam Speaker. The honourable member's riding, Madam Speaker. Would the member please suggest and/or agree with me that it's vital that if this goes through, which in principle I agree with it, that it's vital that those two main arteries remain open?
Member for Windsor West.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. That's why we need the legislation, because it creates a business plan and creates the opportunity to build that infrastructure. So I thank the member for his question. And that's why we look at work like Jonathan Croquette. His work has been amazing for Reptiles and Snakes. We look at the support we're getting from the Wildland Leagues with Janet Sumner and Dave, all the different people that have been looking at these types of obstacles and turning them into opportunities.
Questions et commentaires, l'honorable.
The honourable member for La Pointe de l'Île. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I would like to know why the people of Ontario and my colleague who has brought this bill forward, why would they trust the federal government more than their own provincial government in Ontario for this project? Thank you.
Honourable member for Windsor West.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. It's because national plans for this type of thing fold in quite well for this opportunity. And actually, interestingly, this is actually, we have over 300 years of Francophone heritage in the area, and they're supporting this. And the reason being is because with the national plan, it also brings in the municipality, the federals, and the proper supports to connect on a larger level. So that's why there's unified support behind this.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for London Fanshawe.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I want to thank my honourable colleague for this incredible amount of work and a really great bill. He talked a lot about the endangered species, of course, and the protection of both plant life, wildlife. Could he talk about some of the protections around water in that area? Because, of course, Windsor and southwestern Ontario, within the Great Lakes, within all of those wetlands, water sources, and the protections of how this urban park would go on to protect the water and that vital resource within this bill as well. Thank you.
The honourable member for Windsor West.
My colleague for that question, because it's really interesting, because we actually have industry and unions involved in this too that are doing some of that work. Think of Rick St. Denis, I think of Rick Labonte, I think of a number of different people, Mark Butler, and others that have done some of this. And even connecting to the Detroit side, we have not only just John Hardig of the Detroit River Refuge, but also locally our history goes back to cleaning this up. And I think of the work Elaine Weeks has done from Walkerville Publishing with regards to pushing forward the messaging list, showing that back in the history with the pollution that we've had previously to our water sources, we're now actually turning that around and cleaning it up. So we have that historical lens on it. And that's why, Madam Speaker, when you think about the support from Caldwell First Nations and Chief Duckworth, is that the fact that we actually have the reemergence of an organization, a group that has been part of the history of this place in the past that is now actually showing the way what they want in the future. And that also includes cleaning up the environment with regards to water. That's so key.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Employment and Workforce Development and
thank you, Madam Speaker.
Inclusiveness.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I rise to speak to Bill C-248, an act to amend the Canada National Parks Act, Ojibwe National Urban Park of Canada. I want to begin by acknowledging that the land I am speaking from today is the ancestral and unceded territory of the Three Fires Confederacy of First Nations, the Ojibwa, the Ottawa, and the Potawatomi. The bill in front of us today was introduced by the member from Windsor West, and I share his enthusiasm for the creation of an Ojibwe National Urban Park in Windsor. In fact, mere days after my election in 2019, the MP from Windsor West invited me to his office one Friday evening to talk about my new role. And Ojibwe was one of the things that we talked about. We both recognize that Ojibwe is a precious gem unlike any other. Compared to Rouge National Urban Park in Toronto, Ojibwe is a postage stamp of land. But in its 300 hectares, Ojibwe contains rare Carolinian forest and tallgrass prairie. And it has the most biodiversity in all of Canada, hundreds of plants, reptiles, insects, and wildlife. 18 months after my colleague from Windsor West and I met in his office, we joined Minister Karina Gould and dozens of local partners at Ojibwe Park to announce our government...
Wait, can I remind the Honourable Member that we do not mention other members' names, please?
Yes, pardon me. That's right. The minister and dozens of local partners at Ojibwe Park to announce our government's commitment to create 7 new national urban parks, among them Ojibwe. It was a historic day, Madam Speaker. Since that day, we have been busy putting in the work to make Ojibwe National Urban Park a reality. Just this past January, our federal government provided the City of Windsor with $600,000 to begin assessments and consultations and to carry out a joint work plan with Parks Canada. In short, Madam Speaker, the first concrete steps towards an Ojibwe National Urban Park are already taking place. And that process is being led by the good people at Parks Canada who have experience and expertise in leading good processes that create good parks. And we are not alone in that process. Windsor is one of 5 cities where we have signed agreements with municipal governments and are working with provincial governments, Indigenous partners, and stakeholders to develop national urban parks that will form part of a national network in Victoria, Saskatoon, Winnipeg, Halifax, and Windsor. The key point is that each of these cities is unique. Each presents specific opportunities and specific challenges in establishing a national urban park. Last August, we announced $130 million to support the creation of national urban parks in the 5 cities mentioned, part of the $2.3 billion over 5 years committed to Canada's Natural Legacy in Budget 2021. Like the Parks Canada process currently underway, Bill C-248 also seeks to create a new national urban park. But Bill C-248 introduces a flawed process that is not based on public consultation and instead would harm the authentic and organic relationships and engagement required in the successful creation of a new urban park. Let me talk about the Parks Canada path that we are currently on and note how Bill C-248 departs from it. The name Ojibwe National Urban Park refers to parcels of land that together are known as the Ojibwe Prairie Complex. The first thing you need to know is that the Ojibwe Prairie Complex is an assemblage of properties that includes 4 municipal parks, a provincial nature reserve, and other natural areas in the western part of Windsor. There is also a desire to include a federally owned parcel of land under the management of the Windsor Port Authority called Ojibwe Shores, and potentially other private parcels of land in the surrounding area. As you can see, the area is complex with multiple partners. To be sure, bringing the municipal and provincial governments, Indigenous partners, and other stakeholders together is a complex undertaking, but we are confident Parks Canada has the expertise to bring that about through consultation and engagement. Bill C-248 would have the effect of unilaterally transferring these parcels to the federal government without any engagement or dialogue. That is simply wrong, and it creates the possibility that constitutional, legal, and other issues and challenges may arise. The Parks Canada approach is different. Our approach is centered on public consultations. We are also exploring a range of governance models in the creation of national urban parks. We are working with other implicated federal departments for a whole of government approach to any transfers of land. As well, we are engaging in the breadth of consultation that a project of this complexity demands. First and foremost, that means engaging in a nation-to-nation dialogue with Indigenous partners in the spirit of reconciliation. Thorough and open consultation with Indigenous partners on this proposal is essential. Bill C-248 presents our Indigenous partners with a finished design without any consultation, and that is a serious omission and a serious error. As you can see, Madam Speaker, public consultation is at the very heart of the Parks Canada process that is currently underway. Bill C-248 is a shortcut that skips public consultation in favor of a fait accompli. Consultations are required not just with our Indigenous communities, but on many additional levels. At the Ojibwe announcement, I talked about the fact that the protection of Ojibwe has always been a grassroots community effort led by many partners. For example, the Essex County Field Naturalist Club, who completed the first ever BioBlitz of Ojibwe back in 2014 that gave us the first true sense of the biodiversity in Ojibwe. The Friends of Ojibwe Prairie, Citizens Environment Alliance, the Environment Committee at Unifor Local 444, the Essex Region Conservation Authority, folks like Tom Henderson, Chair of the Public Advisory Council of the Detroit River Canadian Cleanup, Nancy Pencheson of Save Ojibwe, Jonathan Choquette of Wildlife Preservation Canada. The Parks Canada path we are currently on is rooted in community and makes sure that these diverse voices will be at the center of its design from the start. And let's remember, the creation of the Rouge National Urban Park, which was led by Parks Canada, only came about after major consultations that included input from over 20,000 Canadians. This is a legacy project not to be undertaken lightly. And in that regard, we will engage closely with Indigenous partners to ensure that national urban parks, wherever they may be, provide space for Indigenous stewardship, voices, and stories for connections to land and water based on Indigenous knowledge and values. Together, we will define the boundaries, the requirements, and the objectives of the park. Together, we will find consensus on mechanisms to operate the park. And while I appreciate my colleagues' desire to proceed quickly, process matters, Madam Speaker. Parks Canada staff are working actively on this as a top priority, moving from assessment to agreement to full designation of an Ojibwe National Urban Park. Madam Speaker, Bill C-248 is a shortcut that preempts and undermines all of this important work that I have outlined. Furthermore, the governance regime it proposes may not be suitable for the Ojibwe National Urban Park, nor for the other urban parks we are working to create for cities across Canada. Flexibility in governance models is key. Some may end up being administered through Parks Canada. For others, third-party administration may be more appropriate. Still others may require a hybrid solution. This bill assumes a single governance model, the authority of the Canada National Parks Act. And here I would remind the House that for the park to be established under this act, the federal crown would need a property interest in all lands within the park's boundaries, and we simply do not have that at this point. This may well be an option worth exploring, but without giving a further hearing to other possibilities, we cannot know whether another option would be more suitable. Reaching agreement on a governance model will require flexibility and compromise, and that selection must be made in a spirit of collaboration, communication, and respect, and founded upon mutual interest. Madam Speaker, Parks Canada already has a process to create national urban parks in place. It is based on the expertise of Parks Canada. In summary, this private member's bill presents us with a competing path to creating an Ojibwe National Urban Park and to creating similar urban parks across Canada, but it is a fundamentally flawed process. Let me tell you how the Parks Canada path that we are currently on is better. First, whereas public consultation is at the heart of the Parks Canada process, Bill C-248 presents a finished product, and as such, it is top-down and unilateral. Second, whereas Indigenous communities will play a lead role in the design of the Ojibwe National Urban Park through the Parks Canada process, Bill C-248 does harm to that relationship by establishing an urban park without dialogue and consultation with First Nations. And third, whereas the Parks Canada process understands that there are different partnership models worth exploring in consultation with local stakeholders, Bill C-248 rejects a bottom-up made-in-Windsor solution. In short, Bill C-248 is a unilateral declaration that ignores the partnerships and voices necessary for long-term success. I applaud the enthusiasm and initiative of the honourable member for Windsor West. But Bill C-248 leads us away from the Parks Canada process and away from the values of stewardship, collaboration, and community that is the very essence of Ojibwe National Urban Park. I hope he will contribute these efforts to advancing the Parks Canada process. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Dufferin-Caledon.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker, and I am pleased today to rise to speak to Ojibwe National Park Bill C-248. Conservatives have had a long history of supporting the development and expansion of national parks. Most recently, we can talk about Rouge National Park, which is a 79 square kilometre urban park that was championed by Conservative MPs such as Paul Calandra and Peter Kent, because we recognize the need to preserve these types of urban environments, not just because it's good for the environment, but of course they're good for communities who can then enjoy the time that they will spend in these beautiful parks. The Rouge National Urban Park has over 12 kilometers of hiking trails, there's camping, and the park is open all year round and is free to access. Ojibwe National Urban Park is looking to, in some sense, replicate this model. And when we look at what's being discussed, you can see that there are approximately, 6 current parks that we're talking about, which is Spring Garden Natural Area, Trailgrass Prairie Park, Ojibwe Prairie Provincial Nature Reserve, Ojibwe Park, Black Oak Heritage Park, and Ojibwe Shores. And combining these 6 parcels into a national urban park is something that we are, in fact, think is something we should be looking at. It's something that we should absolutely consider. And I applaud the member for his hard work in trying to bring this to fruition. I think I do want to mention that, in fact, this is something that was pushed prior to this member. This is a long-standing project, and the prior member for Essex, Jeff Watson, he was also interested in trying to set up Ojibwe Urban National Park. So I'm happy to say that his vision is, in fact, being incorporated into the current member's vision. 2 parties, Conservative and NDP, working together to form this park. When we talk about this park, the total land allotted for Ojibwe National Park is approximately 900 acres. All the land is publicly owned, with, including the current Port Authority. There is support from Windsor Council and local politicians. I also understand that this is supported by Indigenous peoples as well. When we look at what this is going to ultimately become, and I've spoken to the member about this, we do have some concerns because there are major roadways that separate these parks. This is not 6 contiguous pieces of land that are easily formed together. They are, separated by roadways, by private land, and other things. And I can say that we do have some concerns about what that's going to mean. We know that one of the roadways is a large commuter roadway that allows people from LaSalle to move for employment to Windsor. And the closing of that roadway for a national urban park could have some unintended consequences. And I know that's not fully within what we're debating today, but I've let the member know this is something that we're concerned about and something that we would want to try to explore in committee. I'm surprised to hear the speech from the Liberals, who are saying that from what I read, they're not going to support this piece of legislation because it's doing something too quickly. Well, from my understanding, this is something that goes back already perhaps a dozen, maybe 14 years, that the contemplation of this park would be proceeding. So to suggest that this is premature or moving too quickly doesn't make a lot of sense to me. I think perhaps it's time to kick the tires. Let's get this to committee. Let's study this, and let's see if this can maybe push Parks Canada to accelerate their timetable. I don't think we want to wait another 15, 20, 30 years for this to come forward and come to fruition. So here on the Conservative side, we are looking to support this bill so that it will go to committee, it can be studied, and everyone will have the full picture of what's going to take place here. And I think the member should be commended for his activities to push this forward, and we look forward to seeing this bill in committee when it comes up, passing through second reading and coming to committee and seeing what everything we can see with respect to this piece of legislation. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker.
Reprise du débat, l'honorable député de Jonquière.
The Honourable Member for Jonquière. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. It's very nice to see you again. Now, first of all, I was wondering why my party asked me to speak on this. Well, the Honourable Member for Drummond said that it's perhaps my playful nature, and that is why a sovereigntist like me has been asked to talk about a park in Ontario. Well, who knows? But, just to be clear, the Bloc Québécois is in favor of the principle of this bill. Or rather, C-248. I'm sorry, I was getting a little confused. And my party would also like to support the member for Windsor's initiative and his commitment to the conservation of the site. I've been told that the member for Windsor West has been supporting this issue since 2013. That is laudable, and it shows that the member is very committed to the community. Looking at the information provided by the member, I feel that there is no doubt about the ecological value of the site and the importance of making it into a park. I am very clear on the fact that this site has a non-negligible ecological value, and the Liberal government has committed to working with municipalities to extend urban parks in order to better reach the goal of protecting 25% of the land area. And so this goes in the same direction as the government's policy. However, the Bloc Québécois is taking a neutral position, so to speak, on C-248 because we do not want to decide for our Ontarians or people in Windsor what the best way is to preserve their territory. I will be frank. For me, this is a type of centralizing federalism. But we are open to discussion about this. Now, in terms of what this raises, I know there won't be any questions and answers on this private member's business, but perhaps we can talk about it later. I'm wondering why the federal government should become the owner of more and more urban space. In my opinion, if the government wants to get involved, even though this is not really an area of federal jurisdiction, well, the best thing to do would be to offer Ontario some no strings attached funding to support my colleague's proposal. And this raises an important issue. I've been listening to my colleague's speeches, and I'm wondering why people in Windsor and Ontarians, including the sponsor of the bill, I wonder why they would trust the federal government more than their own government in Ontario when it comes to creating an urban park. Why not ensure that this is actually placed in the hands of the appropriate level of government, which is to say the Ontario government? So ultimately, we are not necessarily against this, but this isn't really something that a sovereigntist party would support. And I mean, when it comes to our conservative colleagues, they have often said that they support areas of provincial jurisdiction. And so for a party that is defending the provinces, I don't see why the Conservatives would accept having more roles be given over to the federal government. The Bloc Québécois feels that it is not up to the federal government to manage urban parks. And so that is what I would say to my NDP colleague. Had he made a similar proposal regarding a Quebec park, the Bloc Québécois would have firmly stood against it and would be asking for the ownership of the site to be transferred to the government of Quebec or to a Quebec municipality. And that has historically been the Bloc Québécois' position on national parks. We ask for all federally held parks in Quebec to be transferred to the Quebec government or a Quebec municipality, given that the government of Quebec should be the only responsible authority on this issue, and it is the state of Quebec and Quebec environmental legislation. And I would just say here as a parenthesis that in the last parliament, I tabled a bill on environmental sovereignty, but in any case, Quebec environmental legislation that should be used to protect our environment, not the federal government. I can also give an example. The example of the Lachine Canal Park, which is in the heart of Montreal, as you know, and is also part of Montreal's history. For many areas such as Pointe Saint-Charles and Saint-Henri, historic working class neighborhoods. So given that that is the case, it would be more appropriate for Montreal to manage the park, and that way the development of the park could be harmonized with other similar parks in the area. I believe that the federal government is too far away from the locales in question. In a federal government, why would the government level, which is responsible for handling defense, monetary policy, the borders, and so on, we all know what areas of federal jurisdiction are, why should the federal government also be responsible for mowing the grass in a park? I don't see the utility of that. So we do not believe that it is up to the federal government to manage parks. In conclusion, this is fairly symptomatic of the situation. And this is a criticism that I might make towards my NDP colleagues, this reflex to move towards centralization. I think this is unfortunate. And it means that today we are having trouble ensuring that there is enough support in the health sector because expectations are constantly raised without providing the resources.
J'espère que mes collègues du NPD vont être sensibles.
So I hope my NDP colleagues will be aware of that and the fact that this is primarily provincial jurisdiction. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker.
Main debate, the honourable member for London Fanshawe.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I am so pleased today and very grateful to rise in this place to speak to Bill C-248, an act to amend the Canada National Parks Act and the creation of the Ojibwe National Urban Park of Canada. I would like to sincerely thank my honourable colleague for Windsor West for introducing this legislation and for his tireless advocacy for the creation of this national urban park in the Windsor region. Before becoming a Member of Parliament, I had the honour of working for an NDP MP for Essex, and so I know about the regional community's desire for this park and the dedication with which the member from Windsor West has fought to create this special ecosystem. The introduction of this bill to establish Ojibwe National Park is a culmination of years, if not decades, of work by my colleague. But of course, we never do this work alone. Many residents in the Windsor and Essex region have spent years fighting to protect this unique urban park in one of the most heavily developed areas in the country. The proposed Ojibwe National Park would include Ojibwe Park, Spring Garden Natural Area, Black Oak Heritage Park, the Tallgrass Prairie Park, Ojibwe Prairie Provincial Nature Reserve, and the Ojibwe Shores, which is a vital 33-acre green space, and the last remaining undeveloped natural shoreline in Windsor, Detroit. It is home to hundreds of endangered species that rely on migration through surrounding local parks for survival. If connected, this area of approximately 900 acres, including the Detroit River, would become truly significant. It serves not only as a home and larger ecosystem to several endangered species, but also provides mitigation of flooding due to climate change and natural heritage areas that the community can enjoy, appreciate, and use for healthy living space and ecotourism. As a Member of Parliament in my riding, I am approached by constituents who wish to preserve historical and environmentally sensitive areas often. And I support the member for Windsor West in doing just that. By establishing the Ojibwe National Urban Park, this House can help him and his community protect a rare ecosystem within the City of Windsor and ensure that it remains unchanged by human development. What is also worth noting here, I think, is the fact that our colleague spoke of the overwhelming consensus with which his community supports the creation of this urban park. For so many in Windsor, to be in agreement on this issue is also unique. The creation of the park and the inclusion of Ojibwe Shores speaks specifically to two issues that I'm passionate about and working on in my own riding of London Fanshawe. The first is about the protection of our fresh water in Canada. Twice now, Madam Speaker, I have reintroduced an important piece of legislation in this House, which is now Bill C-217, an act respecting the development of a national strategy for fresh water. I worked with the former NDP MP for Essex on this legislation, and again in the Windsor-Essex region. In all of our communities, people know the significant role freshwater plays in our lives and how important its preservation is. In my riding too, we are greatly impacted by the Great Lakes and the Thames River, which supply people with fresh drinking water, but also provide all communities with environmental benefits that deserve targeted protection and sustainable planning. While Canada has seemingly abundant fresh water resources, very little of it is actually renewable, and Bill C-217 works to modernize Canada's freshwater strategy. It's been over 20 years since the government established a policy on fresh water, and environmental conditions have dramatically changed since 1987. My bill asks the Minister of the Environment and Climate Change to study, review, and adopt a national water policy. The review will work to establish national drinking water standards, ensure that water is protected in international agreements, protect groundwater, evaluate the readiness of water and wastewater infrastructure to handle climate change impacts, and reduce eutrophication. Freshwater is vital, whether for tourism, agriculture, recreational use, health, or household needs. It plays an important role in all of our communities. Southwestern Ontario benefits significantly from numerous lakes, rivers, wetlands, and tributaries. The health of our water is instrumental to our region's sustained growth, environmental stability, and safety, and the safety of people. I hope that all sides will support this important effort to protect our fresh water for generations to come, and I believe my bill and this bill, C-248, complement each other so well. The second issue I believe greatly aligns with both private members' bills is the protection of environmentally significant areas. The City of London has 12 designated environmentally significant areas, and 3 are in my riding of London Fanshawe. I'm so privileged to actually live between 2 of them, Westminster Ponds and Meadow Lily Woods. Today I wanted to specifically talk about Meadow Lily because this area is under threat of development. Meadow Lily Woods is situated on the south side of the South Branch of the Thames River. The area contains floodplain woods, deep ravines, mature woodlands, and some active and retired agricultural fields that are now meadows. Along the Thames west of Meadow Lily Road is the Meadow Lily Nature Preserve, owned by the Thames Talbot Land Trust. The public is allowed to hike the trail through these publicly owned lands, which cover 60 hectares. Meadow Lily is unique due to its variety of rare trees, plants, and wildlife. It also boasts a significant number of endangered species, almost 10,000 different species of plant and animal life. The site has a mix of wetland and upland forest species. And just to try and paint a picture for you of how beautiful it is, along the river, basswood, hackberry, willow, and dogwood dominate. White cattails and marsh plants grow near the water. In the summer, colorful wildflowers can be found, including the blue flag iris, turtlehead, and great lobelia. The upland areas are dominated by sugar maple, American beech, black cherry, and red oak. In the spring, the woods are carpeted with the varieties of flowers, including trilliums, trout lilies, bloodroot, violets, and spring beauty. And the cool north-facing ravines are home to eastern hemlock, yellow birch, and over a dozen fern species. The meadow and young woods are full of asters, goldenrod in the fall, and it's very important here that the invasive species management and ecological restoration funded by the City of London is so protected by volunteers. They work so hard to protect that ecological integrity of this area. Over 110 species of migratory and breeding birds have been observed in Meadow Lily Woods. And due to its large size and location along the river, the forest supports forest interior, sensitive species such as the pileated woodpecker and ovenbird. We have red-tailed hawk, great horned owl, belted kingfisher, the American goldfinch. We have animal life, coyotes, red fox, white-tailed deer, and beavers. We have so much in this area. Leopard frogs, spring peepers, eastern redback salamanders, midland painted turtle, and it goes on and on and on. I have to also mention that London is located in the traditional territory of the Attawandaron, Anishinaabe, Haudenosaunee, and Lenape peoples. Over 60 archaeological sites are documented in Meadow Lily area, especially on the Ingersoll Moraine. The site spans an entire 11,000 years of prehistory of the area and includes everything from indigenous camps to villages. The selling off and development of this land by settlers began in the early part of the 19th century. Private homes were built for commissioned officers of the military on land taken from indigenous people. And I'm sure you can imagine, Madam Speaker, that this area is gorgeous, is peaceful, and is an area of prime real estate. Prime real estate in a time of a housing crisis. The land that surrounds this incredible area is currently planned for development. And that's the reason a dedicated group of volunteers and community activists have formed a not-for-profit association called the Friends of Meadow Lily. And they are fighting to protect against the further development and degradation of this larger natural area. Like the member for Windsor West and what he is trying to protect by creating a national urban park in his region, protecting those environmental endangered species in that environmentally sensitive areas. These folks in my area are working to protect their environmental treasure. Ojibwe Shores and Meadow Lily are so similar in terms of what's needed to protect our future. We must do everything we can in this House to preserve precious natural habitats, water systems, and ecologically delicate areas. We need to learn the balance between growing communities and our natural world. for the sake of our future and the future of our children. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and it's a pleasure to be able to rise to speak to the member's bill. I do appreciate the fact that he's brought forward the legislation, even though there is some concern with respect to it, because I do believe in terms of the necessity of having these types of debates. I have found the whole issue of our national parks, and it's not the first time. I have had the opportunity to talk in the past in regards to national, in particular urban parks, and the many different benefits of it, Madam Speaker. And we often underestimate the benefits of having that strategic plan that deals with national parks. The member spent a great deal of his time, obviously because of the area in which he represents, focusing in on Windsor. But the principles of a urban national park and the value of these parks is universally, or can be universally applied throughout Canada, from coast to coast to coast. And I think that if we take a look at some of that natural beauty that we have in terms of nature, that we want to be able to ensure that we do what we can to preserve it for future generations, Madam Speaker. I think we all have that responsibility. It's also important that we take a look in terms of the mechanisms and how it is that we deliver these types of parks, Madam Speaker. And I'd like to give a specific example. Many years ago, we had a railway on the junction of the Red River and the Assiniboia River in downtown Winnipeg. And what we saw was the public talked about the redevelopment of that area and how it is that we can bring it back to nature and allow for the people, the citizens of Winnipeg, to be more engaged in it. Now, it is by far not a huge national type of park, but what it did is it brought in the different stakeholders, from community activists to individuals that live in the downtown, to the different levels of government. And through a great deal of consultations and environmental sensitive, because at that time we didn't have the same sort of studies back then, Madam Speaker, but by looking in terms of the environment and what people had to say, and bringing together private government agencies, different levels, we now have a beautiful Forks development. And I can tell you, during the 70s and early 80s, there was very few people that ever went down to the Forks. You would go to St. Boniface on the other side of the river, because there was really nothing there but rail yards and a lot of dangerous things, chemicals and so forth, that were having a negative impact on the Forks. And I often wonder in terms of, well, what kind of seepage was going into the Red River and the Assiniboia River. Well, through cooperation, today you go down to the Forks, and it is, I think last time I heard a number was almost like 2 million visits a year. And this is in downtown Winnipeg, Madam Speaker. Now, it's far from the type of park that the member has made reference to in his speaking and introduction of the bill. But I can tell you that whether it is an urban national park or a rural national park, that Canadians value our wilderness and what it is that we have, our natural assets, if I can put it that way, and where we can advance them and move forward, that we should. Riding National Park is a park in Manitoba that is exceptionally well developed, and there is a very strong nature component to it. And it really, there's thousands of people that visit that park as a result of its designation. And through that designation, we have seen things that have been able to continue on in their natural form, Madam Speaker. And that is something in which I see as a very strong positive. Well, if we take a look at the urban centers, because not everyone is traveling out into our rural communities, are there some urban centers where we can take a look in terms of how it is the national government can play a role in its development? Well, Madam Speaker, I would suggest to you that one of the ways, and for me personally, I look at the city of Saskatoon and what it's done with its river, Saskatchewan River. And I think, in many ways, that is something that Winnipeg as a community would love to see. If we could develop a national urban park that's based, at least in good part, on our rivers, I would see that as a very strong thing. And I know, Madam Speaker, that what I'm talking about would be widely supported by the different levels of government, and more in particular, the citizens of Winnipeg. Because if we were to put in the types of investments that are necessary into the future, that we would in fact be there for future generations, and ultimately get more people going down and visiting our rivers and protecting that environment, Madam Speaker. I suspect, if we were to take a look in terms of, what is it that the Government of Canada has done? We have an incredible agency through Parks Canada. And the way and the manner in which Parks Canada goes about in designating national parks and the lead up that's involved, because it isn't something that happens overnight. There is a fairly extensive process in the development of parks, national parks. And I would encourage those that are following the debate this morning to tap into the Canada Parks website, and you'll kind of get a sense in terms of just the types of things that we do and the types of parks that are there that we have today, Madam Speaker. We don't have to necessarily reinvent the wheel. We can talk, for example, the Windsor Park. You can look at the Rouge Park in Toronto and how effective that has been in terms of preserving nature and getting urbanites to be able to experience that wilderness, that sense of wilderness. We can talk in terms of how it is a city like Toronto is able to continue to grow while preserving that beautiful park, Madam Speaker. And it is fairly extensive. And I like to think that is something in which that same principle can, as I say, be applied to many different urban centers, big and small, throughout Canada, and that we have in place an agency that is respected around the world through Parks Canada in terms of the efforts and the work that they have done. Now, as the Parliamentary Secretary pointed out earlier, Madam Speaker, you may recall that the Government of Canada has actually invested literally hundreds of millions of dollars into the area of park development, ensuring that future generations will in fact be able to have input and receive the benefits of investing in national parks, Madam Speaker. When I think of why it is that we need to do this, the most obvious for me, Madam Speaker, is the fact that it's the right thing for our environment. Our environment is something that I am constantly reminded, in particular from my daughter, but many others, constituents, who want the government to do what it can to protect our environment. And obviously, when it comes to our national parks, the environment has to be high on the agenda. Another issue when you think in terms of national parks is that whole what is in that park today. Those, whether it's an insect, an animal, or a mammal, Madam Speaker, all of those, in particular, where there's the threats of extinction, need to be taken into consideration, and how it is that we can preserve that into the future, Madam Speaker. For me personally, the third priority has got to be people and allowing for people, whether urban, rural, to be able to experience nature at its best. And Canada's got so much nature, not only to share with the citizens of Canada, but around the world. And I'll hopefully be able to continue at a later point in time. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The time provided for the consideration of private members' business has now expired, and the order is dropped to the bottom of the order of precedence on the order paper. Ordre du jour.
Business of supply, consideration of an opposition motion on measures to help Canadians with the cost of living.
Mr. Singh, seconded by Mr. Blakey, moves that given one, as the cost of gas, groceries, and housing continues to rise, most Canadians are struggling to make ends meet. 2, at the same time, wealth inequality is reaching a level not seen in generations as the super rich continue to protect their wealth through a financial system with very little transparency.
3, over the course of the pandemic, large corporations in certain industries have made record profits, including big banks, oil companies, and big box stores. 4, the 2021 Liberal platform included a commitment to implement a 3% surtax on banks and insurers, as well as a publicly accessible beneficial ownership registry.
The House call upon the government to include in its next budget, A, its proposed 3% surtax on banks and insurance companies on profit over $1 billion, which should be expanded to profitable big oil companies and big box stores. B, a plan to reinvest the billions of dollars recouped from these measures to help Canadians with the cost of living crisis. And C, a publicly accessible beneficial ownership registry.
The Honourable Member for Burnaby South.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I'll be splitting my time with the member for Elmwood Transcona. Madam Speaker, we know that the cost of living is going up, and Canadians are feeling the weight of that. They are being crushed by the cost of living, whether it's the cost of groceries going up, cost of gasoline. Everyday families are finding it harder and harder to make ends meet. Over the past couple of weeks, I've spoken with these families. Spoken with families that, when they go into the grocery store, have to reconsider what they're purchasing. They put down food. And that phrase really hit me. A mom mentioned that she would go into the grocery store and pick up something and then have to put it back down, something that her child liked to eat, something that her family liked when they made and cooked together. They simply can't afford it. I spoke to retail and grocery store workers, specifically a worker who both works in retail in groceries, who has not seen any raise in his salary, but also delivers and drives for his living and has seen the cost of gas go up, directly impeding or impacting his employment and how much he earns. We've seen inflation rise above 5% in January, a 30-year high, while people's wages only rose by 2.4%. Families can't keep up. And while we've heard promises from the Liberal government to do something, they haven't acted. We're seeing at the same time, any time when the cost of living goes up, it certainly makes it harder for families. It makes it harder for workers. Their cost of living goes up. It makes it harder for them to purchase what they need, to put food on the table. But while it hurts some, many, it actually benefits some. So while the cost of living goes up and it hurts families and it hurts lots of people, it actually benefits the wealthiest corporations who have made record profits. Let's go into some of those profits. Companies like Walmart in 2021 made $3.5 billion in profits. Canadian Tire made $1.26 billion in profit. Canadian Natural Resources made nearly $2 billion in net income in the fourth quarter alone. So we're seeing, on one hand, people are having a hard time filling up their cars or buying groceries, but the companies are actually seeing record profits. We've seen huge grocery store chains, corporate grocery stores, big box stores make record profits. So they're profiting off of the backs of people. We know that in general, the ultra-rich are getting richer, while 60% of Canadians now say they're having a hard time simply making ends meet. We believe that it is government's role to step up when we see companies exploiting people, exploiting a difficult time, exploiting a pandemic, a war, and inflation. It is government's role to stop them from doing that. Now, we've heard some ideas being floated about maybe waiving taxes, but what would stop a corporation, if a tax was waived, to then just increase their goods to make up that loss anyways, or to make up that difference anyways? So what we're proposing is we have to get at the heart of the matter, which is wealth inequality. And as wealth inequality goes up, it makes the quality of life for everyone worse. We know that societies that are the safest, that are the healthiest, that have the most civic engagement are those where there is less wealth inequality. And what we're seeing right now are policies brought in by successive conservative and liberal governments that have allowed the ultra-rich to get richer, and in this crisis have allowed certain wealthy corporations to make excess profits while everyday families are struggling, and we're saying enough is enough. Our proposal is, let's tax the excess profits made by these profitable corporations and reinvest that into people. That is a sustainable solution to get at corporate greed and a long-term solution to invest in people. In the last election, the Liberals promised a surtax on big banks and insurance companies, a surtax of 3%. We agree. We should be taxing those institutions that are making significant profits, and we should reinvest that back into people. We're saying expand what you've already promised to do. First of all, implement it, and then expand it to also include big box stores and oil and gas companies, and use that revenue to invest back into people. Because the status quo is to do nothing. The status quo is to let this continue without doing anything to help people. And for New Democrats, that's wrong. We believe that's wrong. We have to act.
People are already feeling crushed by the increase in the cost of housing and the cost of groceries. The cost of living is going up, and it's really hitting Canadians. Canadian families are not able to make ends meet. But when you and your family are forced to pay more for groceries every week, at the same time, the CEOs of the big box stores and the big corporate grocery stores have made record profits throughout the pandemic. Under the Liberals, the ultra-rich are getting richer, while Canadian families have felt abandoned. And this is something that we find completely unacceptable. And that is why we are proposing our solution. We are asking the Liberals to go forward with their proposal to impose a 3% surtax on banks and insurance companies, and to expand that to big oil companies and to big box stores. Instead of letting the rich get richer, we are asking the government to tax those profits and reinvest them in measures that will make life more affordable for you and your family. We will never stop fighting for everyday Canadians instead of protecting the profits of big business.
So what we're proposing, Madam Speaker, is that we act. While people tell us that it's harder and harder to make ends meet, we need to do something about it. When people are struggling to put food on the table, to buy groceries, to pay their bills, we need to do something. We have to acknowledge that people are hurting right now. And we are proposing a solution that gets at the heart of the matter, the excess profit and greed of these large corporations, and impose a tax on that, excess profit, and then reinvest that back into people. And people have asked, well, what could we do? There's a lot that we can do. We can invest in programs that will make life more affordable for people. We can invest in dealing with the costs that people deal with on a regular basis, costs like the cost of medication. Why not bring in a national pharmacare plan to help families save thousands of dollars on their medication? We are proposing in putting in place a program to help people with dental care. We know that many families are struggling with the cost of living and go without having dentist visits. Kids are going without dentist visits. We can bring in social programs, universal social programs that will help people out. We can invest in programs that help those that are most in need, and help with investments to support directly those families that are in most need. We could send direct payments out to families like we did in the pandemic. We can support those families that need help the most. We need to act. And what we're proposing is a clear path to action, imposing a tax on companies that are making excess profits and reinvesting that back into people. New Democrats will always be on the side of people, and we believe very strongly that our role is to stop companies from exploiting people, that the government's role is to stand up and provide real help when people need it most, and that's exactly what our motion, our plan is, and that's exactly what we'll continue to do. Thank you.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And, you know, I think virtually from the very beginning, the government has been very much focused on the issue of equity. We saw that when, for example, we put in the special tax on Canada's 1% wealthiest and reallocated that revenue towards Canada's middle class, where we gave a tax break. So when we look at the resolution today, one of the parts that I want to highlight was when the member talks about inflation. And whenever we talk about inflation, and I'm wondering if the member could provide his thoughts, the leader of the New Democratic Party could indicate that when you talk about inflation, one of the things you have to take into consideration is what's happening around the world. And Canada is doing reasonably well on that particular front, and if he could provide his thoughts in regards to inflation isn't something that's just Canada, that it goes beyond our borders.
Honourable Member for Burnaby South.
I want to make something really clear, and I think it's important for folks to know. We're not blaming global pressures that are causing the cost of living to go up on government. But we are certainly blaming the inequality that is mounting. The fact that the ultra-rich continue to make record profits while people struggle. The fact that the ultra-rich don't pay their fair share. We are certainly blaming that on government, both Liberal and Conservative. And so what we're proposing is a solution to that. A solution to the fact that wealth is being concentrated into the hands of fewer and fewer, that those at the very top continue to make record profits. And we're proposing a real solution to say, we can do something about that. We can tax their excess profits, and we can invest that back into people. We believe we can and should act when people are struggling. And the way to do that is to reinvest resources back into people who need it most. And that's what this motion is proposing.
The Honourable Member for Cypress Hills Grasslands.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and I want to thank the leader of the NDP for bringing forward this Opposition Day motion, because the constituents in my riding are also very concerned about the rampant cost of living issue that's happening in this country. One of the main issues that people are concerned with, though, is the government's imposition of the carbon tax, which his party has been happy to support. So I'm just wondering if the leader of the NDP would be willing to ask the government to halt the increase of the carbon tax on April 1st.
Member for Burnaby South.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Well, here's the problem with the approach of the Conservatives on this and a number of matters. If we were to deal with a tax holiday on the GST or on the carbon tax, there is nothing that would prevent those very same companies to just increase the cost even more. They would say, oh, there's a savings that people are enjoying. Let's just increase the rates even more. That's the inherent problem with the Conservatives' approach. They think that somehow, without government intervention, that large, wealthy corporations are just going to lower the costs or allow people to earn a decent living. They're not. That's why we have to fight. That's why governments exist, to prevent that exploitation. And so what we're proposing is, let's get at the heart of the matter. Let's tax the excess profits and reinvest that back into people, something that we've done in the past. Profiteering happened in the world wars. And Canada, among other nations, decided that we need to put in a profiteering tax to stop that and to invest back into people. That's exactly what we're proposing.
The Honourable Member for Saint-Hyacinthe-Bagotte. Thank you, Madam Speaker. In terms of banks, it's been profits, profits, profits. And we've seen that throughout the pandemic while families are having a hard time getting access to property and to housing. Same thing with big business. It's done very well. Profits upon profits upon profits, while small businesses are having a hard time. In the oil sector, more profits while the cost of oil is going up for everyone. The cost of gas is going up for everyone. So, yes, we're in favor of the 3% surtax that we see in the motion on the ultra-rich. There's also an problematic situation that we see here, tax havens. There's complete laxism when it comes from the government when it comes to tax evasion. Is that normal? The Honourable Member for Burnaby South. Not at all. And I appreciate the comments from my honourable colleague. It's really a major challenge, the fact that there are tax havens where the ultra-rich are hiding their money and they don't pay their fair share. That's something that we need to fix, absolutely. And today we are proposing one measure which will help us deal with inequality in our society, and that would be to put the 3% surtax on these big businesses, and that is highlighted in our motion. That's a step towards justice, towards equality, and we would like to reinvest that money in meeting people's real needs. We think it's something that we have to do, and I appreciate the comments and the support from my colleague. Thank you.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Elmwood-Transcona.
Well, thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and it's a great pleasure to be back in the chamber and speaking to an NDP motion. There's no question, you don't have to go far or talk to many people to realize just what a challenging time it is for so many Canadians for so many reasons. I think one of the things that compounds that sense of frustration and anxiety and fear that people are feeling as their household budgets tighten are the contradictory messages that they're hearing about why that's happening and what can be done about it. If you listen to the government some days, when it suits their purposes, they'll tell you that the economy is doing great, that it's rebounded, that we're past the problems of COVID, that we've got excellent job numbers and good growth, and that the money's flowing in and things are good. Other times they give a bit more of a realistic assessment if they're in excuse-making mode. But it is hard, I think, for Canadians who are struggling so much in their household and at the grocery store, as our leader was just saying, putting things back on their shelf that their kids are excited to eat or that are a normal part of their family cook night. It's frustrating to hear that things are going well, that things are back to normal, because that's certainly not the experience that people are living at the pump and at the grocery store and around their kitchen tables. And so I think it's incumbent upon us as public policy makers to try and find a path through those contradictory messages to something concrete that can be done. Because for sure, there's a lot going on in the world right now, no question, whether it's the continuing economic fallout of COVID and what that means for supply chains and what climate change means for supply chains and is going to continue to mean for supply chains going into the future. There's what's happening in Ukraine right now, which of course has dramatically increased the price of gas at the pumps. There's all sorts of things that are happening that are hard to control, not just for individual Canadians, to be sure, but even for governments. That makes it that much more important that governments act on the things they can do something about. And an important part of the story that we don't hear enough of, we heard a little bit of it from the Parliamentary Budget Officer at the end of last year, and part of the reason why Canadians can be living such a difficult financial experience at home and in the personal experience of their families and their loved ones and their friends and their neighbors in the midst of this apparently good economic news lies in the fact that more and more of the wealth that's being created is going into fewer and fewer hands. So if you're just talking about the economy in general, if you're talking about GDP, if you're talking about how much money is being produced in the Canadian economy, if you're talking about the value of the exports that are leaving Canada, then you can hear good news. And that's why in corporate boardrooms and in the boardrooms of banks, they're celebrating because they hear that good news and they don't feel the pinch because they're part of that 1% that is getting not only a good chunk of that, but a bigger and bigger proportional piece of that pie. So as the pie grows, not only is their piece increasing relative to the size of the pie, but the amount of the pie they get is also increasing. And that's why we can hear about good news for the economy and big economic growth and all these things that normally Canadians would expect to mean that life would be a little bit better for them in the midst of so many stories of hardship. People worried about losing their home, and in fact, more people than ever losing their home. Homelessness is going up in Canada since the pandemic. The cost of housing is getting ridiculous. It was already ridiculous and growing astronomically before the pandemic, and it's only gotten worse. Housing prices almost doubling, I think, in the last 2 years. And I apologize if I don't have that stat exactly right. But the fact that that number is even what would occur to someone who's been hearing these numbers day in, day out as likely close to the number is a sign of how bad things have got. So I wanted to put some of those thoughts on the record to help Canadians who might be listening understand how we can be presented with apparent good economic news again and again by the government and by certain economists and by large corporations in their presentations to shareholders, and yet feel so helpless in the face of very difficult economic circumstances. And I said earlier, and I'll repeat again, Madam Speaker, it makes it all the more important that because some of the things driving inflation are outside the control of government, the government zero in on the things that it can do something about. And wealth inequality is something that governments can do something about. It's something that governments at one time in the post-war period did something about. And over the last 30 or 40 years, we've seen successive liberal and conservative governments. See how easy it is to just kind of flip those things around in your mouth, Madam Speaker, I'll tell you. Anyway, successive liberal and conservative governments have been undoing the good work that was done in the post-war period to make sure, in a time of a sense of strong social bond, when people went to fight for freedom and for prosperity and felt that they were owed a good life when they came back, and that their families who sacrificed while they were away fighting and who worked in factories producing munitions and supported the war effort in other ways were owed a good life when they came back. What did that mean? That meant ensuring that a small number of people at the top didn't get to run away with all the wealth while everyone else suffered. And that system that was built when there was that strong sense of social solidarity has been undermined now for a very long time. And it's about time, Madam Speaker, that if we're going to do anything about the very real pinch that Canadians are feeling now, that we tackle this problem of wealth inequality. Now, the Liberals have made promises to that effect, various kinds over the years, but they haven't acted on them in the way that they need to if they're really going to fix the problem. And one of their most recent promises was to have a surtax on banks who made extraordinary profits during the pandemic. Not their normal extraordinary profits, but additional profits on top of their normal extraordinary profits. And so asking them to pay a little bit more on that additional extraordinary profit is not at all unreasonable. In fact, I think it's something we are morally required to do, and that we have so far failed in our duty to do that, Madam Speaker. And we've seen the crisis in Ukraine has shown that the lack of financial transparency both in Canada and across the world is not benign. And it's not even just about missing out on the opportunity to invest that extraordinary profit that we might tax a portion back into programs, as we should, like dental care, like pharmacare, like supporting good public education. All of these things that we need to do, and I could go on with that list, Madam Speaker, but I only have so much time, so I won't. We've also seen the way that actors on the international stage who control this amount of wealth benefit and are able to support people like Vladimir Putin by hiding his wealth around the world. And that's how the concentration of wealth and power can become very malignant indeed. And we shouldn't wait until a dictator feels so empowered and emboldened, not just by what's going on in his own country, but what's going on in the international world of finance, that he can go ahead and do what Putin has done in Ukraine and still feel confident that he's going to be able to enjoy his yachts and his palaces and that his buddies are going to continue to travel the world with impunity. That's where the question of wealth inequality and what's going on in the Ukraine and in other parts of the world come to get mixed together, and I think and show why it's important on an ongoing basis to make sure that we're not encouraging the massive concentration of wealth in the hands of a very few people at the top. It's why I'm proud that not only are we proposing what the Liberals proposed in the last election with a surtax on the profits of banks, we're proposing it be expanded to other big winners of the corporate winners of the pandemic, like big box stores and oil and gas companies that are now raking it in with prices that are really high at the pump. But we've also included the demand for a public beneficial ownership registry, because that is what we need on two fronts. We need it to take on the likes of Vladimir Putin and his oligarch cronies who are hiding his wealth across the world. And we also need a public beneficial ownership registry in order to be able to properly record the wealth of the top 1% so that they can be taxed to pay a fair share of the services that we need to provide so that all can benefit. And I think that's why this is such an important motion, and I'm looking forward to all members supporting it at the vote. Thank you.
Questions and comments, questions et commentaires. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. You know, to address the issue of wealth inequity, something in which the NDP often will talk about, I've made reference to the issue of the 1% wealthiest being taxed as one of the first initiatives this government had taken. I've also, in the past, made reference to substantial increases to the GIS and government investments. You know, recently we have made announcements across Canada, a national child care program, billions of dollars. That is a distribution. I would ultimately argue a redistribution that is taking place. So there's different ways in which we can tackle this problem. One of the other ways, and maybe ask for his comments in regards to this issue, is there's a lot of people that avoid paying taxes. And over the last 5 years, we have invested literally close to $1 billion on going after those, because there's a lot of wealth that's there that's being avoided in taxes. And if he could provide his thoughts in terms of providing Revenue Canada the proper tools to ensure that we're collecting fair taxes.
A member for Elmwood Transcona.
Well, I mean, he's certainly right that there are people who are avoiding paying their fair share, and it's something that we've long said here in the NDP that we want to see government make a priority. I think one of our frustrations is that the kind of talking points aside, Canada stands alone in respect to the Panama Papers and the Paradise Papers of not actually having successfully prosecuted anyone, not a one. So, you know, I hear what he's saying. Yeah, that sounds great. What we're looking for is a government that's actually going to make it happen. So if they're sincere in actually wanting to do the things the member says that they want to do in tackling tax avoidance, yikes, because they sure as hell don't know how to get it done, Madam Speaker. And I dare say they're not sincere, because of course we can't call anyone a liar in this House. I wouldn't dream of doing it. But something's not working, because we have a government that, given the day, is professing to want to take on tax avoidance and tax evasion, and yet over 6 years in, it hasn't happened. So where's the missing link, Madam Speaker? That's what we're trying to figure out on this side of the House.
Questions et commentaires. Questions and comments. Honorable député.
The Honourable Member for Laurentides-Labelle. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I listened closely to what my colleague had to say. And there is something that I understand. When there are various ways to address a situation, for example, inflation or an increase in vulnerability, well, actually, we see some parties here in the House that have a lot of proposals, and yet there aren't many days left until this government will be putting forward another budget We've heard a lot of proposals. We've heard about the 3% proposals. We've heard about what should be done to do something about the lack of new housing starts. Does my colleague agree with me that it is very important that this government listen to and consider each proposal? And in the same line of thought, why is it that this government almost always votes against? The honourable member for Elmwood Transcona. Yes. I agree in that there are various ways to address this situation. What is beginning to alarm me is that this government, which has various paths that it could take, will not choose any one of those paths. Instead, we will remain in the status quo. And in fact, worse than that, the status quo is actually a trend. So it's not actually going to stay stable. It's a trend towards concentrating money and power in the hands of fewer and fewer people. We need to do something to reverse that trend. We need to change the status quo. And so if it's not this proposal, but I think this is a good proposal, but if it's not this, it needs to be something else. But this government has not shown that it has its own plans in this regard. This government does not seem ready to consider other parties' plans either, but it is imperative that we adopt a plan. Not only for the next year, but for 10, 15, 20 years in the future. We are at a time when we have the opportunity to lay the foundations of an economy that could be truly equitable. But we need to take the initiative now.
Debate the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Deputy Prime Minister and Minister of Finance.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I greatly appreciate the opportunity to take part in today's debate. I actually believe today's motion is an important example of how parliamentarians can overcome partisan divisions to deliver positive results for Canadians on their highest priorities. I'd like to thank my neighbor, the member for Burnaby South, for bringing this motion to the floor today, and for the member from Elmwood Transcona for his speech, as well as his work on the Finance Committee. One of the driving forces for me to re-enter politics in 2015 was to address issues surrounding social mobility. Building a fair tax system and creating an environment where all Canadians can succeed, no matter what their current financial circumstances are, is crucial for building not just a fair and equitable society, but a society where anyone and everyone has a fair and equal chance at success. After all, a fair tax system is something that all Canadians want. Taxes help pay for the government programs and services that benefit our families and support our tremendous quality of life that is regularly ranked amongst the highest in the world, that provide a safety net on which all Canadians can rely in times of crisis. And they allow us to make strategic investments that can help our economy grow and create a better future for future generations. Funding these investments and providing these pathways to success require a firm commitment to ensuring that everyone pays their fair share of tax. And our government has always taken action based on this understanding. In fact, our first action as a government was to increase taxes on the top 1% in order to reduce them for Canada's middle class. We followed up with important measures to make Canada more affordable. This includes reducing the cost of childcare by 50% this year and eventually to $10 a day. Introducing an unprecedented national housing strategy, increasing OAS and GIS and indexing our most important benefits to the cost of inflation, reducing the qualifying retirement age in Canada from 67 to 65, and increasing student grants and moving to eliminate interest on student loans. We introduced an anti-poverty strategy that lifted 1.3 million Canadians out of poverty, and before the pandemic, this led Canada to achieve its lowest ever poverty rate. Another key action we have recently taken to support fairness through the tax system is our proposed underused housing tax. The tax is on non-resident, non-Canadian owned residential real estate that is considered to be vacant or underused, is proposed to come into effect as of January 1st of this year. It will help ensure that foreign non-resident owners who simply use Canada as a place to passively store their wealth in housing pay their fair share. We are doing this, Madam Speaker, because a home is first and foremost a place to live, and young Canadians who are starting to build their future are facing sky-high housing prices. The revenue from this tax will help to support our government's significant investments in housing affordability so that all Canadians can have a safe and affordable place to call home. We're not going to stop there. We are also taking action along with our international partners to ensure that corporations in all sectors, including major international digital corporations, pay their fair share of tax on the money they earn by doing business in markets such as Canada. Our government has always favored a coordinated global solution to end the race to the bottom with regards to international corporate taxation. We want to ensure that multinational corporations pay an agreed upon minimum level of tax wherever they do business, regardless of where they may be headquartered. We have made significant progress on this. Canada has worked with our partners at the Organization for Economic Cooperation and Development and the G20 alongside 137 countries around the world that have agreed to a landmark two-pillar plan for international tax reform. This plan has been endorsed by all G20 finance ministers and leaders. We are working expeditiously with our international partners to bring this multilateral agreement into effect. But we are also taking action to ensure that Canadians' interests are protected under any scenario. That's why we announced that as a backstop, we would move ahead with legislation to impose a digital service tax as of 2024 if the treaty implementing the multilateral framework has not come into effect by that time. Canada is also taking action to ensure that large companies, typically multinationals, are not using excessive deductions on interest to unfairly reduce the taxes they pay in Canada. We are doing this because we don't want them to shift the tax burden onto hardworking Canadians. All other G7 countries have already taken action in line with the OECD's base erosion and profit shifting project to limit excessive interest deductions by large companies. And with Budget 2021, we have taken action to join them. With this proposal, starting in 2023, the amount of interest that certain businesses can deduct would be limited to 40% of their earnings in the first year and 30% thereafter. We will look to provide relief to small businesses and other situations that do not represent significant tax base erosion risks. We have already released draft legislation on this measure and are actively seeking stakeholder input. By aligning our tax system with our G7 partners, we expect federal revenues to increase by $5.3 billion over 5 years, starting in this fiscal year. Budget 2021 also took action to address so-called hybrid mismatch arrangements in which a multinational company can exploit the different treatment of certain business entities and financial instruments in Canada and another country to earn income that is not taxed in any jurisdiction. It also prevents a situation where deductions may be double counted and applied to two different jurisdictions simultaneously, resulting in a double deduction. Budget 2021 proposes to amend the Income Tax Act to eliminate the tax benefits of hybrid mismatch agreements, with implementation starting in stages as of July 1st this year. As I noted at the outset, our government's commitment to a fair tax system is ongoing. It started before COVID-19 struck, and it will continue to be a cornerstone of our government's efforts as we move forward. This includes our commitment to ensuring that large profitable banks and insurers pay their fair share. It also includes our commitment to implement a beneficial ownership registry that will increase corporate transparency. It also includes a revenue neutral price on pollution that is a core part of Canada's plan to fight climate change and reach our net zero targets. And it includes investing in the Canada Revenue Agency to combat aggressive tax planning and avoidance and ensuring everyone is paying their fair share. We will do this while continuing to focus on making life more affordable for Canada's middle class through measures like the Canada Child Benefit and Canada Workers Benefit, which has helped lift over 1 million Canadians out of poverty and more than 435,000 children, or like increasing the basic personal exemption that Canadians can earn before paying any federal income tax at all. Taken together, Madam Speaker, all of these measures that I've touched on today show that our government is following through on its commitment to a fair tax system, and we will continue to follow through on this commitment as we move forward. I am pleased that with today's motion for debate, we will have the support of the Honourable Member for Burnaby South and his colleagues as we do so.
After all, a fair tax system where everyone has a fair and equitable chance at success is something that all Canadians can support. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker.
Oh, okay. Questions and comments? Questions? The Honourable Member for Kitchener Centre.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to start by letting you know that the member for Saanich Gulf Islands and I both intend on strongly supporting this motion for many of the reasons we've heard this afternoon already, recognizing that this, just encourages the government to do what it's already said it intended to do, that's very constructive in that way, and then goes further to point towards ways that not only could we address wealth inequality, but do so in a way that actually strengthens our social safety net at the same time. To the member for Burnaby North Seymour, he mentioned the underused housing tax in his speech. Myself and others in this place have raised that also, recognizing the cost of housing, in Kitchener, for example, has gone up almost 34% the last year alone. And there's some sizable exemptions to what the government has proposed. Wonder if he would comment on his personal opinion on going further, on maybe reducing the exemptions so that Canadians and corporations, that they too would be able to contribute to ensure that we remove this kind of opportunity for folks to speculate on homes in place of living in them.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Well, first of all, I'd like to thank the member opposite for this very important question and for his commitment, his party's commitment to fighting wealth inequality. With regards to going further on measures that make housing more affordable, absolutely, our government is committed to that. Not only have we introduced a $72 billion national housing strategy, and not only are we introducing the measure that we are discussing, and I understand that this member wants us to go further, but we made significant commitments in the last election, dozens of commitments that focus on three broad categories. The first is to increase supply. The second is to focus housing as a place to live as opposed to an investment vehicle. And the third is to find further pathways for new homeowners, first-time homeowners, to find their way into the market so they can find an affordable place to live. We're going to move on all those measures, and I look forward to working with that member to do more when it comes to housing and affordability generally.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires? Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Simcoe North.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. It's a pleasure to speak to this motion today put forward by my colleagues and the member from Burnaby South. Before I begin, I'd like to mention I'm splitting my time with the Honourable Member from Montmagny-Lillet. I was very encouraged when I heard about this motion today. We were going to talk about the Public Beneficial Ownership Registry, which is badly needed in this country. However, upon closer inspection, there are parts of this motion that make it difficult for myself to support it. I'd like to outline a few of those areas, but would like to return to the important measure of the Public Beneficial Ownership Registry. Madam Speaker, the motion reads, a proposed surtax on banks and insurance companies be expanded to profitable big oil companies and big box stores, and to reinvest billions of dollars recouped from these measures to help with the cost of living crisis. Madam Speaker, industry-specific tax policy that targets in particular industries is generally a very poor idea. Instead, the government should set the right tax rate that it wants to apply to companies of all industries appropriately. Second, tax hikes typically bring in less government revenue than when they're proposed or that we expect. Recall in 2016, the newly elected government increased the top marginal tax rate on the wealthiest Canadians. The government revenues were about 1/3 of what were projected because wealthy Canadians actually fled Canada and put assets and declared income in other countries. Third, industry-specific tax policy will decrease investment in these industries at a time when capital flows and investment in this country is at record lows. Capital flows freely across borders, and in particular with the financial services sector. It would be very easy for companies to relocate operations or shift profits outside of Canada. Additional taxes imposed on these industries will have to come from somewhere. Corporations could reduce dividends that often go to retirees and pension plans across Canada. Many Canadians have investments in these companies. Companies will cut back on hiring plans, perhaps putting jobs at risk. They will potentially cut back on social services, community social responsibility programs that have invested hundreds of millions of dollars in communities right across this country. The money will have to come from somewhere. Madam Speaker, I have to ask the question, why does the NDP believe that giving the government more money will solve the affordability crisis? If we want to talk about affordability, I propose the best thing we could do is have an honest conversation about how to increase competition, which will lower prices for Canadian consumers. We should be talking about increasing competition across all major sectors of this country, which have been for too long protected: financial services, airlines, and other federally regulated industries, including telecom. One of the large financial institutions just a few months ago reduced its ATM and overdraft fees in the United States. I believe this is a reflection of a much more intense competition market where companies that keep prices high on consumers are punished, and quite rightly so. Oligopolies have less incentives to lower prices for consumers in times of inflation. They have an easier ability to raise their prices. Therefore, the answer is not for government to take away those profits. The answer is for consumers to take away those profits through lower prices. We can do that through a radical reshaping of competition policy across these key sectors. For too long, we've shielded and protected these industries from true competition. The result has been increased prices for consumers. And as we approach the next Bank Act review, I believe all options should be on the table to figure out how we can increase competition and keep prices low for consumers. This includes discussing the widely held rule, allowing foreign competition in our key industries, significantly reducing the regulatory burden, allowing for the adoption more easily of financial technologies to vastly reduce the cost to serve customers. Businesses that have to compete and give better deals to consumers, that is the most efficient way to ensure we tackle the cost of living crisis. Growing the size of government revenues is not the path to success. Madam Speaker, there was discussion in the motion about wealth inequality. It's hard to discuss wealth inequality without acknowledging where some of the responsibility lies. The Bank of Canada has pursued radical, artificial low interest rate policies for more than a decade. It has caused asset price inflation. Those who own assets, like homes, have seen significant increases in wealth. In fact, the Bank of Canada isn't alone. Most central banks across the developing world have all contributed to significantly worsening wealth inequality. We also know that the decision by our central bank to ignore inflationary pressures that started 1 year ago was a deliberate policy choice by the Bank of Canada that risked doing harm to society's most vulnerable. Less than 1 year ago, the Bank of Canada governor said in a speech, "Inequality has long been a concern of the Bank of Canada. Our focus on inflation control has always recognized that inflation is particularly tough for poor Canadians and those on fixed incomes because they are most affected when purchasing power of cash declines. Years of low and stable inflation haven't made us complacent about the potential threat these groups face. We know that the most vulnerable employees are hit the hardest by the boom and bust economic cycles that come with high and variable inflation. Keeping inflation low, stable, and predictable promotes a stronger, more stable economy with greater opportunities for everyone." Madam Speaker, I'm wondering where this policy or the central bank is today. For over 1 year, we've ignored the risks of higher inflation. Now, who benefits in times of inflation? The federal government is seeing record revenue increases because it taxes nominal GDP. The oil price increases have also inflated the government's revenues. And the federal government's response is gas prices haven't gone up high enough, so we want to increase them even more by almost 3 cents a litre, which will increase government revenues commensurately. Now, Madam Speaker, I'd like to turn to the public beneficial registry, the part of the opposition motion I wholeheartedly support. As I previously mentioned, I was very pleased to hear this motion would include the public beneficial registry. There's widespread support for this move from all parties in this House. The motion, I think, would have a far greater chance of passing had it been restricted to the public beneficial registry. I became interested in money laundering and white-collar crime when I worked for a previous Minister of Finance, Jim Flaherty, and his cause to implement a national securities regulatory framework in Canada, in part to make it easier for authorities to secure convictions against white-collar criminals. You see, if you were just to review conviction stats, you'd assume that Canada has a very little, if any, white-collar crime. Our prosecution and conviction rates are not nearly what they should be. We have some bright lights, of course. FINTRAC is lauded as a world leader in terms of identifying suspicious transactions, but somewhere in between the 13 federal agencies responsible for money laundering, we failed to live up to acceptable standards when it comes to prosecutions and convictions. Our system is broken, and experts are saying the public beneficial registry is needed. Transparency International, Publish What You Pay, have been doing lots of work where government has been, quite frankly, negligent. Indeed, the government has committed to bringing forth this registry, but not until 2025. With events like Ukraine and a focus on financial sanctions, it is even more important to speed up implementation well before 2025. We all know where we want to go, and we must do it sooner. The challenge is the longer we wait to take this step, it puts subsequent steps later and with delays other actions we can take, including unexplained wealth inquiries, which could allow authorities to investigate suspicious newfound wealth, and other badly needed measures. The Public Beneficial Ownership Registry is nonpartisan. It's unfortunate that we could not have just focused on that issue today, but I recognize the motion put forward does not focus on that one issue. Madam Speaker, I look forward to the questions. Thank you very much.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I listened to the entire speech that my colleague from across the way gave, and he seemed to have focused on what I believe to be a misconception that's been continually floated around by conservatives since Reaganism. And that's this idea that if you increase taxes on the wealthy, they're somehow going to migrate away to other locations that have decreased taxes. It is a very well talked about idea and concept. However, there's very little data that actually supports that happens in practicality. I'm wondering if the member can cite any data, any study, any conclusive review that indicates that actually does happen. I'm willing to admit that I'm wrong if I'm missing something, but I've just never been able to find that when I've tried to look into looking for actual data that supports that claim.
Member for Simcoe North.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I would like to thank the honourable member for his question, which allows me to point back to his own government's data. In 2016, we raised the top marginal rate on the highest income earners in Canada. And what happened? The government told us that we were going to get about $3 billion in extra taxes. What did we get? Less than $1 billion. Less than $1 billion, which was a third of what we were expected to get. And in fact, we had a record number of tax filers leave the country after that was introduced. So I would refer the honourable member back to his own government statistics on this matter. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker.
Questions et commentaires, l'honorable.
The Honourable Member for Drummond. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague for his excellent speech. I was somewhat interested throughout his speech, and I was happy to hear that he does support this motion presented by the member for Burnaby South. Madam Speaker, there's something that concerns me when the NDP is proposing a motion to increase a certain percentage of excessive profits on banks and other companies. Well, we have to look at what we're going to do with this money. It should be distributed to make sure people can face the tremendous rise in the cost of living right now. But how do we do this exactly? At the Bloc, we've said for quite some time that we have to increase health transfers, and it would be a good opportunity to ensure the physical and mental well-being of our citizens. But I'd like to hear what my colleague has to say. What do we do with the money that will be raised? How can we make sure that Canadians and Quebecers will be able to face this concerning rise in the cost of living?
North.
Merci, la Présidente.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker.
From my honourable colleague, but perhaps just to clarify, while I find some portions of the NDP motion acceptable, I do not think that we can support the motion in its entirety as it is currently written. I do not believe growing the size of government is going to address the cost of living crisis. My submission would be we need to let consumers take these excess profits from companies in the way of lower prices. And in fact, with respect to public transfers and what you would do with money should we have an excess amount of revenues. By the way, the government revenues are increasing substantially during inflation. What should we do with it? Absolutely, we should be giving no strings attached additional money to provinces for healthcare transfers and other social programs. I think the provinces have a well understood how to best use that money to support their own jurisdictions. And so I would support the honourable colleague with that suggestion. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
So thank you, Madam Speaker. And it's just to follow up with my colleague's question. I think that it's something in which Conservatives traditionally have always said, you know, give big business and the ultra-rich the tax breaks and they will create jobs, or they believe in the trickle-down theories. And I'm wondering if my colleague could do as my colleague had asked and provide any sort of report or evidence that clearly shows that is in fact the case, because that's not my understanding. And the Conservatives continue to espouse that, and I don't think that's a fair contribution to the debate unless they can substantiate their comments.
Short answer from the Honourable Member for Simcoe North.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I'm pleased to answer this question again. You look at the federal budget from 2017, and it talks about how much revenue was gained from the tax increase on the wealthiest Canadians, which is 1/3 of what the government even projected. So it got far less revenue than they thought because people left. And so if you increase taxes on large businesses that can easily shift profits and operations overseas, you will find that they will leave this country and we will have less investment. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Montmagny-Lillet. Kamouraska, Rivière-du-Loup. Sorry. Thank you, Madam Speaker. My county name is very long. Today, I would like to rise to oppose this opposition motion presented by the NDP, a motion almost seems ridiculous when you look at it was created. Well, we share the opinion that there is a cost of living crisis. The Conservatives, in fact, were one of the first to denounce the skyrocketing prices, and whether it's in terms of gas, groceries, and all other types of consumer goods. The NDP, however, seems not to be aware of what led to this rise in prices. In my opinion, they're going to just make inflation worse, what we're experiencing right now. Then we can't just wave a magic wand by raising taxes. The 3% surtax proposed by the Liberals on banks and insurance companies, well, now also the NDP would like to add oil companies and big box stores. Why should we be targeting these two particular economic sectors? I don't know, because other sectors could also be taxed. But oil companies employ thousands of Canadians across the country and contribute to our economy. And they also pay great amounts of taxes already.
The oil sector meets many of Canada's and the United States energy needs and around the world. And we know that new solutions for energy will take years to come. And the second makes us even more perplexed because the NDP wants to target big box stores. And in some ways, these have helped save the working and middle class because they depend on these big box stores to provide products across Canada. Now, listen, I come from a region where we do everything we can to promote people buying locally. However, these big box stores are certainly a part of our possibilities when it comes to buying things. So over the last couple of years, we know that our local markets have been badly hit by COVID, and so that's why we have encouraged them through people through the work of the Chambers of Commerce to buy locally, because that's helping our small businesses stay alive, and it hasn't been easy for them over the last 10 years. But it's important to recognize that the big change play a major role in people's everyday lives by proposing the cheapest possible products to people who don't necessarily have the financial means and the time to shop elsewhere. So let's be clear, Madam Speaker. Businesses have been very directly hit by the increases to the cost in living and to the problems in the supply chains. And right now, CP Rail has gone on strike. So there's going to be another major disruption to our supply chains. That's going to increase the cost of living yet again, because we know, for example, in agriculture and our primary products, we're going to have trouble getting them out of the West and out of Canada, and we're not going to be able to get them to places where they will be processed. So we're seeing prices go up. Bulk prices are going up, and farmers are paying more for energy. Processors have to increase their salaries to bring people in, and I see that in my own business, Madam Speaker. Transporters have to deal with a lack of drivers and also with an increase in the price of gas. The price of gas has gone up by 30% in recent months. So the result of all this is that businesses themselves have to pay more for products in a competitive market like ours. And it's not always easy to bring prices up because consumers have learned how to use coupons. And, nowadays everybody has to do that because of the high increase we've seen in the price of goods in stores. So profit margins are not very high in these chains and in our local stores. So they have to find that money somewhere. So prices have already gone up quite a lot in supermarkets and grocery stores. I was there on the weekend. I couldn't believe how much it costs now for milk or bacon or butter. When you look at the price, compared to a year ago, it's incredible. But we're worried that, that's going to go up even further because all of the costs in the supply chains are going up. So I've just listed a number of reasons which have led to the increase in prices we've seen over the last year. Does the NDP truly believe that the big box stores will simply accept this new proposed surtax and that they won't pass it on to consumers? It's completely ridiculous, Madam Speaker. It's completely ridiculous to believe that if there's a new tax or a surtax, even if it's on their billions in profits, that they're not going to pass that on to consumers. It's undeniable. That's what's going to happen. So at the end of the day, consumers will once again be paying the price. And just to use an example, I live in La Pocatière, and we're about an hour and 15 minutes from Quebec City and from the big stores, the big box stores like Costco. So what kind of compensation would I get with the surtax? Somebody who lives in Lévis who could walk to these stores, well, it's a bit different. When you live in rural areas, Madam Speaker, I represent 7,500 square kilometers. It can take me 3 hours to go from one end of my riding to the other. And, so when I do that, that's costly. So I try to buy things locally whenever I can. But if I have to go outside of my riding, well, that has a cost in gas, and so that is an additional cost for me. So why isn't the NDP working on the root causes of these increases in price? They know that the Liberal government's incredible deficits have devalued the Canadian dollar. This is sad, and it's a result of the mismanagement of this government. And we've seen, for example, the value of our petrodollars has not followed the value of oil. You'll remember that under a Conservative government, the Canadian dollar was at parity with the United States for a while, and that's certainly not the case anymore. And under a Conservative government, Canadians were able to benefit from stable prices on things like food. However, this year, we find ourselves with the worst of both worlds. Gas prices are going up day after day in a major way, and the purchasing power of our dollar has gone down across the board. So when you look at the results of the last 6 years of this federal Liberal government, where we've been financing deficits with money that's not only been borrowed, but also which has simply been created out of thin air, why does the NDP think that we'll be able to fix everything by increasing taxes? You know, I can't understand what they're trying to do here, Madam Speaker. What we need to do is decrease taxes and decrease the size of government so we can save money across the board. And I'll remind you, Madam Speaker, that in 2015, this government said, we're going to have just 3 little $15 billion deficits. But no, after 3 years, they had a $100 billion deficit. And then we've gone into the pandemic. Imagine what would happen if we went into a recession tomorrow. So these measures would throw oil on the fire. They'll make things worse. They'll make inflation worse. Canada needs to be a competitive country at the international level. And the worst thing we could do right now would be to give the government the power to determine which industrial sectors are more deserving than another with variable tax rates and punitive tax rates. A business can take years to get off the ground and become profitable. And there's still a lot of uncertainty in the business sector right now. And so we cannot allow the government to decide which businesses should be paying more taxes. We need to have a predictable business sector. And as the NDP considered how many more bureaucrats would be needed to administer these surtaxes, these new programs, that would be an immense cost in and of itself. The government's already having a hard time managing the programs that already exist. This would just make things worse. In rural ridings like mine, people are sick of paying taxes on taxes on taxes, which just increase the price of goods. And they still have to travel long distances, and they're having a hard time paying for groceries. We'll say no to increased taxes because life is already expensive enough. Thank you. Questions and comments?
Speaker, the member in his comments said that the Liberal government has devalued the Canadian dollar. I'm wondering by which measure he is making this claim, because if he's claiming it based on, valuing it against the U.S. dollar, it's actually amongst the highest it's been in the last 5 years. If he's talking about it in terms of what inflation has done to the Canadian dollar, well, indeed, that inflationary impact has been felt across the entire globe, so our value of our dollar still remains significantly higher than other countries. Can the member clarify what he meant when he said the Liberal government has devalued the Canadian dollar? Because by most measures, that is just factually untrue.
The Honourable Member for Montmagny-Lake-Kamouraska, Rivière-du-Loup. Madam Speaker, what's true is that the government has spent $600 billion over the last 6 years. That's the fact, Madam Speaker, and we'll never be able to take that away from them, unfortunately, Madam Speaker, and that's why we're paying even more money in interest, and we're going to continue to pay increased interest. They've doubled the debt. They've more than doubled the debt in 6 years, Madam Speaker. Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Mirabel. Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I would like to thank my colleague for his speech, and he ably spoke about the costs in new bureaucracy which would be brought on by these measures. I'd like to ask how many new bureaucrats it would cost to change one number on one form. The Honourable Member. Well, knowing the federal government, I would imagine it'll take thousands of people, Madam Speaker, to change a 5 from an 8 on a tax form. The reality is that the member thinks it's as simple as that, but it's not as simple as that. The money is collected. It's going to have to be redistributed. So how is it going to be redistributed? To who, when? Look, the federal government is already as big as an elephant, and this new measure is going to keep it growing. The Honourable Member for London Fanshawe.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm just stunned at, unfortunately, and so disappointed with the comments from the honourable member across the way. I don't think that he read the motion, and I would hope that he looks at it more closely. In no way have we ever talked about increasing taxation on people. In no way have we talked about increasing taxes on small business. This is specifically for those larger organizations, those corporations who have made excess record profits. They don't pass that along to people. They don't pay their fair share in those taxes. And people are feeling that on the ground. Scotiabank had a net profit of $10.1 billion that they paid to their shareholders. That doesn't go into the pockets of people. They take that from people. They take that from their customers. Loblaws was $1.9 billion. They take that from...
Have to ask the honourable member to ask a question, please.
The Honourable Member for Montmagny-Lisley, Kamouraska, Rivière-du-Loup. Madam Speaker, we have a completely different vision, Madam Speaker. I come from the business sector, and when I sell something to people, I try to sell a product at the best possible price in the best conditions possible. And inevitably, the tax or the surtax here, and I've read this, they're proposing a surtax on banks, on insurance, et cetera, et cetera. Does the Honourable Member really believe that these people won't pass that surtax on to consumers? Listen, that's completely ridiculous to think that they're not going to do that. Obviously, that's what's going to happen. Consumers are going to end up paying this surtax. I know that the goal here isn't to directly tax the consumer, but they want to tax the big banks. But inevitably, what do you think they're going to do? Well, they are going to increase prices by 3%. It's automatic. That's what's going to happen.
Member for Saanich Gulf Highlands.
Merci, Madame.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I have another question for my honourable colleague from Montmagny-Lisley, Kamouraska, Rivière-du-Loup. And it's the same question that the honourable member from Kingston asked earlier. I'm not certain why. It's true that the Conservatives think that the value of our dollar has fallen as compared to other countries around the world, but not just because of inflation, but I'm not sure if I understood his answer. The Honourable Member for Montmagny-Lisley, Kamouraska, Rivière-du-Loup. Madam Speaker, with a country that has a debt that has doubled over the last 6 years. Imagine, it took 150 years to have $600 billion in debt, and now we're over $1 trillion in debt, Madam Speaker. It's inconceivable how big Canada's debt is, and we're going to have to repay that. All that is borrowed money, Madam Speaker, so obviously that has an impact on our dollar. Resuming debate, the Honourable Member from Mirabel. Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I would like to start by saying that I'll be sharing my time with the Honourable Member for Terrebonne. And on this first day of spring, I wish you an excellent spring, Madam Speaker. I see that the NDP is dedicating its official opposition day to the Liberal platform. So I'm wondering why, because, you know, obviously imposing this surtax on the profits of the big banks, that was in the Liberal platform. So maybe the NDP doesn't trust the Liberals anymore. The budget's coming, but no, they trust the Liberals, Madam Speaker, because they have shown their support for the Liberals many times, including when it came to vote on the Emergencies Act, which went against Canadians' basic rights. So how is it that the NDP today is so concerned about the budget? Because the Liberals themselves proposed to go get $10 billion over 4 years from the big banks. So I'm saying that it's probably because there's a habit at the Liberals to listen to what Bay Street tells them. Because during the election campaign, Madam Speaker, as soon as the Liberals suggested this little surtax on the banks, what happened? Well, the banks came and made threats. The big Bankers Association came out and said that they're going to increase costs for consumers, that they would cut jobs in the banking sector, that it would be terrible, Madam Speaker, and everybody was concerned that the Liberals would listen to the Bay Street bankers. And we had a finance minister from Bay Street until quite recently. We understand that maybe they still have some friends on Bay Street, even though that finance minister is gone. But what surprises me the most, Madam Speaker, is that we're talking about a surtax here, when right now the tax reality is that our banks are undertaxed. Right now there is inequality between our banks and businesses, which offer all kinds of other goods and services. Now, listen. When you go get financial services, Madam Speaker, and I have no doubt that you do it, Madam Speaker, have you already paid GST on financial services? No, because the law on the taxation for financial services exonerates them from that. But when you go get goods and services, when you go into my colleague's riding to buy goods, well, any of those goods are taxed. But banks offer financial services, and they're financed in a slightly odd way. You know what happens? My constituents, when they go to bank, they put their money into the bank, and they get 0% interest. The bank turns around. It loans money at 22% on credit cards, 5% on other services, etc. The bank, through credit, makes a lot of money, but there's never a financial transaction. So that gets around the principle of taxation on value added, which is supported and dealt with by all other businesses. So the banks are undertaxed, and there are ways that we could tax the banks. We saw that, for example, in Great Britain. There was a major tax inquiry, which was directed by a Nobel Prize-winning economist who said that we could tax banks and financial services. But surprisingly, when it's time to go get money from the banks to put everybody on a level playing field so that all of our businesses, including banks, are on a level playing field, well, it never happens. When the banks want to finance themselves, they go to the Bank of Canada. The Bank of Canada loans them money at 0.25%. That we saw that through the pandemic, Madam Speaker. This is a system which is supported by the trust of the public and by taxpayers. Have the banks complained when they were borrowing money in this inflationary situation? No. The bank's lobbyists have never told us that they've paid too much. When a bank wants to get money through bonds, you know what happens, Madam Speaker? They pay less than any other business. Why? Because too big to fail, Madam Speaker. Because the people who buy bonds from banks know very well that if ever the bank fails and if there are problems in the financial system, taxpayers, Canadian taxpayers, Quebecois taxpayers will always be there to save them, Madam Speaker, through the Bank of Canada. And that's why the banks, by paying less, are making more profits. So, Madam Speaker, stop telling me that this is a surtax. We can list the tax breaks that our banks have because of the services they offer and because they are the beneficiaries of a system that is not as competitive as elsewhere, which allows them to make bigger profits. So, as a question of fairness, of justice, and of efficiency, Madam Speaker, we need to get additional money from the banks. And so we need to do something to make that happen. And we hear the banks and the Conservatives make arguments against this tax. So the first we've heard, our banks are owned by major Canadian investment funds, and these investment funds produce dividends. So if you tax banks' profits, there will be lower dividends, and we hear them make that argument. However, throughout the pandemic, profits were abnormally high. There were extremely high profits, and there was no manager of a fund in Canada, whether that be teachers, the Caisse de dépôt, or another private fund, who took issue with this. So we're in a situation where by taxing part of the excess profits, that wouldn't even affect the anticipated dividends to be provided by these funds. So it's a poor argument. And now they're telling us that, this is going to have an impact on house prices, Madam Speaker. And listen, this is practically and theoretically false. Why? Why? Because the banks have cost structures which allow them to make as much profit as possible. They have spending, they have income, and they try to get the biggest difference between the two, and that's what we call profits. But whether we tax profits at 15 or at 18%, Madam Speaker, the recipe for the bank's piece of the pie is the same. The bank will maximize profits the same way, and it's not going to have a difference. And this way of taxing the excess profits of banks is one of the most efficient, one of the less... and it's one of the ways of doing this that would be the least likely to be passed on to consumers. You listen to the Conservatives, and it sounds like they're talking about a sales tax. And no, a tax is not a tax is not a tax. There are different kinds of taxes in terms of the impact they have on the economy. In this case, this is a tax which is justified, which is fair. Now, at the Bloc Québécois, we proposed something like this. We had proposed that there be a retroactive tax because it was such an extraordinary situation with the profits we've seen from the banks, because we said in the pandemic what people needed was healthcare services, health transfers. And the state is under high tension, and we've never needed more support from our government. So we supported and suggested a tax like that for that reason. When I go to my riding and when I meet people in my riding, and when I see that people have gone through 2 years of pandemic and we have to turn people away from hospitals, and when the government doesn't increase transfers and Ottawa doesn't listen to what the provinces need, well, we said, listen, at some point we're going to have to find a way to fund these services. And here we have one. So stop trying to tell me that the bank is going to pass this cost on to consumers, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. What we're proposing is justice. The banks are undertaxed. The banks do legal tax avoidance, Madam Speaker. And since the crisis in 2006, we've decreased taxes on business profits, and it was done for all businesses. And now we're at a point where we have to look at what's being done. Should all businesses be treated the same way? And if we tax banks differently, are banks really different, Madam Speaker? Well, the answer is obviously yes. Banks are different. Should we find other avenues to tax financial services and deal with credit cards? Yes, Madam Speaker. So I think what we need here is a call to reason. The government had to increase services. They have to increase health transfers. They have to listen to the provinces. They have to get new revenue. And for the Conservatives and other colleagues, we're not surprised that they're against this. They're against everything, Madam Speaker. The only way to fund any services, well, there's three ways. There's oil, oil, and oil, according to them. But because of their oil, the Alberta government, before oil prices went up, they were expecting a huge deficit. So we need to make sure that there are fair taxes, and we have a proposal here which, based on principle, will support that, and that's why I support the motion, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House.
Yes, so, Madam Speaker, I listened to my colleague and friend across the way, and I think that there's some discontent with the coalition of the Bloc and the Conservative Party, I must say. Madam Speaker, at the end of the day, we hear a lot about banks, as we should. And we want to ensure that everyone pays that fair share. But one of the things that I think is important to recognize when we talk about banks is it's not one person that owns the Bank of Montreal, or it's not the super wealthy that own our banks. It's often union members, pension funds, and so forth. And they too are dependent on these dividends. And my question is just to have the member follow up with his comments in regards to the best way to put a tax so that it is most effective and it's not hurting the consumer. And if he can just provide further thoughts on that.
The Honourable Member from Mirabel. Well, my colleague for Winnipeg North knows that I appreciate him. I find it quite remarkable that they have a coalition government with the NDP and that they're inventing this idea that we have a coalition with the Conservatives. Perhaps they're projecting a bit, Madam Speaker. Now, As I mentioned, it's true that our big businesses have dividends and that banks have minimum thresholds to respect for Canadian ownership. But there was also excessive profits that were made overall projections, and we're simply asking that things come back a little bit to what was projected. No fund manager was predicting this. That's what we were saying during the election. We need to try to capture some of those profits because none of those profits have to do with our bank's business genius. These profits just have to do with the circumstances, independently of what the banks have done. That would be fair to get some of those profits back.
The honourable member for... Sorry, I have always have trouble with pronunciation. Could Esquimalt Saanich Suk.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I do have to make a comment at the beginning about the idea of coalition. I mean, words have to mean something, and last time I checked, there weren't any New Democrats in the cabinet meeting, and last time I looked at voting records, all three of the opposition parties voted with the Liberals from time to time in roughly equal proportions. But back to the member from Mirabel, I want to thank him for his remarks, and I want to thank him for pointing out the absurdity of the Conservatives' arguments, because I think he must agree with me. The Conservatives are really saying, since taxes to businesses are just always passed on to consumers, we should never tax businesses. Isn't that really the place the Conservative arguments are leading today?
The honourable member. Thank you, Madam Speaker. As I was saying earlier, when we talk about taxing businesses fairly, that means that we need some kind of similar tax treatment. But right now, banks are not getting a tax treatment that is similar, that is consistent, Madam Speaker. That's what we need to correct when it comes to banking services. Now, some of these conservatives seem to need an Econ 101 class. I'd be ready to offer that right here in the lobby. Taxes aren't always passed on directly to the consumer. It depends on consumer reactions. And it depends on the tax base, the breadth of the tax base that is being used here. So it's very unlikely that it would happen here with these profits being taxed. It's quite different from some consumption taxes, for example. Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Saint-Hyacinthe-Bagotte. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I greatly enjoyed my colleague from Mirabel's speech. I know that I can always count on him to point out the limits of the market in a crisis like this. And I believe that he is worthy of the fathers of economic science who talked about redistribution. He talked about offering an econ class. Well, I think we should also focus on history. Maybe we need a history class because we know that during crises, it was always important to consider redistribution through taxes. True or false? Quick answer, please. Well, we saw that. For example, during the Second World War, we saw that the debt ratio increased and ultimately taxes much higher than current taxes were levied on our big businesses and banks. And that ultimately enabled the country to get through difficult situations. Now, of course, the Canadian banking system is less competitive but more stable than banking systems elsewhere, but we need to be able to take advantage of that stability. And we need to do that now. Resuming debate. The Honourable Member for Terrebonne. Thank you, Madam Speaker. First of all, I'd like to thank my colleague for Mirabel for sharing his time with me. We are here to discuss the member for Burnaby South's motion. It raises the topic of wealth inequity and the current circumstances that we are facing. This current government, during the election campaign, promised a surtax of 3% on banks and insurance companies. We agree with that measure. But at a time when public finances have reached historic levels of deficit, and at a time when the pandemic is causing difficulties in many sectors, some sectors have benefited, including banks and insurance companies. And so the motion here would increase taxes on certain companies that have seen profits despite the crisis. We need their support. We are going through an inflationary period. In December, the CPI rose by 4.8% on an annual basis. That major increase in inflation has greatly affected Canadians and Quebecers' purchasing power. Grocery prices have gone up by 5.7%, and housing prices have gone up by 9.3% since December 2020. we see that inflation is getting worse in almost every area and is affecting individuals and businesses. In the energy sector, the invasion of Ukraine by Russia has had a major impact on prices, and even if gas prices decrease again, its volatility and unpredictability is concerning to Quebecers. In the past, we have attempted to affect demand in order to control inflation, but now we are seeing issues on the supply side as well, for example, with energy prices and elsewhere. And so, Mr. Speaker, we must do more to protect the public in general, especially the most vulnerable people. Now, who could do more in this context, very concretely? Over the last year, there are several financial corporations, like the National Bank, the Laurentian Bank, Bank of Montreal, Scotiabank, CIBC, Desjardins, and other banks have raked in billions in profits, an increase of 39%, $17 billion compared to what had happened the previous year, also during the pandemic. So we have seen that some sectors have been able to bring in a lot of money. Same thing for businesses. For example, if we look at an analysis of the profits of the biggest Canadian businesses that was published last year, 111 publicly traded companies with their headquarters in Canada made $100 million in profits during the first part of the year, according to the report. And out of these, 34 had record profits during that period. For example, TC Energy, with its Keystone project that has been making headlines for years, with $3.5 billion in profit out of net 9.7 in sales. We're talking about a huge increase in profits over the previous year, and yet SMEs have seen a completely different landscape. Some have had to take on debt in order to get through the crisis, thinking that one day the economy would start up again. But even once that happens, well, the debt's not going to disappear. It's not for nothing that the Canadian Federation of Independent Business has said that 25% of SMEs might close for good in 2022. In some cases, because they've already had to take on debt. And we also know that there have been supply issues, health restrictions, and the labor shortage, and this has also affected SMEs. Mr. Speaker, in our party, we agree with the idea of creating a surtax for profits over $1 billion for banks, big box stores, and other corporations, and that this should be used for support programs specifically for SMEs. The goal here is to increase government revenue in order to be able to help it face deficits and help SMEs that are suffering. These measures would help people who are suffering the most from inflation by taxing big business profits. Now, I can already hear our conservative colleagues responding that we will be decreasing these businesses' capacity to reinvest in our economy. But the issue is that the existing profits of these companies mean that they can already reinvest a great deal. We're talking about 18 cents on the dollar for these billionaire companies, so they'll still have a good amount of money. Now, when it comes to oil companies, we need to ensure that there will be programs to encourage reinvestment in the energy transition, which is extremely urgent. We need to collect this money in order to better reorient the investment strategies of these companies that have major social impact. The goal of a tax is to be able to do more to redistribute wealth and redirect it with a plan and a consistent vision to help the public and to support its well-being. We're talking about 3% with companies that are making more than $1 billion in profits. We are facing a climate crisis and economic tensions. State intervention to redistribute wealth is often necessary in such circumstances. In conclusion, Mr. Speaker, we support the spirit of the motion presented today. The Bloc Québécois will support all measures that effectively support the most vulnerable. We cannot do nothing when we see workers and small businesses struggling. They are still suffering the effects of the pandemic. The goal of the surtax proposed here is to get more government revenue from those who have benefited from the crisis and help those who have suffered from it. That is exactly what a government is for. We know that there were expensive measures taken during the pandemic, and that increased the deficit. Now, today, we need to correct the excesses of a market, which, as we know, is imperfect, especially when faced with the volatility of the pandemic era. Mr. Speaker, what are we for as parliamentarians during such times if we are not here to propose and support measures to support the most vulnerable, to help them and promote a vision that has as its sole objective the well-being of society? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Question commentaire, questions and comments. The honourable member for Winnipeg North.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And just to pick up on the member's last point, you know, back in 2015, when we had the federal election, we had made it very clear that the priority of the government was going to be Canada's middle class and those working hard to become a part of it, Mr. Speaker. And one of the first initiatives we had taken was, in fact, to put a special tax on Canada's 1% wealthiest, and then to take that money and give the middle class a tax break. And I say that because when I look at the resolution, I think that what Canadians expect, all of us expect, that we have an obligation to pay taxes. The issue is a sense of fairness. And that is, in fact, what governments, whether it's at the national level or provincial level, need to strive for. And if she can provide her thoughts in regards to why it's so important that governments at different levels recognize tax fairness.
Honourable député de Terrebonne.
The honourable member for Terrebonne. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank my honourable colleague for his question. Social justice and equity are extremely important concerns for our party. And in this case, we are discussing a 3% surtax. So that means the taxes will go from 15 to 18% for companies that already have profits of more than $1 billion. That's a form of redistribution. And that it should be the current goal of any right-thinking parliamentarian in this House. The idea of making companies share their profits with the most vulnerable.
Question et commentaire, questions and comments. L'honorable député.
The honourable member for Vancouver Kingsway.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would like to thank my honourable colleague for an extraordinary speech, and one I think that displays a progressive view of politics that I think is refreshing to be heard in this chamber. You know, it's funny. Anybody who understands history knows that in the 1950s and 1960s in this country, we had a period of unprecedented growth, and we had tax rates that were far fairer. And of course, then we had the 1980s, the right-wing neoconservative revolution that had the absurd contention that the best way to help poor people is to cut taxes on the rich. And of course, all that has resulted in is incredible inequality in this country. So to my honorable colleague, I wonder if she has any comment on the failed experiment of neoconservative economics and whether she agrees with the NDP that a fair tax system is a key way to address wealth inequality in Canada.
The honourable member for Terrebonne. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank my honourable colleague for his kind words and his relevant question. Indeed, wealth inequality has only increased in the last few decades. That's what we heard, for example, from Thomas Piketty, among other economists. There is an increasing level of wealth inequality, and more people feel that it is not fair and that things need to be fixed. This is why we need a fair tax system. I completely agree with the NDP on this. However, I would like to also mention that when it comes to taxes, they also are a form of incentives. And so for certain businesses, we need to ensure that taxes don't push businesses to engage in tax avoidance, which unfortunately is legal, or to reduce their investments or even leave the country entirely. So we need to focus on exactly how to craft the tax system. But in this case, as my colleague from Mirabel said, this tax will not have an effect on consumers and will simply redistribute wealth. Thank you.
Comments? L'honorable député de Drummond.
The honourable member for Drummond. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to share how much I enjoyed the speeches from my colleagues for Mirabel and Terrebonne. They spoke very eloquently with a great deal of knowledge Often it is said that the bloc simply blocks proposals, but that is not true. I believe that our colleagues have demonstrated how much depth we add to debate. And so there is something that I would like to hear more about. If this measure is implemented, if this measure were to be implemented and there was a 3% surtax to create a fund to help people face the increase in the cost of living, where should that money be invested? How should it be prioritized? How should it be managed to ensure that the government doesn't use it to do whatever? I'd like to hear from my colleague on that.
I'd like to thank my colleague for his question, which will allow me to provide more details about tax avoidance and wealth distribution. We agree there is a climate crisis and economic tensions. They have to help us move to a green transition and also help companies that create a lot of value but that are vulnerable during this pandemic. There are serious issues of supply with the workforce and other supply issues. So we have to help companies create wealth. It's not a luxury to have profit, but we also have to redirect investment, notably oil company wealth, into the green transition, and which will be good for the society in general. Thank you. Resuming debate.
Debate to the honourable member for Victoria.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I will be splitting my time with the member from Nanaimo, Ladysmith. The cost of food is going up. The cost of gas is going up. The cost of housing has been skyrocketing for years, and it continues to shoot up. Canadians are feeling the impacts, struggling to make ends meet, to put food on the table, struggling to pay rent, struggling just to afford the basics. And while Canadians are struggling, big corporations are making record profits. In my riding of Victoria, seniors on fixed incomes are coming to me saying that the rising costs mean they are having to choose between paying for food or paying for medication. Families who have been surviving paycheck to paycheck have told me they're going into debt just to get by. Many young people are barely scraping by as it is. Most have completely given up on the idea of ever owning a home and are just worried about how they are going to pay rent. I sat down with the James Bay Community Project a few weeks ago. They're an amazing nonprofit community organization. They help seniors, youth, families by providing community support and volunteer services. They spoke to me about the impact that the pandemic has had on low-income folks in our community, especially on food insecurity for seniors. The rising cost of living impacts everyone, but it especially impacts the most vulnerable. And while people in my community, people across Canada, are struggling, the ultra-rich are making more money than ever, raking in record profits, accumulating even more wealth. Wealth inequality is reaching levels that we haven't seen in generations. The past year broke records when it came to creating new billionaires. On average, a new billionaire was created every day, every single day. The number of billionaires on Forbes' annual list of the world's wealthiest exploded to unprecedented levels. The wealth of billionaires has risen more in the past 2 years during this pandemic than it has in the past 14 years. This is the biggest surge in billionaire wealth since we started keeping records. And a staggering 90% of the Canadian billionaires are richer than they were 1 year ago. While everyday Canadians are falling farther and farther behind, worried about the cost of food, worried about the cost of rent, the super rich are getting even richer. This kind of extreme inequality is outrageous in and of itself. I spoke to a single mom who told me about how the rising cost of gas, of diapers, of food has eaten into her budget. And this year, on the first of every month, she's scrambling, calling friends, trying to figure out how she's going to make rent. Well, at the same time, in the same year, the wealthiest shareholders in corporations, the same corporations that are raising prices, are raking in billions. That is outrageous. The members in this chamber should be outraged. It is outrageous that while families are struggling to pay for groceries, the billionaire Weston family is raking in profits. They own Loblaws, the Real Canadian Superstore, Shoppers Drug Mart. Loblaws has a net profit of more than $1 billion. As the price of groceries continues to increase, they paid out $500 million in dividends to their shareholders. Families are struggling to pay for gas, while Suncor made over $4 billion. Gas prices continue to rise, and they paid out $3.9 billion to their shareholders. And not only are oil companies making record profits off the backs of Canadians, they are paying hundreds of dollars more. Canadians are paying hundreds of dollars more at the pump. At the same time, these oil companies are receiving billions in fossil fuel subsidies from this Liberal government. It's outrageous that this government continues to hand out public money to profitable oil companies, companies that are fueling the climate crisis. The climate crisis is already threatening everything that we value, with devastating climate fires, extreme flooding, extreme heat. The Arctic poles are currently experiencing unprecedented heat waves. This is causing alarm among climate scientists. This is a dire warning of a faster and more abrupt climate breakdown. How many more dire warnings do we need? How many more disasters? We are running out of time to stop the worst and irreversible impacts of the climate crisis. This is a climate emergency, and this government is not acting like it. Continuing to pay big oil to pollute while they gouge Canadians at the pump, that is outrageous. Families are struggling to make mortgage and loan payments, while Scotiabank had a net profit of over $10 billion. They had the gall to increase the fees for their customers while paying out $4.3 billion in dividends to their shareholders. That's outrageous. The economic impacts of the pandemic hit Canadians hard. Families, seniors, young people, as they struggled with the cost of living, corporations who have been raising prices are making windfall profits. This kind of extreme inequality is outrageous. But extreme inequality is not only outrageous, it also leads to worse health outcomes. It leads to worse social outcomes. It has a disproportionate impact on women, on racialized folks. It also puts a drag on economic growth. And importantly, and this is probably the most important thing I'm going to say today, this kind of extreme inequality is not inevitable. It's not a fact of life. It is a choice by decision makers, by elected officials, by this government. It's a choice to protect the profits of the wealthiest while making the vast majority suffer the consequences. Because of choices made by this government, the ultra-rich can continue to protect their wealth using a financial system with very little transparency. Because of the choices made by this government, the wealthiest are allowed to exploit the crisis for their own profit. They benefit from excess corporate profits while everyday Canadians get gouged by inflation. Because of the choices of this government, money laundering and tax evasion are rampant in Canada, driving up the cost of housing. There's even a name for it: snow washing. It refers to how easy it is in Canada to launder money, to evade taxes. We have some of the weakest corporate transparency laws in the world. This allows billions to be laundered. And it also means that this has been devastating our real estate market. It has led to an overvaluing of the average price of residential properties. On average, it impacts the home in my riding of Victoria by $45,000 to $90,000. That's why we need a publicly accessible beneficial ownership registry. Housing, groceries, gas prices. These are the rising costs that people are dealing with every day. So today, members in this House have a choice. They have a choice. Are we going to make the big banks, the big box stores, the big oil companies pay their fair share? Are we going to help the people who are struggling with the cost of living? Are we going to get tough on money laundering and tax evasion? This Liberal government has the choice today to stop protecting excess corporate profits and to start helping people with the cost of living. One important step would be fulfilling their campaign promise to implement a 3% surtax on banks and insurance companies with net profits over $1 billion. Extend that surtax to oil companies and large grocery chains. It's also critical to establish a publicly accessible beneficial ownership registry to combat tax evasion and money laundering by the wealthy. And then let's choose to use that tax revenue from that surtax to fund things that will actually help people who are struggling with the cost of living crisis, to increase the Canada Child Benefit, to increase the GIS, to increase the GST rebate, and to build affordable housing. Fair taxation is a key tool for governments to address wealth inequality, to provide key public services, and increase supports that curb inequality. When members in this House vote on this motion.
Order. Time for questions and comments. The time has up. Questions and comments. Question commentaire. The honourable member for Central Okanagan, Similkameen Nicola.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to the member from Victoria, fellow British Columbian, for her speech and intervention. I know she feels strongly about these issues. Look, Mr. Speaker, the Ontario pension plan, or teachers' pension plan, invests heavily, 15-16% of their assets is in financials. Many widows and orphans get what they get back from banking stocks. And at the same token, Mr. Speaker, if the Liberals' crazy idea that the NDP is endorsing of suddenly raising corporate tax just for specific banks, which ones will be in, which ones will be out, but the fact of the matter is most banks will just raise user fees a slight amount for everyone that they serve, rather than lose business of those wealthy people that the NDP apparently wants to target. So how does she square that circle, Mr. Speaker? Certainly supportive of the idea of a beneficial ownership. Wish this government would actually get that registry up and started properly.
The honourable member for Victoria.
I want to thank the member for his question. And Scotiabank made over $10 billion. They are handing out billions to their shareholders. They can afford a 3% surtax. We know this. And we need to be investing that money into the things that will actually help people who are struggling with the cost of living. And to the member, when he puts his vote down for this motion, I hope he understands that he has a choice whether he's going to put corporate profits first or if he's going to put people in my riding, in his riding, across British Columbia and across Canada first.
Question commentaire. Questions and comments. The honourable member for Scarborough, Don Valley North.
Thank you very much, Speaker. I actually find the member across her debate was very interesting, and she didn't get a chance to finish, so I would like to give her my 1 minute to let her to finish and conclude her remarks.
The honourable member for Victoria.
I want to thank the member for his generosity and for his question. When members in this House vote on this motion, they have a choice. Are they going to put corporate profits first? Or are they going to protect the people who are struggling with the cost of living? I don't know who still needs to hear this, but extreme wealth inequality is a choice made by governments. It's time to make different choices.
Questions and comments. Question et commentaire. We still got to go to the block first in round. The honourable member
for Laurenti Labelle. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. For several hours now, we've been talking about this, and it always comes back to the same thing. We really understand that it's up to banks to pay this surtax of 3% and to redistribute this wealth. My colleague from the NDP, well, can she commit to vote in favor of measures we would propose to help deal with the difficulties that we have seen and we're still going through right now? I'd like to know when the Bloc will have proposals with the same type of proposals with respect to well-being. Will the NDP vote in favor of them?
I want to thank the member for her question, and I am so pleased to hear that she is in favor of ensuring that we have a tax on the biggest corporations so that we can invest in the things that matter most, in helping our community members who are struggling with the cost of living, in investing in climate solutions. And I will always work across party lines with members from the Bloc or members from any party to ensure that we put people over corporate profits.
We're going to return to debate. We're going to go to the honourable member for Nanaimo Ladysmith about 4 minutes before we'd have to break for statements by members. So the honourable member for Nanaimo Ladysmith.
I come to you today from the traditional territories of the Snuneymuxw First Nations. Jocelyn is a constituent in my riding of Nanaimo Ladysmith. She is the proud mother of 2 young children, ages 3 and 4. She holds a university education and a strong desire to remain engaged and connected in our community. Unfortunately, Jocelyn was in multiple accidents, leaving her permanently disabled and unable to work. Even though she is currently getting a deal on her unaffordable and overpriced rental, she is left with just $500 a month after her rent is paid to meet her family's needs. Jocelyn said to me that all she was looking for was the certainty that her children would have food on the table and a place to call home. In addition to Jocelyn being unable to make ends meet, she is also unable to afford the medications prescribed by her doctor to help her with the physical symptoms from her accidents. $100 a month is what it would cost for the medications that could significantly improve her quality of life. For Jocelyn, $100 a month is well outside her means with her limited income. Instead, she had to find medication that was less costly and unfortunately also less effective in alleviating her symptoms. This is a vicious cycle that too many Canadians find themselves in. When Jocelyn recently told me about her experience, she described it as systemic violence, one where most Canadians are living paycheck to paycheck and are stuck in a vicious cycle of poverty. While many people struggle in the system, our richest and large corporations earn record profits. As we continue to debate this motion today, I hope members of this House will keep Jocelyn and others like her in mind. We must do better to make sure that Canadians have access to the basic supports they need. That starts by ensuring everyone is paying their fair share. In our country, where we praise ourselves for taking care of each other, for our high quality of life, how is it that we are seeing many like Jocelyn, who despite hard work and perseverance are still unable to have the basics, a home, food, medications? These aren't luxuries. These are basic human rights. Too many in my riding are struggling to make ends meet. The pandemic has only amplified a crisis that was growing for years. The last Nanaimo Foundation's Vital Signs report, for example, from 2019, showed a worrisome trend of an increase in the number of seniors struggling to make ends meet. We know this trend has only increased throughout the pandemic. We are seeing more seniors becoming homeless or on the edge of homelessness, unable to pay their bills or to keep food in their fridges. This is heartbreaking to see seniors who have worked tirelessly to age with dignity to be left with little hope of even having the basics like a place to call home. Child poverty rates also continue to increase in Nanaimo Ladysmith. Children are being left to suffer while large, wealthy corporations make more now than ever. This is shameful, Mr. Speaker. I ask my colleagues to take a moment to consider not only the immediate consequences, but the long-term implications of the increasing number of children being left to struggle in poverty. We are showing our children through our actions how to treat one another. Mr. Speaker, Liberals and Conservatives tell Canadians that they're looking out for them. But we've seen countless times that that's only true if it doesn't cut into the profits of their corporate friends. By supporting this motion, they can show that they are ready to live up to their promises to Canadians. Today, they can help make sure that companies who have been squeezing Canadians at the pumps or at the grocery store are supporting the public services people need.
The member will have about 6 minutes left when we come back after orders of the day. Statements by members. Déclaration de député. The honourable member for Richmond Hill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Yesterday on March 20th, my family and I joined all who celebrate the joyous occasion of Nowruz, also known as Persian New Year, in gathering around our Hafseen table. As we mark the beginning of the spring by basking in the fresh smell of sabze and sombol, the sweet aroma of samanu, and enjoying the delicious traditional meal of sabzi pulao and mahi, I began to reflect on how far we've come since Nowruz 2020. Since then, we've continued to stand against the darkness brought by COVID-19 and other challenges. And despite of current global threats, we have to continue to try to welcome the light. To my fellow Persians as all cultural communities to celebrate Nowruz in Richmond Hill, in Canada, and across the globe, I wish you a happy, healthy, peaceful, and prosperous New Year. برآمد باد صبح و بوی نوروز به کام دوستان و بخت پیروز مبارک باد این سال و همه سال همایون باد این روز و همه روز هر روزتان نوروز نوروزتان پیروز.
The honourable member for Renfrew, Nipissing, Pembroke.
Mr. Speaker, it's the first day of spring, a fitting day to mark as International Day of Forests. Forests sustain our lives in many ways. Around the world, 1.6 billion people depend directly on forests for food, shelter, energy, medicines, and income. Renfrew, Nipissing, Pembroke is home to Algonquin Park, while a group of 7, artists Tom Thompson and A.Y. Jackson, have immortalized the beauty of the park trees. We now have wild women, painters of the wilderness, Kathy Haycock, Joyce Burkholder, and Linda Sorensen. Keeping our forests healthy are families of loggers like the Blaskys, Pekarskys, and Enrights. Sawmill families, including the Bells, Gulicks, Hokums, Heidemans, McRae's, Passways, and Shaws, have given local residents a place to work for generations. Pembroke MDF makes forestry residuals into cupboards and generates electricity. The rolling hills of the Upper Ottawa Valley peak in brilliance in the fall. Whenever your travels bring you to our forest, the people of the valley will welcome you.
The honourable member for Brampton South.
Mr. Speaker, every year in March we celebrate women's contribution to making Canada and the world better. For International Women's Day this year, I had the opportunity to join a panel at Brampton City Hall with Sergeant Joy Brown from the Peel Police and Tricia Sampson from the Elizabeth Fry Society for a special panel where we discussed how to uplift women and break down the barriers they face. Our government is working to reduce violence against women as well as other initiatives to help women, like expanding affordable childcare, pay equity, GBA+, decision making. The theme this year is Women Inspiring Women. And every day I'm proud of my mother and my twin daughters who are my personal inspirations. I'm also proud of all the strong women in Brampton and Canada who break down barriers for women everywhere. Advancing equality at home and around the world. When women and girls succeed, we all do. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Trois-Rivières. Mr. Speaker, the International Day of La Francophonie, created in 1988 by the International Organization of La Francophonie, allows 88 OIF member states to celebrate their shared heritage, the French language. In Trois-Rivières, we've celebrated La Francophonie for the last 10 years, thanks to the hard work and dedication of the members of the Committee for the International Day of La Francophonie. A dozen organizations from the education, post-secondary education, culture, and community sectors are part of this committee. And every year they organize over 20 activities. These include a dictation test, conferences, a gala, a poetry night, presentations from authors in schools, and an international French language theatre festival. This year, activities are planned for March 17th to 27th under the theme Pride in the Heart of La Francophonie. I would like to personally invite everyone to Trois-Rivières to participate in this year's activities. In closing, please allow me to congratulate the chair of the committee, Mr. Sylvain Benoit of UQTR, as well as all the members of the committee for their unwavering support for La Francophonie. Happy Week of La Francophonie to all. The Honourable Member for Pierrefonds-Dollard. Mr. Speaker, this week, over 300 million people around the world will celebrate Nowruz,
which means New Day, celebrates the Persian New Year and the arrival of spring. During this time, friends and family sit around the half-seen table and exchange gifts, share food, and reflect on the year that has been and the year to come. Without a doubt, the past 2 years have been quite challenging, but Nowruz and spring present a beautiful time for renewal and new beginnings. Nowruz also gives us an opportunity to mark the contributions of communities that celebrate this day, be it Persians, Afghans, or Kurdish communities, be it Ismaili, Baha'i, or Zoroastrian, be it through the Iranian Cultural Society of West Island, or appreciating the Afghan cuisine of Ariana Restaurant on Boulevard des Sources in Pierrefonds. We thank you for your contributions to our community and celebrate them. To all marking Nowruz in Pierrefonds-Dollard and beyond, I wish you a happy Nowruz and brighter days ahead. Thank you. Merci.
Order, just a reminder, I know everybody's really happy to see each other after being away for a couple of weeks, but we are getting a little noisy, so we want to hear these great statements. The Honourable Member for St. Albert, Edmonton.
Mr. Speaker, Russia's illegal invasion of Ukraine is being fueled by European dependence on Russian energy. As Europe and much of the world searches for alternatives, Canada should be part of the solution. The only thing standing in the way is this Liberal government and its war on Canadian energy, cancelling pipelines, killing LNG projects, driving away hundreds of billions of dollars of investment. So disastrous is this Liberal government's record that last year Canada imported $400 million of Russian oil. $400 million to fuel Putin's war machine. As a result of the Liberals' war on Canadian energy, Canada is weaker, Putin is stronger, and the world is less safe.
The Honourable Member for Sudbury.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Today, March 21st, marks World Down Syndrome Day. This day was created to raise public awareness, promote inclusivity, encourage advocacy, and support the well-being of those living with Down syndrome. People with Down syndrome have an inherent right to be accepted and included as valued and equal members of our communities. This date was chosen because it is the 21st day of the third month, which signifies the uniqueness of the triplication of the 21st chromosome, which causes Down syndrome. Mr. Speaker, I want to recognize organizations in my riding of Sudbury, like the Down Syndrome Association of Sudbury, L'Arche Sudbury, Christian Horizons, and Community Living Greater Sudbury, who work extensively to amplify the voices and empower individuals living with Down syndrome. Together, we can work to create inclusive communities around the world that welcome and support individuals with Down syndrome. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Yukon.
Mr. Speaker, on Canada's prairies, they are known as kokum scarves. In the Yukon, we call them granny scarves. In a tribute to the historic friendship between First Peoples and early Ukrainian settlers, Indigenous men and women across Canada are wearing these colourful scarves to show support for Ukrainians devastated by this war. The Yukon boasts the fourth largest per capita population of Ukrainian Canadians. When Yukon First Nations leaders met recently with representatives of the Ukrainian community to offer their support, they were presented with symbolic granny scarves. In a time when First Nations and Yukon are themselves responding to the simultaneous tragedies of the opioid crisis, residential school trauma, and the pandemic, they are nevertheless coming forward to show support for Ukraine. Putin's war in Ukraine has surely broken the hearts of all Canadians, but we can take solace in these stories of support and solidarity. As Yukoners open their hearts and homes and pledge their support for Ukrainians, our Indigenous communities are once again lighting the way to peace and reconciliation. Slava Ukraini!
The Honourable Member for Calgary Shepherd.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to wish Canadians of Kurdish, Persian, and Central Asian heritage a very happy Nowruz, as this week marks the start of their new year. Nowruz is an ancient New Year celebration adopted by many Central Asian peoples. For Kurds, this new year will be 2722, and the word Nowruz literally means a new year, marking the first day of spring. It is celebrated through a variety of traditions, and the Kurds gather in the countryside to light bonfires, which represent the passing from the darkness from the previous year into the light of the next. Fire is considered a symbol of triumph in Kurdish mythology. In Kurdistan, Kurds will light fires, fireworks, and will be heading to the mountains of Akre, considered the home of the celebration of Nowruz. Persians set the Hafsin table and exchange gifts, and other Central Asians also celebrate by planting trees and attending festivities marking the same occasion. On the 13th day after Nowruz, Kurds will go out for a picnic called Siyaz Dababar, celebrated in the new year with family and friends. To all of my Kurdish friends in Canada, I wish them Nowruz, Piruz, Bet.
Hear, hear. The Honourable Member for Oakville North Burlington.
Mr. Speaker, Canadians should be able to live a true and authentic life, free from violence and discrimination, no matter who they are, where they live, or how they appear. Today is the International Day for the Elimination of Racial Discrimination. We know that the elimination of racial discrimination is not confined to 24 hours on March 21st, but is required 24/7, 365 days a year. Nelson Mandela shared the following truth many years ago, which I'd like to highlight today. No one is born hating another person because of the color of their skin, their background, or their religion. People must learn to hate, and if they can learn to hate, they can be taught to love. For love comes more naturally to the human heart than its opposite. Let us keep raising our voices, bringing down the towers of oppression, and keep doing the right thing for generations of the past, present, and future. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Souris Moose Mountain.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to pay tribute to Leonard Joseph Gustafson, former Member of Parliament, Parliamentary Secretary to Prime Minister Mulroney, and Senator who passed away last Friday. Len was born in and loved Maccoon, Saskatchewan, and throughout his life he was many things, including a contractor, businessman, MP, senator, and most importantly, a farmer. The great orator Paul Harvey must have been thinking of Len when he wrote his famous speech, "So God Made a Farmer." And one quote is, "I need someone who at planting time and harvest season will finish the 40-hour week by Tuesday noon, and then paying in from tractor back will put on in another 72 hours. So God made a farmer." Our thoughts and prayers are with Len's loving wife, Alice, their children, Terry, Jerry, Ben, Bonagine, their spouses, and their many grandchildren. Len is now with his son, Jerry, looking down on all of us and sending their blessings for a bountiful harvest season. Thank you, Len, for your service to the people of Souris Moose Mountain and to Canada. Your legacy will not be forgotten.
The Honourable Member for Kenora.
Mr. Speaker, today marks the end of mask mandates in Ontario and Nova Scotia. Quebec has already ended their vaccine passport requirements. As of March, PEI no longer requires proof of vaccination. Saskatchewan hasn't had vaccine mandates since February 14th, the same day that New Brunswick ended all COVID-19 restrictions, and Alberta ended their mandates back on February 8th. Mr. Speaker, across the country, provinces are following the science and they are removing their restrictions. This government must follow suit. Vaccine mandates have cost Canadians their jobs, it has restricted travel, and it is hurting our tourism sector here at home, Mr. Speaker. Canadians have done their part to fight COVID-19. They've done their part to get through this pandemic, and it's time that they get their lives back. The federal government must put an end to all pandemic restrictions that are in their jurisdiction.
Hear, hear. The Honourable Member for Willowdale.
Mr. Speaker, it's a great pleasure for me to rise today to join other colleagues in wishing everyone who celebrated Nowruz a Happy New Year. Yesterday, thousands of residents in my riding of Willowdale, and indeed hundreds of thousands of Canadians, joined 300 million individuals around the world to usher in Nowruz. A 3,000-year tradition, Nowruz is a festive holiday celebrated by Persians, Afghans, Turks, Kurds, Baha'is, Ismailis, Zoroastrians, and many more communities. It was a pleasure for me to join others around the half-scene table to mark the spring equinox and the promise of new beginnings. Nowruz celebrates renewal, optimism, and light, all essential qualities that are necessary at a time like this. May this festival of renewal bring hope to a world that needs it like never before by ushering a new year free from hardship, the pandemic, and war. To everyone celebrating, Har Rozetun Nowruz, Nowruzetun Piruz. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Edmonton-Griesbach.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Today I join all New Democrats in marking the International Day for the Elimination of Racial Discrimination. As a Métis person, I know firsthand the tolerant image that Canada projects on the world stage can hide ugly realities, racism, and discrimination. Too often, this shiny image doesn't match the reality that Indigenous peoples, Black Canadians, Asian Canadians, Muslim Canadians, and other racialized people in my riding of Edmonton-Griesbach and across the country face every single day. Canada must wake up to the reality that we have a serious and growing problem with white supremacy and hatred. We saw another reminder of how serious this problem is just days ago when a Mississauga mosque was violently attacked in an act of Islamophobic hate. Words of solidarity and symbolic gestures are not enough to stop the ongoing violence and dismantle the systemic racism that continues to thrive in Canada today. We need real solutions. Canada's come to wow, Mr. Speaker.
I do want to remind everyone we're almost to QP. I know that's what everybody's waiting for, but we are getting a little noisy, so I just want to make sure we listen to these great statements that we've been having.
The honourable member for Salaberry-Surwa. Mr. Speaker, in Quebec this week we are celebrating the incredible and professional work done by social workers. Social workers support people above all else. They facilitate access to basic social services. They amplify the voices of the most vulnerable and the forgotten members of our society. They innovate, they get things done, and they fundamentally improve our society. They are actors of change. Social work shows its true colors in autonomous community organizations who work miracles every day. We see the true colors of social work when one of our neighbors takes a new step towards reaching their full potential. We see the true colors of social work in the 15,500 social workers who lead, organize, and participate in the development of their communities. Every day, these professionals are leading us towards a more welcoming, a more respectful, and a more just society. Mr. Speaker, I am proud to be a social worker. Honourable colleagues, happy Social Worker Week.
The honourable member for Caribou Prince George.
On November 25th, 2021 at 12 noon, a white Ford F-350 pulled up to a small RCMP detachment in my community of Vanderhoof, British Columbia. Seconds later, the driver started shooting, narrowly missing the officers and civilians inside. He circled the building and continued shooting. Minutes felt like hours. Leaving behind rammed and bullet-ridden vehicles, the suspect fled into the community. Mr. Speaker, it's a miracle that no one was injured or killed. For the first time, the BC Emergency Alert System was activated, and the community was locked down within minutes. Simply put, the suspect was hunting police officers. He fired over 20 rounds alone into the detachment. Within an hour, the suspect was taken down without incident. When asked to recount the events of this day, many of the officers' voices still crack with emotion. Mr. Speaker, they're still hurting. One shared with me that he thought this was the day that he was going to die. On behalf of the residents of Caribou Prince George and all Canadians, I'd like to express our appreciation and our gratitude. Mr. Speaker, these brave men and women put the safety of their community above their own. They ran towards danger. They ran towards gunfire. They are somebody's mother, daughter, sister, father, brother. Mr. Speaker, they're true heroes, and I ask that all my colleagues join me in saying a heartfelt thank you.
The Honourable Member for Nickel Belt. Mr. Speaker, I wish to thank all of the Francophones and Francophiles who yesterday celebrated the International Day of La Francophonie. We also need to thank the pioneers and the builders who worked hard and fought across Canada to ensure that we can all receive services in both French and English in every part of the country. The Francophonie should be celebrated as it represents both cultural and economic wealth for Canada. It's vitally important that we support our community organizations and that we promote language learning starting in preschool and continuing through post-secondary education from coast to coast to coast. Thank you to all of the private sector businesses who are proud to promote the French language and who work hard to offer bilingual service to their clients. Let us celebrate each and every day that which unites us, our culture, our community, and our pride. And may we continue to show compassion for our neighbors and be proud of our diversity. Thank you.
Questions orales, oral questions. L'honorable député.
The Honourable Member for Mégantic-l'Érable.
Monsieur le Président, les chemins de fer sont au cœur.
Mr. Speaker, railways are at the heart of our economy, but Canadians are having an increasingly difficult time to get essential goods. This labour conflict could not come at a worse moment. Every day, farmers, businesses, and millions of Canadians are being affected by this labour conflict. And this could easily have been predicted. What is the Liberals' plan to prevent the supply chain from being disrupted and businesses from closing? The Honourable Minister of Labour. Mr. Speaker, negotiations always involve difficulties, but we must overcome them. The two sides of the negotiation will be continuing to work today. They are working hard. No one has left the table. They are all aware of what is at stake. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Honourable Member for Mégantic-l'Érable. Mr. Speaker, 2 years after a pandemic that has scarred our supply chains, that has increased prices throughout the economy, I am very disappointed by this government's nonchalance. No one should be surprised about this work stoppage. And yet again, this Prime Minister is slow to react. Things will get much worse if a solution is not found quickly. Can this Prime Minister commit today to finding a solution to this conflict? The Honourable Minister of Labour. Mr. Speaker, the best agreements are reached when everyone is at the table. We have confidence in the parties to reach a solution that they negotiate together. Canadians are counting on a rapid resolution to this situation. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Honourable Member for Mégantic-l'Érable. Mr. Speaker, it sounds like the government is washing its hands of the situation. I don't really understand what the minister is saying. While the parties are negotiating, Canadians are paying a high price. Inflation has reached high levels. Houses aren't affordable. This situation is causing Canadians to make difficult choices. And things are only going to get worse. We have a proposal for the government to immediately reduce the burden on Canadians. Would this government agree that gas and diesel GST should immediately be removed? The Honourable Minister of Labour. Mr. Speaker, the parties are still negotiating. No one has left the table. We believe that the parties will be able to reach an agreement around the table. This government believes that the best agreements are reached by the parties since they know the issues. And Canadians are counting on them to reach an agreement as quickly as possible. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Sarnia-Lambton.
Well, Mr. Speaker, when I previously asked the Minister of Transport what he was doing to prevent a CP rail strike, he said, let me assure my colleague, we're monitoring the situation. I've met the CEO, I've met with the Teamsters. It's really important that we maintain the fluidity of our supply chain. Well, the strike is on and damage is already happening. The agricultural sector is already seeing it. The automotive sector has said they can't supply, they can't endure another hit. And the Chamber of Commerce is calling for back-to-work legislation on behalf of small businesses. So what is the government's plan to immediately resolve this dispute?
The Honourable Minister of Labour.
Mr. Speaker, notice of a work stoppage couldn't have come at a worse time. Every day that goes by for farmers and for manufacturers in this country particularly is an hour or a day too long. And I think that the parties at the table know that. They have an enormous responsibility to all Canadians to negotiate an agreement that protects supply chains that Canadians depend on. They are working hard. No one has left the table. Our party believes that the best deals are reached at the table. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Sarnia-Lambton.
Well, Mr. Speaker, those are empty words because the government's record is being slow to act in these situations. With the Wet'suwet'en and the Coastal Gas rail blockades, it took weeks for the federal government to intervene. With the Port of Montreal, over a week. 4,500 rail cars a day and nearly $500 million of goods getting to market are in jeopardy every day. Canadians can't afford more inflation. 8 out of 9 of the previous CP disputes went to binding arbitration. So what will the government do to immediately address this situation?
The Honourable Minister of Labour.
Mr. Speaker, I would acknowledge, Canada's supply chains are still reeling from the BC floods, from COVID-19, and now a Russian invasion of Ukraine. Canadians' best interests need to be prioritized. I am here in Calgary. I am urging the parties to reach an agreement. Our government is committed to ensuring the reliability and the efficacy of our supply chains that support Canada's economy right across all sectors. Canadians have worked together throughout this pandemic to find solutions to our collective challenges, and they expect the same from stakeholders in our national economy. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for La Prairie. Mr. Speaker, the government has implemented an emergency travel authorization for Ukraine war refugees, and it can count on our party's support. But also 2 weeks ago, we proposed that the government charter additional flights for these people. As we speak, refugees are getting into the program, they're filling out paperwork, and then at the end of the process, no one is going to get them. When exactly will Ukrainian refugees be able to take federally chartered flights? The Honourable Minister.
Merci, Monsieur Président.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank the member for his question, and I'd like to thank him for his collaborative spirit on the issue of Ukraine. We are prioritizing Ukrainian applications. Since January, many Ukrainians have arrived in Canada, and last week I announced measures that will enable Ukrainians to enter Canada more easily and quickly, as well as safely. I will continue to work closely with my colleagues to facilitate the arrival of the most possible Ukrainians to Canada. The Honourable Member for La Prairie. Mr. Speaker, we're talking 3.5 million refugees, women, children, seniors, and the number is increasing every day. And Canada is the second biggest Ukrainian diaspora in the world. So there may be a lot of people who want to come here, and the government is going to need a lot of flights. Imagine Ukrainian families who have all their paperwork filled out, and yet because there's no transportation, they will be stuck in refugee camps. It's not humane, and I do not believe that the minister's answer is satisfactory. We need the federal government to charter flights. When? The Honourable Minister. Mr. Speaker, since January, Canada has welcomed more than 10,000 Ukrainians. We are working closely with all stakeholders, the Ukrainian Canadian community, the provinces and territories, and the business sector, among others, to support people arriving from Ukraine.
To arrange the best way for people to get here as quickly as possible, regardless of what it takes. Mr. Speaker, I'm very proud of the measures we put forward. I'm going to continue to work to get as many people here as quickly as possible.
The Honourable Member for Elmwood Transcona.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. What's happening at CP is a lockout, and the minister should be concerned to know why a company in the supply chain is locking out its employees in the current circumstances. Le coût de l'essence, de l'épicerie et du logement continue.
Gas, housing, and grocery prices are skyrocketing, and families are having trouble making ends meet. But big companies and big box stores are raking in the profits. Inequality is reaching historic levels. What will the Liberals do to make life more affordable by making the most wealthy Canadians pay their fair share? The Honourable Minister of Tourism. Mr. Speaker, what the member opposite is talking about is affordability, and we reduce taxes on the middle class twice. We increase taxes for the wealthiest 1%, but the NDP voted against. We created the Canada Child Benefit indexed with inflation, and they voted against. On this side of the House, we are here to help Canadians with affordability, and we will continue to do so.
River Churchill, Kuwadanook, Aski.
Mr. Speaker, Canadians reeling from the pandemic are having a hard time making ends meet. Groceries, transportation, housing, corporate profits, and CEO bonuses. Everything is increasing. Everything but income and pensions. Canadians are frustrated with this rigged economy. The rich are getting richer and Canadians are paying the price. The NDP has a solution. Tax the rich, tax the banks, and use that money to offer relief to Canadians. Will the government continue to stand with wealthy CEOs, or will they finally take action in support of Canadians who are struggling right now?
The Honourable Minister of Tourism and Associate Minister for Finance.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I thank the honourable colleague for her question. Our government remains committed to this platform initiative. Now, as it pertains to affordability, it is disappointing that the NDP chose to vote against providing more pandemic supports for Canadians and businesses in Bill C-2. Raising taxes on the wealthiest 1% and lowering them for the middle class, increasing investments for the Canada Revenue Agency to combat tax evasions, and investments to combat international tax avoidance. We invite the opposition NDP to vote with us on C-8.
The Honourable Member for Abbotsford.
Well, ever since this finance minister took charge, the cost of living has skyrocketed. Inflation is at a 30-year high. We know Canadians are struggling to balance their own budgets. Paychecks don't go as far as they used to. The cost of everything is out of control. Gas, groceries, housing, yet the minister doesn't seem to care. Things are not getting better for Canadians. They're getting worse. When will this minister tell Canadians how she plans to fight inflation, and when will she table her next budget?
The Honourable Minister of Tourism and Associate Minister of Finance.
Mr. Speaker, since the honourable member across has raised the issue of affordability, let's review what we've done since taking office. We lowered taxes for the middle class twice and raised them on the wealthiest 1%, and Conservatives voted against. We created the CCB index to inflation. Conservatives voted.
Order, order, order. I'll just have to give it a minute and wait for everybody to... I know it's been a while. I know we haven't seen each other in a while. We haven't had a chance to heckle in a while. The Honourable Minister of Tourism and Associate Minister of Finance on a quick answer.
Mr. Speaker, we provided seniors over 75 years of age a one-time payment of $500, and guess what? The Conservatives voted against. We're focused on affordability, and that's what we will continue to do, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Abbotsford.
Well, Mr. Speaker, the question was for the Finance Minister. Inflation is raging across our country, and Canadians are being left behind. The cost of everything is skyrocketing. I mentioned gas, I mentioned groceries, the price of home heating. Worse yet, millions of Canadians have lost their dream of home ownership as house prices spiral out of control. Yet the minister doesn't seem to care. When will she finally tell Canadians what she plans to do about the affordability crisis, and when will she table a budget?
The Honourable Minister of Tourism and Associate Minister of Finance.
Mr. Speaker, it is an honour and a privilege for me to share with the member opposite exactly what we are doing and will continue to do on housing. $72 billion invested in the National Housing Strategy. $2.5 billion invested in the Rapid Housing Initiative. Mr. Speaker, investments in every corner of this country, in every riding, even the noisy ones, to make sure that housing is a right for everyone. We will continue to focus on Canadians while they're focusing on raising the temperature.
The Honourable Member for Edmonton Riverbend.
Mr. Speaker, a few weeks back, I raised and alerted this House that the average home price in Canada had hit $720,000. Notice today, Mr. Speaker, $868,000. One reminder, Mr. Speaker, of what the house price was when this Prime Minister came into office? $434,000. So, Mr. Speaker, they officially did it. It took them 6 years, but they have doubled the average home price here in Canada. So, the Minister, how can he continue to ignore these numbers?
The Honourable Minister of Housing.
We remain
related to the important issue of housing affordability in Canada. And we have proposed solutions such as a new housing accelerator fund to speed up both the supply and the speed of home construction in Canada, a new rent-to-own program to help renters become home buyers, as well as a temporary ban on foreign buyers of non-recreational residential property. But you know, Mr. Speaker, we moved to implement a 1% tax on non-resident, non-Canadian owned real estate, and the Conservatives voted against it.
The Honourable Member for Edmonton Riverbend.
Mr. Speaker, all the programs that Minister just spoke of fall under the CMHC. Now, the CMHC is a government agency that, according to its website, is driven by one goal: housing affordability for all. Yet, newly revealed documents show that CMHC employees received $48 million in bonuses in the last year. Mr. Speaker, the average home price went up 21% in the last year. How can this minister award the CMHC bonuses when Canadians can't afford to buy a home?
The Honourable Minister of Housing.
Mr. Speaker, the Honourable Member knows that no minister in my position has or will ever make decisions in terms of an independent Crown Corporation's employee compensation system. CMHC, like every Crown Corporation in Canada, is independent of political interference when it comes to the hiring and salaries of its employees.
I was going to say, I've got the volume cranked on the chair, and I'm not really hearing the answers. So I want to make sure I can hear the questions and the answers. So just try to keep the volume down just a little, just a little. I have the headset ready to go. The Honourable Member for Central Okanagan, Similkameen Nicola.
Mr. Speaker, so many Canadians are struggling to find an affordable place to rent, let alone purchase a home. Why? Well, home prices have doubled since Liberals took office and up 43% since 2015 or 2019 alone. Over the past 2 years, the Canada Mortgage and Housing Corporation, which reports to the Minister of Housing, has given out $48 million in bonuses. $48 million. Did the minister personally sign off on these bonuses, or is he simply going to try and pass the blame onto someone else?
The Honourable Minister of Housing.
The Honourable Member knows very well that no minister in my position has or will ever interfere in an independent Crown Corporation's decisions when it comes to employment and salaries. We're focused on federal investments in housing, making sure that more Canadians than ever before have a safe and affordable place to call home. And in British Columbia, where the member's riding is from, we have invested over $5.8 billion in affordable housing investments. And these investments have helped over 128,000 families. This includes $34.5 million in 120 new units in West Kelowna in the members' room.
The Honourable Member for Central Okanagan, Similkameen Nicola.
Mr. Speaker, this minister is supposed to be the Minister for Housing, not the Minister for Show Me the Money. So what performance metrics could possibly justify doling out $48 million, an average of more than $12,000 per employee, to over 93% of the employees during an affordable housing crisis? Will the minister show some spine, cancel these bonuses, or will he do what he always does, Mr. Speaker, and just blame the opposition for what happens on his watch?
Honourable Minister Logement.
The Honourable Member knows very well that no minister has or will ever interfere in the salaries and compensation of employees of an independent Crown agency. We are focused on providing affordable housing solutions for Canadians, Mr. Speaker. And every single time that we've brought more federal investments to the table, the member opposite has voted against them. So they're not serious about affordable housing. How do I know that? Their Opposition Day motion didn't have the name affordable housing in it. Their election platform didn't have affordable housing in it. They're not serious about this issue, Mr. Speaker.
L'honorable député de Avignon-la-Métis.
The Honourable Member for Avignon-la-Métis, Madame Matapadia. Mr. Speaker, Montreal is reeling from a brutal weekend. There were 5 armed assaults in less than 48 hours. This is a sad reminder of the wave of violence that has been afflicting our city and that things didn't settle down while we were concentrated on other issues. Montreal is still facing conflicts between criminal groups, and that has just been getting worse for 3 years. But the government doesn't seem to care. We've been talking about it for months, and nothing is changing on the ground. What is this minister doing concretely to do something about the gang war in the region of Montreal?
Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Our government is firmly committed to building safer communities. To reduce gun crime, we must address social conditions that lead youth to join gangs. We're working closely with municipalities and Indigenous communities to provide $250 million over 5 years to bolster gang prevention and intervention programming. By investing in community program, we will stop the cycle of gun and gang violence and prevent youth from enduring a life of crime. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Well done.
The Honourable Member for Avignon-Matapédia. Mr. Speaker, that's all very well, but it's not enough. The scourge of gang warfare is affecting the entire metropolitan region. In Laval, firearms violence has more than doubled over the last 3 years. But the tap hasn't been turned off, and illegal firearms are still entering the country, and the federal government is not taking serious action. This is a crisis. People feel less and less safe in their streets. A quick solution would be to cut off access to weapons. What is the Minister of Public Safety waiting for?
L'honorable Secretary Parlementaire du Ministre de la Sécurité Publique.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And we absolutely take this crisis seriously. And we know that there are many prongs in solving the issue of guns and gangs. And that's why just last week, the Minister of Public Safety was in Quebec and was speaking with organizations and announced funding for communities, for municipalities, for Indigenous groups to deal with the scourge of guns and gangs.
The Honourable Member for Avignon-Matapédia. Mr. Speaker, that's just not enough. Every time there's a shooting, we have questions, and each time the minister tells us that he has taken action or that he will take action, but we don't see anything concrete happen. There are just words, and the situation is getting worse. It can't go on like this. Montreal and the government of Quebec are both telling us that the federal government is not doing enough. When will the minister finally bring all resources to bear and find a solution to cut off access to illegal firearms?
Honorable Secretary Parlementaire.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And we know that protecting communities from gun violence requires a comprehensive and effective strategy to protect communities, not just in Montreal, but across the country. And our position is clear. One of those actions we've taken is we have said assault-style firearms have no place in Canada, and through a mandatory buyback program, we will remove the threat these deadly firearms pose for our communities from coast to coast to coast. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Richmond, North Athabasca. Mr. Speaker, skyrocketing oil prices are hitting Canadian families hard. Meanwhile, the Liberal government is doing absolutely nothing. It almost seems that they like it this way because that means there's more money in their coffers and they can continue to do what they do best. Spend, spend, and spend. Meanwhile, Canadians are wondering how they will manage to pay for their housing and how they will feed their children. When will this government finally table concrete measures to help Canadian families? Mr. Speaker, we recognize that Canadians are facing skyrocketing prices. But the opposition would like to make us believe that this is a consequence of the Canadian economy. What they don't seem to understand is that global prices are going up, in part because of the serious situation in Ukraine. It is very likely that prices at the pump will rise. And on this side of the House, we care about affordability, and we would invite the Conservatives to join us and vote for C8.
For Kelowna Lake Country.
Mr. Speaker, members of Parliament come to this House to represent their communities and offer common sense solutions on issues. Conservatives proposed a GST tax holiday on gasoline and diesel, something that would help my constituents in Kelowna Lake Country who are being hammered by gas prices as high as $214.5 this month. The Liberals are dismissing solutions. If the ministers are so out of touch with the prices that Canadians are paying at the pump, Will they ask their drivers what they're paying as they escort them around?
The Honourable Minister of Tourism and Associate Minister of Finance.
Mr. Speaker, I thank the honourable member for her question, and we recognize that Canadians are experiencing increased prices at the gas pumps. The Conservative Party would have Canadians believe that this is a consequence entirely of the Canadian economy. What the Conservatives seem to leave out is that the rise in energy prices is due in great part to the tragic circumstances underway in Ukraine. Mr. Speaker, even if we implemented what the Conservatives are peddling, there's no guarantee that Canadians would see a reduction of prices at the pump. On this side of the House, we create long-term solutions. On that side, they continue to peddle political games.
The Honourable Member for Dauphin Swan River, Neepawa.
Mr. Speaker, the cost of gas has reached record highs. I know the Prime Minister has never made a living in rural Canada, but rural Canadians need to fill up their gas tanks to live their lives. They can't take the subway to work. They can't walk their kids to hockey. They can't take the bus to town. I think Canadians deserve a break, Mr. Speaker. So will the Prime Minister reduce the cost of fuel by removing the GST from gas and diesel?
Hear, hear. Good question. The Honourable Minister of Tourism and Associate Minister of Finance.
Mr. Speaker, the Conservatives continue to talk down the Canadian economy and spin economic fiction. So let's talk about some facts. Mr. Speaker, fact. Last week, Statistics Canada showed that our annualized growth is 6.7%. Fact. Our economy is the second fastest growing in the G7. Fact. Despite Omicron, our GDP, debt to GDP ratio is the lowest in the G7.
Order! Sometimes you just get to a point where I just can't hear a thing. I know everybody's excited to see each other. We're excited to hear the minister's answer. I'm sure the government's excited to hear the questions that we're going to be answering. So, can we just sort of keep the temperature down just a little bit? Enjoy what's left of question period. Let the minister answer the question. The Honourable Minister of Tourism and Associate Minister of Finance.
Mr. Speaker, the third of many facts that I'll share in this answer is at $2.5 trillion, our economy is exactly the same size it was before the pandemic. We are on track, and we will continue to fight COVID inflation on behalf of Canadians.
The Honourable Member for Skeena, Bulkley Valley.
Mr. Speaker, Canadians want to see improved passenger rail, but many were shocked to hear the Liberals want to privatize service between Toronto and Quebec City. If the Liberals hand over their new rail project to a private corporation, it's ordinary passengers who will pay while wealthy investors profit. Ottawa's disastrous experience with LRT shows the risk of handing transit over to private companies. Will the minister guarantee that passenger rail on the Quebec-Windsor corridor will remain publicly operated?
The Honourable Minister of Transport.
Speaker, I want to thank my honourable colleague for giving me the opportunity to stand here today and talk about the great news that I helped announce just last week. Our government is committed to moving forward with the investment in the high-frequency rail along the busiest corridor in Canada, where 95% of VIA passengers use the train to commute between Quebec, Montreal, Ottawa, and Toronto, and stops in between. This is great news for VIA Rail, this is great news for Canadian travellers, and this is great news for public transportation, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable Member for Vancouver East.
Canadians are faced with a housing crisis, yet under the Liberals' rental construction program, affordable housing often ends up being 30 to 120% above the average market rent. It's scandalous. Nearly half of the housing the Liberals promise is expected to come from this program. 90% of the funding has gone to for-profit developers. Canadians deserve better. Will the government change the requirements to ensure housing built under this program is substantially below market rent?
Hear, hear. The Honourable Minister of Housing.
Mr. Speaker, I want to thank the Honourable Member for her important question. The National Housing Strategy has a number of important programs, including the Rental Construction Financing Initiative. It is important to assess each program based on the needs of Canadians in different parts of the housing spectrum. The particular program the Honourable Member mentions has actually conditions with respect to accessibility, energy efficiency, and minimum affordability requirements. It has led to the construction of tens of thousands of new affordable rental housing across the country, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Halifax West. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
2 years have been hard on main streets across Atlantic Canada. Due to COVID, our community hubs have been forced to close or open reduced hours. These closures have been especially hard on businesses in the arts and tourism sectors. Could the minister responsible for ACOA tell this House what the government is doing for Atlantic Canada's main streets as pandemic restrictions start to ease?
L'Honorable Ministre.
The Honourable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to take a moment to thank my friend and colleague from Halifax West for her excellent question. As Atlantic Canada's Main Street reopens, our government will be there to help them and to help locals and tourists discover the incredible things that they have to offer. Last week, I was honored to announce the Rediscover Main Street program, which is investing $10 million in helping these resilient businesses show off their amazing products, their services, and experience. We've been there for Atlantic Canadian businesses since the pandemic started, and we will be there with them to ensure that they become vibrant entities again. Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Charlebourg-Saint-Charles. Mr. Speaker, after several attempts, the Liberals finally accepted to send lethal weapons to Ukraine. They sent 4,500 rocket launchers, 7,500 grenades, 100 anti-tank weapons, and 2,000 rounds. This morning, the Minister of Foreign Affairs confirmed that all the weapons had been delivered to Ukraine. My question is simple. Were all Canadian weapons destined for Ukraine delivered, or were they forgotten somewhere at the airport?
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We are leaving no stone unturned to support our Ukrainian friends. We have announced 6 tranches of military aid, both lethal and non-lethal, to Ukraine in February alone. This represents well over $100 million in military aid to Ukraine, and we are working tirelessly with our allies to deliver this aid. The minister continues to be in close contact with both her Ukrainian counterpart and with NATO allies to see how best Canada and the alliance can continue supporting Ukraine, Mr. Speaker. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Charlebourg-Saint-Charles. Mr. Speaker, that's not an answer. We want to know if the weapons that were sent actually got to the battlefield. And what happened to all this weaponry? What the Minister of Foreign Affairs said this morning is unclear. My question is simple. Are these weapons on the battlefield right now, yes or no?
Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of National Defence.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We are working as quickly as possible to deliver new tranches of aid to Ukraine. Last month, nearly $10 million worth of lethal aid was delivered in full, Mr. Speaker. We are working around the clock to get more aid to Ukraine as quickly as possible alongside our NATO allies. Mr. Speaker, given the nature of this conflict, we will not be providing details about transit. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for South Surrey White Rock.
Mr. Speaker, last week the Minister of Global Affairs told CTV that, quote, Canada is not a nuclear power, it's not a military power, we're a middle-sized power, and what we're good at is convening and making sure that diplomacy is happening, and in so doing insulted every Canadian who has gone to war for this country or put on its uniform. It is not the men and women of the Canadian Armed Forces that are not ready to do their job. It's this minister and this government that are incapable of doing theirs. Will the minister apologize to this country's veterans?
Hear, hear. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Foreign Affairs.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I want to be very clear about this. Every single member on this side of the House not only supports the men and women in uniform today, but those who were in the men in uniform yesterday. And while we are not a superpower, let me tell you what we do. Our men and women in uniform have supported the people of Afghanistan. We've supported the people of Syria. And most recently, we have been on the ground and supported the troops in Ukraine with training that has trained 30,000 military personnel. We will continue to be there, and that's what Canada does well.
The Honourable Member for South Surrey White Rock.
Mr. Speaker, 11 years after Afghanistan and 158 lives lost, the minister thinks we're conveners, not warriors. I have news for the minister, who should Take a look at our Canadian history. The victors of Vimy Ridge, the 100 Days, Juno Beach, Kapiong, and Op Medusa deserve our admiration and our praise, but are forgotten by this government. Will the minister apologize for her hurtful remarks to the military, to veterans, and to the families of our fallen?
Hear, hear. Hear, hear. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Mr. Speaker, let's talk even a little more recent history. The previous Conservative government dropped defense spending to the lowest level in 60 years. What this government...
I don't have to yell or anything. I just have to sit here and wait for it to get to a point where I can hear the member. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
I will repeat that. What the previous Conservative government did was drop defense spending to the lowest level in the last 60 years. What this government is doing is recommitting to the armed forces to ensure that they are appropriately equipped, that they will be engaged appropriately, and they will continue to represent Canada and Canadian interests.
Order! I'm hearing lots of yelling from the back row. You don't have to yell quite as loud to be heard in this chamber. So I'm just looking over, saying, calm it down, calm it down. All right, thank you.
The Honourable Member for Thérèse de Blainville. Mr. Speaker, the Minister must realize how urgent it is to resolve the lockout at Canadian Pacific. The Bloc wants a quick and negotiated resolution to the conflict. But all we see is that there is impasse despite the talks. And we also see that with the pandemic and the war in the Ukraine, supply chains are under unprecedented pressure. Will the Minister himself sit down with both sides and signal that he is making conflict resolution his personal agenda? The Honourable Minister.
Merci, Monsieur.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Supply chains in Canada are still being heavily affected by the floods in BC and also by the Russian invasion in Ukraine. CP talks have to be our priority, and I would exhort both parties to reach an agreement. We have worked together throughout the pandemic to find solutions as Canadians to our collective challenges, and we expect the same thing with our national economy and those who are involved in it. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Honourable Member for Thérèse de Blainville. Obviously, the Minister did not understand my question. Unfortunately, there is a strong tendency for this government when it deals with crises. Too often, it watches them go by. It minimizes its role. It lets things get out of hand. Today, the Minister can break this pattern. He has said that he will stay in Calgary until both sides reach an agreement. That's the right attitude. But will he go really all the way and personally intervene to bring about a negotiated solution at CP Rail? The Honourable Minister.
And I will answer in English to make sure that I am not repeating myself and answering the member's question directly. I am here in Calgary. I will not leave. I don't intend to leave until we have an agreement. I am dealing with both parties. I am involved. We have an excellent federal mediation and conciliation service. They are at the table with the parties, and I am optimistic with people at the table and not leaving that we will reach the deal that Canadians demand and want as soon as possible. Merci, Monsieur le Président.
The Honourable Member for Cumberland-Colchester.
Mr. Speaker, at the start of the COVID-19 pandemic in 2020, Canadians were mandated for vaccines and vaccine passports and to stay at home. Canadians have complied, and our fragile healthcare system has survived. The entire world and 10 provinces in Canada have reopening plans. Mr. Speaker, federal mandates need to end, and Canadians need to know what the benchmark and the plan the government is using to end the mandates. Mr. Speaker, on what date will this government end federal mandates?
The Honourable Minister of Health.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm pleased to answer this question. The member speaks about the date. April the 1st is when there will be no need for a pre-entrance rapid or antigen or molecular test entering into Canada. While we do, Mr. Speaker, thank Canadians for all the hard work that they've done over the last few months, including vaccinating themselves in large numbers, 87 million vaccines administered over the last year and a half. While we do that, we're going to work very hard, Mr. Speaker, to keep protecting the health and safety of Canadians.
The Honourable Member for Bellechasse, Les Etchemins-Lévis. Mr. Speaker, the province of Ontario is putting an end today to a series of temporary measures to fight the COVID-19 pandemic. Canadians can finally have confidence in their future and go back to a normal life. If the provinces and other G7 countries have come to the same conclusion, what is this Liberal government waiting for to announce the end of the federal mandates? The Honourable Minister of Health. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. 1,600 deaths. That is what vaccines prevented in recent months because of the mandates that were established by provinces and the federal government. So 1,600 people that are with us now that wouldn't have been if we did not have these vaccine requirements. We're also talking about billions, 4 billion in particular, in costs that we covered. And that's a lot of money, Mr. Speaker. But it's also what we spend to preserve the health and safety of Canadians.
Grand Lake. Mr. Speaker, over the course of the past couple of weeks, every province in Canada have either completely ended their mandates or given a solid deadline for when these measures will end, including New Brunswick. Yet this government is still forging ahead with their overreaching and intrusive mandates. When will the federal government start trusting Canadians, stop dictating to them how to live their lives, and give the people a date to end the mandates?
The Honourable Minister of Health.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. 135,000. That's a number of people who in the United States died because they were insufficiently vaccinated compared to Canadians. Mr. Speaker, that would have been a tragedy if in Canada we would not have used that gift which science and scientists gave us a year and a half ago. We are extremely grateful to all the vaccinators and all the Canadians that did the right thing, which is to protect their health and the health of those they love.
That's being responsible.
The Honourable Member for Bourassa. Mr. Speaker, our government has developed several programs to support Black communities across the country, to develop the skills of community organizations, to help entrepreneurs finance their activities. In order to promote an inclusive economy, I have announced $25 million in support to 10 Black-led organizations. Can the Minister of Economic Development tell us about the impact of this assistance to Black communities in Canada? The Honourable Minister of Development. Mr. Speaker, I'd like to thank my colleague for his question, and I would also like to acknowledge his tremendous work on behalf of the citizens of his riding. Our government is working closely with Black business owners and organizations across Canada. For example, the new Black Entrepreneurship Program. And there's other centers that help migrant women and other Africans. In Quebec and elsewhere in Canada, our fund is destined to strengthen entrepreneurship for Black entrepreneurs and business owners across the country. We want them to support our recovery.
Albert Edmonton.
Canadians want to take back control of their lives, yet millions of Canadians are unable to travel freely within Canada, unable to get on a plane, unable to get on a train because of the Liberals' punitive and ineffective vaccine mandates. This infringement on mobility rights constitutes an outlier among democracies. So, on what date will the Liberals join the rest of the democracies of this world and lift these mandates?
The Honourable Minister of Health.
Mr. Speaker, the reason we're able to lift these mandates is that we have in Canada one of the highest rates of vaccination in the world. We have in Canada about 85% who have had a first dose, 81% two dose, almost 60% a third dose. That's the reason for which we are able to lift these restrictions.
That is
400,000 people, Mr. Speaker. That would have been the number of people dying in Canada over 2021 in the absence of public health measures and vaccination.
The honourable member for Peterborough-Kawartha.
This past weekend, I spoke to hundreds of constituents from Peterborough-Kawartha. Hundreds who are scared and afraid because they can't afford to buy food, pay for rent, or put gas in their car. People are suffering from anxiety, depression, and addiction because they can't manage the stress of making ends meet. The carbon tax hike on April 1st could see an increase of 12 cents a litre at the pumps. Canadians cannot take any more. How can this Liberal government say they have Canadians' backs? When will this government give my constituents and all Canadians hope and drop the carbon tax scheduled for April 1st?
The Honourable Minister of Environment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I thank my honourable colleague for a question. Our government put a price on carbon pollution to ensure clean air, fewer emissions, and more money in people's pocket. As the carbon price increases, these payment also increases, leaving the majority of Canadians with more money in their pockets, Mr. Speakers. While Conservatives want to take us backwards to a time when it was free to pollute, our government will continue to move forward with practical and affordable solutions for Canadians to cut pollution and create good jobs.
The honourable member for Destiny, Ms. Nippy, Churchill River.
Mr. Speaker, Northern Saskatchewan, every product on every shelf has a significant freight cost. Transport companies I met with last week have been forced to raise their fuel surcharges just to survive. That increase must be passed on, and the cycle of inflation spirals out of control. Life gets more expensive every single day. The government ignores this fact, but my constituents do not have that luxury. Mr. Speaker, what is the Prime Minister's plan for rising fuel prices? Will he, at the very least, cancel the scheduled increase to the carbon tax on April 1st?
The Honourable Minister of Tourism and Associate Minister of Finance.
Mr. Speaker, we absolutely understand that inflation and affordability are pressing challenges for Canadians. We also know that this is a global phenomenon, not a made-in-Canada problem. I want to ensure Canadians that we're working hard to make life more affordable and remind the opposition benches that 8 out of $10 that sustained Canadians during the global pandemic came from the federal government. We are committed to addressing housing affordability. We will continue to pursue childcare. We will continue to increase CCB. On this side of the House, we're focused on affordability.
The Honourable Member for Vaughan Woodbridge.
Mr. Speaker, as chair of the Liberal Auto Caucus, I am well aware that Canada has long been considered a global leader in the auto sector. As this sector transitions towards a greener and zero-emissions future, we know that Canada has every tool needed to be a world leader in EVs and electric batteries, skilled workers, critical minerals, clean and renewable energy, a strong innovation ecosystem, and an integrated North American supply chain. Could the Minister of Innovation, Science and Industry kindly update this House on how the government is securing good, well-paying jobs in the auto sector by making major investments to support the transformation of Canada's automotive manufacturing sector towards electrification? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Minister of Innovation, Science and Industry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank the member for Vaughan Woodbridge for his excellent question and his great leadership, Mr. Speaker. You can see the passion even on the other side of the bench, Mr. Speaker. It's been an exciting week, so I understand why they applaud in the auto sector, with our government securing major investment that will see the auto industry in this country thrive for decades, Mr. Speaker. Last week we saw Honda making a $1.4 billion investment in the Elliston plant in Ontario. And that, Mr. Speaker, builds on other investments from BSF and GM POSCO, and there's more to come, Mr. Speaker. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Edmonton Strathcona.
Mr. Speaker, over 3 million people have now fled the violence in Ukraine. Civilians are being bombed in their homes and even in hospitals. They are desperate for support. Economic sanctions are a strong tool we have to force Putin to stop committing war crimes. However, the sanctions announced by this government won't have the desired effect if they are not properly enforced. Will the minister commit to the NDP ask for ownership of assets to be made public and tell Canadians how many Russian assets have been frozen since the most recent invasion of Ukraine?
Yes. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I want to thank the member for that question, because the reality is this is an egregious invasion by Russia into Ukraine, and we are using every economic tool that we can to ensure that we punish and suffocate Russia. So over 500 individuals and entities have been sanctioned just in the last 3 weeks. We continue to do that. The systems are in place to make sure that we follow through on every one of those sanctions, and we will continue to do everything to ensure that Russia is suffocated while we continue to support Ukraine in all its efforts. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Kitchener Centre.
Mr. Speaker, I don't think the Minister answered my colleague's question earlier, so I'd like to try again. Following decades of underinvestment in Via Rail, last week the federal government began to solicit the private sector to not only co-develop, but to operate and maintain high-frequency rail in the Quebec City-Windsor corridor. We know that privatization is short-sighted. We know it puts public money towards corporate profits and jeopardizes good jobs. Will the Minister of Transport reconsider and assure this House that Via Rail isn't on the verge of being privatized?
The Honourable Minister of Transport.
Speaker, let me be very clear. Our government is not privatizing Via. Let me also be very clear. This is the largest infrastructure project in Canada's history, and we are inviting all potential partners to help us do it right. For generations, governments have talked about this type of project. Our government is delivering for Canadians, Mr. Speaker. This is good news for passengers. This is good news for climate change. This is good news for jobs. And this is the way we build nations, Mr. Speaker.
Well, thank you for a great question period. Very lively, very attentive. That's all the time we have left. The Honourable Member for Barrie Innisfil.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. There's been discussions among the party, and I hope that if you ask, you'll seek unanimous consent for the following motion: that the House denounce foreign influence and Hollywood actors who unfairly target and misrepresent Canada's energy sector, including the position of many elected leaders from Indigenous communities who support resource development projects, particularly at a time when efforts should be taken to displace Russian energy in Europe with clean Canadian energy.
All those opposed to the Honourable Member moving the motion, please say nay. I have a point of order from the Honourable Member for Sandwich Gulf Islands.
I would like to remind Mr. Speaker, perhaps you could help me with this, the Honourable House Leader for the Conservative Party. When a member in this place, and he's not the first person to do this, I have to say, Mr. Speaker, puts it forward, there have been consultations among the parties, and if you seek it, you will find they have to at least have talked to the parties.
Order. That is something I'm sure that the members can come up with a solution for. Points of order, the Honourable Member for Mission Mascui Fraser Canyon.
Mr. Speaker, earlier in question period, the Minister for Housing said that there was no mention of affordable housing in the Conservative platform. I'd like to seek unanimous consent to table that platform and outline that we had a plan for Indigenous housing.
Does the member have leave to table that document? Another point of order from the member for Edmonton West.
Mr. Speaker, point of order arising in our question period. The Parliamentary Secretary for Global Affairs was misleading the House regarding stating cuts going back to 6 years by the Conservative government. I'd like to table to the House a Library of Parliament report called Operation Expenditures and Authorities covering from 2000 to 2020-21, showing actually during the Harper years, the highest amount adjusted for inflation was during the Harper years more than it is being spent now.
Does the member have leave to table the document? There you go. Shot down on all of them. Any more? Okay. It being 3:13, pursuant to order made on Thursday, November 25th, 2021, the House will now proceed to the taking of the deferred recorded division on the motion by Mr. Chong relating to the business of supply. Call in the members. The question is the following one. Mr. Chong, seconded by Mr. McLean, move that the House, A, condemn President Vladimir Putin, can I dispense? And the Russian Federation for their unprovoked illegal attack and invasion of Ukraine. B, stand with Ukraine, the people of Ukraine, and the Canadians in the Ukrainian community. And C, call on the Government of Canada to undertake measures to ensure new natural gas pipelines can be approved and built to Atlantic Tidewater, recognizing energy as a vital Canadian and European defense and security, allowing Canadian natural gas to displace Russian natural gas in Europe, and being consistent with environmental goals in the transition of non-emitting sources of energy. Do I get the right thing? The 10-minute period for members voting electronically has started, and the House will now proceed to the vote for members participating in person. All those in favor of the motion, please rise.
Ms. Bergen, Mr. Paulus, Mr. Bazin, Mr. Barlow, Mr. Chong, Mr. Brassard, Monsieur Berthold, Mr. Fast, Mr. Albus, Mr. Nater, Mr. Barrett, Mr. Jennis, Mr. Schmale, Mr. McCauley, Edmonton West, Mrs. Stubbs, Mr. Seaback, Mr. Lawrence, Mr. Lobb, Mr. Generou, Mrs. Gray, Mr. Kimmich, Mr. Calkins, Ms. Landsman, Mr. Hallan, Mrs. Kuzi, Mr. Perkins, Mr. Malillo, Mr. Lake, Mr. Vidal, Mr. Reid, Mr. Tucker, Mr. Viss, Mr. Caputo, Mr. Williamson, Monsieur Godin, Monsieur Martel, Monsieur Gourde, Mrs. Vecchio, Mr. Stanley, Ms. Rood, Mr. Ellis, Madame Vien, Mrs. Goodridge, Mrs. Krant-Nyman, Ms. Ferrari, Mr. Stewart, Ms. Gladue, Mr. McKenzie, Mr. Walkington, Mr. Zimmer, Mr. Leipert, Monsieur Reyes, Monsieur Généreux, Mr. Dreeshen, Mrs. Block, Mr. McGuire, Mr. Abultaif, Mr. Arnold, Mr. Cooper, Mr. Kelly, Mr. Kitchen, Mr. Shields, Mr. Vierson, Mrs. Thomas, Mr. Waugh, Mr. Weber, Mr. Motz, Mrs. Falk, Battlefords, Lloydminster, Monsieur Leroux, Mr. Bragdon, Mr. Davidson, Mr. Duncan, Stormont, Dundas, South Glengarry, Mr. Doddle, Mr. Epp, Mr. Cram, Mr. Kurek, Mr. Mazier, Mr. Morans, Mr. Morrison.
Mr. Morrison.
Mr. Petzer.
Mr. Petzer.
Mr. Redekop.
Mr. Redekop.
Mr. Shipley.
Mr. Shipley.
Mr. Soroka.
Mr. Soroka.
Mr. Van Pupta.
Mr. Van Pupta.
Mr. Brock.
Mr. Brock.
Mr. Chambers.
Mr. Chambers.
Mr. Muse.
Mr. Muse.
Mr. Ruff.
Mr. Ruff.
Mrs. Roberts.
Mrs. Roberts.
Mr. Tolmie.
Mr. Tolmie.
Mr. Williams.
Mr. Williams.
All those opposed to the motion, please rise.
Macaulay Cardigan.
Macaulay Cardigan.
Mr. Sargent.
Mr. Sargent.
Mr. Blair.
Mr. Blair.
Ms. Bennett.
Ms. Bennett.
Monsieur Duclos.
Monsieur Duclos.
Monsieur Rodriguez.
Monsieur Rodriguez.
Monsieur Leblanc.
Monsieur Leblanc.
Monsieur Champagne.
Mr. Champagne.
Mr. Algabra.
Mr. Algabra.
Monsieur Guilbeault.
Monsieur Guilbeault.
Ms. Hutchings.
Ms. Hutchings.
Ms. Tassi.
Ms. Tassi.
Madame Petitpas-Taylor.
Madame Petitpas-Taylor.
Monsieur Boissonneau.
Monsieur Boissonneau.
Ms. Jazek.
Ms. Jazek.
Mr. Carr.
Mr. Carr.
Ms. Chager.
Ms. Chager.
Mr. Scarpaleggia.
Mr. Scarpaleggia.
Madame Saint-Onge.
Madame Saint-Onge.
Ms. Cara.
Ms. Cara.
Monsieur Vandal.
Mr. Vandal.
Madame Fortier.
Madame Fortier.
Monsieur McKinnon-Gatineau.
Mr. McKinnon-Gatineau.
Ms. Yen.
Ms. Yen.
Ms. Haidu.
Ms. Haidu.
Monsieur Miller.
Mr. Miller.
Madame Leboutillier.
Madame Leboutillier.
Mr. Hussein.
Mr. Hussein.
Madame Bendayan.
Madame Bendayan.
Monsieur Serré.
Monsieur Serré.
Mr. Casey.
Mr. Casey.
Mr. Dollywall.
Mr. Dollywall.
Monsieur Arsenault.
Monsieur Arsenault.
Ms. Vandenbelt.
Ms. Vandenberg.
Mr. Sheehan.
Mr. Sheehan.
Madame Brière.
Madame Brière.
Mr. Bittle.
Mr. Bittle.
Mr. Fillmore.
Mr. Fillmore.
Mr. Garrettson.
Mr. Garrettson.
Mrs. Romanado.
Mrs. Romanado.
Mr. Lamour.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Ms. Sahota.
Mr. Hota.
Mr. Virani.
Mr. Virani.
Mr. Fergus.
Mr. Fergus.
Mr. Oliphant.
Mr. Oliphant.
Mr. Ananda Sangari.
Mr. Ananda Sangari.
Madame Koutrakis.
Madame Koutrakis.
Mr. Duguid.
Mr. Duguid.
Monsieur Lauzon.
Mr. Lauzon.
Madame Lalonde.
Madame Lalonde.
Ms. Dillon.
Ms. Dillon.
Mr. Assassi.
Mr. Assassi.
Monsieur Elkouri.
Mr. Elkouri.
Mr. Hardy.
Mr. Hardy.
Mr. Nagvi.
Mr. Nadvi.
Mr. Vancouverden.
Mr. Vancouverden.
Mr. Fisher.
Mr. Fisher.
Ms. O'Connell.
Ms. O'Connell.
Mr. Callaway.
Mr. Callaway.
Ms. Sachs.
Ms. Sachs.
Mr. May Cambridge.
Mr. May Cambridge.
Mr. Sidhu Brampton East.
Mr. Sidhu Brampton East.
Mrs. Suds.
Mrs. Suds.
Mr. Badaway.
Mr. Badaway.
Ms. Demoff.
Ms. Demoff.
Mr. Fragiscados.
Mr. Fragiscados.
Monsieur Drouin.
Mr. Drouin.
Mr. Chang.
Mr. Chang.
Madame Martinez Ferrada.
Madame Martinez Ferrada.
Mr. Johari.
Mr. Johari.
Mr. Longfield.
Mr. Longfield.
Mr. Maloney.
Mr. Maloney.
Mr. McDonald Avalon.
Mr. McDonald Avalon.
Mr. McKinnon Coquitlam Port Coquitlam.
Mr. McKinnon Coquitlam Port Coquitlam.
Mr. McLeod.
Mr. McLeod.
Monsieur Robillard.
Mr. Robillard.
Mr. Sarai.
Mr. Sarai.
Monsieur Shifke.
Mr. Shifke.
Miss Sidhu Brampton South.
Ms. Sidhu Brampton South.
Mr. Sorbara.
Mr. Sobara.
Mrs. Zahid.
Mrs. Zahid.
Madame Lambropoulos.
Madame Lambropoulos.
Mr. Rogers.
Mr. Rogers.
Ms. Yip.
Ms. Yip.
Mr. Baker.
Mr. Baker.
Mr. Dong.
Mr. Dong.
Ms. Latanzio.
Ms. Latanzio.
Mr. Pulaski.
Mr. Pawlowski.
Mr. Turnbull.
Mr. Turnbull.
Mr. Van Bynen.
Mr. Van Bynen.
Mr. Weiler.
Mr. Weiler.
Monsieur Zuberi.
Mr. Zuberi.
Ms. Bradford.
Ms. Bradford.
Mr. Collins, Hamilton East, Stony Creek.
Mr. Collins, Hamilton East, Stony Creek.
Mr. Koto.
Mr. Koto.
Madame Diab.
Madame Diab.
Mr. Gahir.
Mr. Gahir.
Mr. Hanley.
Mr. Hanley.
Ms. Effner.
Ms. Hapner.
Ms. Kayabaga.
Ms. Carriabaga.
Madame Lapointe.
Madame Lapointe.
Mr. McDonald Malpec.
Mr. McDonald Malpec.
Ms. Taylor Roy.
Ms. Taylor Roy.
Ms. Thompson.
Ms. Thompson.
Mrs. Valdez.
Mrs. Valdez.
Monsieur Terrien.
Monsieur Terrien.
Monsieur Simard.
Monsieur Simard.
Monsieur Garon.
Monsieur Garon.
Madame de Bellefeuille.
Madame de Bellefeuille.
Madame Michaud.
Madame Michaud.
Monsieur Brunel Duceppe.
Monsieur Brunel Duceppe.
Monsieur Villemur.
Monsieur Villemur.
Monsieur Thériault.
Monsieur Thériault.
Madame Gaudreau.
Madame Gaudreau.
Monsieur Savard-Tremblay.
Monsieur Savard-Tremblay.
Monsieur Champoux.
Monsieur Champoux.
Monsieur Beaulieu.
Monsieur Beaulieu.
Madame Sinclair-Desgagnés.
Madame Sinclair-Desgagnés.
Madame Chabot.
Madame Chabot.
Monsieur Trudel.
Monsieur Trudel.
Madame Desbiens.
Madame Desbiens.
Madame Bérubé.
Madame Bérubé.
Miss Blaney.
Ms. Blaney.
Mr. Massey.
Mr. Massey.
Mr. Blakey.
Mr. Blakey.
Ms. Kwan.
Ms. Kwan.
Mr. Garrison.
Mr. Garrison.
Ms. Idlout.
Ms. Idlout.
Mr. McGregor.
Mr. McGregor.
Ms. Gazan.
Ms. Gazan.
Mr. Backrack.
Mr. Backrack.
Ms.
Ms. Zarillo.
Ms. Collins Victoria.
Ms. Cullen Victoria.
Mr. Angus.
Mr. Angus.
Ms. Matheson.
Ms. Matheson.
Mr. Desjardins.
Mr. Desjardins.
Ms. McPherson.
Ms. McPherson.
Ms. May-Sanish, Gulf Islands.
Ms. May-Sanish, Gulf Islands.
Mr. Morris.
Mr. Morris.
La Chambre attendra maintenant la fin.
The House will now wait for the electronic voting period to end before resuming its proceedings. I wish to inform the House that the electronic vote period has ended.
It has ended, and the House will now await the end. We've already done that. We'll skip that. If members were not able to vote due to the technical difficulties, they may now use the raise hand function, and the chair will recognize them. Madame Shanahan.
Mr. Speaker, I vote nay.
Essay nouveau. Madame Shanahan.
Try again, Ms. Shanahan.
Mr. Speaker, I vote against.
Monsieur Blanchet-Jacob. Oh.
Monsieur le Président, je désire voter.
Mr. Speaker, I wish to vote against the motion.
C'est tout. Okay. The table will now compile the results of the vote.
Yeas pour 115, 115. Nays contre 212, 212.
I declare the motion defeated. We'll just wait a second here for things to clear. The daily routine of business, the tabling of documents. The Honourable Leader of the Government in the House of Commons. Tabling of documents. Oh.
Yeah, it's online, but he should bring his boom down.
We'll try it again. Mr. Holland can bring his boom down, and we can maybe hear him. The Honourable Leader of the Government in the House of Commons.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My apologies. Mr. Speaker, pursuant to subsection 39.3 of the Public Servants Disclosure Protection Act and to Standing Order 111.11, I have the honor to table in both official languages a certificate of nomination and biographical notes for the proposed reappointment of Joe Friday to the position of Public Sector Integrity Commissioner for a term of 18 months. I request that the nomination and biographical notes be referred to the Standing Committee on Government Operations and Estimates. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Tabling of documents, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Leader of the Government in the House of Commons.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Pursuant to Standing Order 36(8)A, I have the honour to table in both official languages the government's responses to 24 petitions. These returns will be tabled in an electronic format, Mr. Speaker.
Any other tabling? No. Introduction of government bills. Statements by ministers. Reports from interparliamentary delegations. Presenting reports from committees, the Honourable Member for Foothills.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have the honour to present in both official languages the third report of the Standing Committee on Agriculture and Agri-Food, entitled Supplementary Estimate C 2021-2022. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Amazing. Presenting reports from committees, the Honourable Member for Mississauga East, Cooksville.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have the honor to present in both official languages the third report of the Standing Committee on Finance, entitled Considering the Path Forward. And I'd like to thank our clerk, Alexandre Roger, analyst Brett Capwell, Mikhail Lambert-Racine, Sylvain Fleury, Joël Malo, and the whole team of interpreters, technology, and staff of the committee for their dedicated work on this study and report.
I think there's a supplementary opinion from the Honourable Member for Abbotsford.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, generally I work hard, and the Conservative members of this committee work hard to secure consensus reports. But in this case, that was impossible for a number of reasons. Firstly, this report involves recommendations for tens of billions of dollars of spending for which no prioritization process was applied. None whatsoever. And it's worse, Mr. Speaker, this was not placed within the context of balanced budgets. There was no spending restraint strategy attached to it. And on top of that, this whole report is going to set Canada way back. These recommendations were adopted uncritically by the Liberals, the NDP, and the Bloc members of this committee. So for that reason, we had to issue a dissenting report which highlights the importance of being fiscally prudent within a balanced budget.
It's tabled. The Honourable Member for Waterloo.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Pursuant to Standing Order 104 and 114, I have the honour to present in both official languages the fifth report of the Standing Committee on Procedure and House Affairs regarding the membership of committees of the House. If the House gives its consent, I intend to move concurrence to the fifth report later this day. Thank you.
It's tabled. The Honourable Member for Souris Moose Mountain.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have the honour to present in both official languages the first report of the Standing Committee on Government Operations and Estimates, entitled Supplementary Estimate C 2021-2022.
I have introduction of private members' bills, first reading of Senate public bills, motions. The Honourable Member for Waterloo.
Mr. Speaker, if the House gives its concurrence, I propose that the fifth report of the Standing Committee on Procedure and House Affairs presented to the House today be adopted. May all those who oppose what is proposed say nay. Okay, the House has heard the motion that all those who oppose it say nay. Adopted. Carried.
Another motion from the Honourable Secrétaire Parlementaire du Leader en Chambre.
The Parliamentary Secretary to the Leader of the House.
Discussions amongst the parties, and if you seek it, I believe you'll find unanimous consent to adopt the following motion: that the address by the President of Ukraine delivered in the chamber of the House of Commons on Tuesday, March 15, 2022, before members of the Senate and the House of Commons, together with all introductory and related remarks, be printed as an appendix to the House of Commons debates of Monday, March 21, 2022, and form part of the records of this House.
All those opposed to the honourable member moving the motion will please say nay. Agreed. The House has heard the terms of the motion. All those opposed to the motion will please say nay. Motion is carried. Presenting petitions, the honourable member for, I should have been ready for this, Denise Misnipi, Churchill River.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, it's an honor today to rise and present a petition on behalf of over 850 residents of Saskatchewan. Last week, Saskatchewan's Premier Moe started a petition asking the federal government to classify rail workers as an essential service in light of what was a looming CP rail strike at the time. This disruption will have a catastrophic effect on the supply chain in Saskatchewan, affecting many sectors such as agriculture, mining, and forestry. The petition asks the federal government to start working on back-to-work legislation and to begin working on legislation to make rail service an essential service, which would preclude any future disruptions. Mr. Speaker, the rail sector is a vital service not only for Saskatchewan's economy, but for Canada's economy. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Presenting of petitions, the honourable member for North Island Battle River.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Today I am tabling a petition from members across my riding that are asking for Canada to address the urgent climate emergency that we're all facing. I want to thank the Council of Canadians from my riding who brought me this petition, focusing specifically on human and workers' rights, respect for Indigenous rights, and focusing on decarbonizing housing and increasing public transit. A plan that really includes rural and remote communities, which are so essential, especially to my region. Thank you.
Presenting petitions, présentation des pétitions, the honourable member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's an honor to rise to present this petition. The petitioners note that it's been 9 years since the European Union took action against the dangerous class of pesticides known as neonicotinoids, particularly because of their devastating impact on pollinators, such as our bees. For food security, which is now increasingly imperiled, for the health of our agricultural areas and indeed for biodiversity in general, the petitioners call for the Government of Canada to act to restrict the use of neonicotinoid insecticides to protect our pollinators. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Presenting of petitions, présentation des pétitions, the honourable member for Mission Mascouy Fraser Canyon.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Another petition from my constituents in Mission Mascouy Fraser Canyon calling on the government to stop targeting licensed, law-abiding firearms owners and to cancel their plans to confiscate their legally obtained private property through their arbitrary firearm ban. The petitioners are calling for the limited resources that do exist to focus on anti-gang enforcement, on reducing involvement of at-risk youth in gang violence, and on providing the CBSA with the necessary tools to keep our borders safe. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Presenting of petitions, présentation des pétitions, the honourable member for Peace River Westlock.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I've got a number of petitions to present today. The first petition is from Canadians from across the country, and they're concerned about the revocation of charitable status from pro-life organizations. They're calling on the House of Commons to do all that they can to prevent, block, and organize against and vote against any effort by the government to revoke charitable status of pro-life organizations. That is the first petition, Mr. Chair. My next petition is from Canadians from across the country, particularly from Fox Creek and Swan Hills. These are some remote communities located in northern Alberta. They have extended travel times and more expensive heating costs than other communities. The residents of Fox Creek and Swan Hills have to travel great distances to access groceries and shopping centers. They are not able to avail themselves of the Northern Living Allowance, given that there's an arbitrary geographical line that fails to consider other factors, including access to other communities. Neither Fox Creek or Swan Hills are part of either the northern or intermediate zones in Alberta. Therefore, the people of these two communities are calling on the Government of Canada to put them within the prescribed intermediate zone and allow these residents to claim the residential deductions for living in northern Alberta. The next petition I have is signed from Canadians across the country who are concerned about vulnerable Canadians who are not adequately protected on social media platforms from potential exploitation. They're concerned about people being bullied and blackmailed and harassed. The petitioners are calling for a meaningful age verification that can determine the age and identity of users. They're commenting that age verification software on social media platforms can significantly reduce the creation or sharing of child sexual abuse materials, instances of fraud, and online bullying and child luring. The petitioners are calling on the government for a commitment to defend these vulnerable people and for the government to enact legislation for meaningful age verification. My next petition, Mr. Chair, is from people from across Alberta. These petitioners note that Alberta is the single largest per capita contributor to the federal equalization program, contributing over $600 billion since the 1960s. They comment the current equalization formula was set when Alberta had record growth, and since then we've experienced job losses and high unemployment. Bills C-69 and C-48 and the failure to build pipelines have devastated the Alberta economy. They're recognizing that they're calling on the government to fix the equalization formula, and they're calling on the government to defend and advocate for the building of pipelines so that particularly Keystone XL and others can be built. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Presenting of petitions, présentation des pétitions, the honourable member for Regina, Wascana.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. It's obviously been a very emotional few weeks for Canadians across the country, and that is especially true for the local Ukrainian community in Regina and southern Saskatchewan who have signed this petition. Ever since Vladimir Putin's illegal invasion of Ukraine, there has been an unfolding humanitarian crisis as Ukrainian refugees flee the war zone. This petition calls on the Government of Canada to expedite the processing of refugee applicants from Ukraine and to resettle them in Canada. Mr. Speaker, Regina and southern Saskatchewan have a very large Ukrainian community, and there is certainly a great deal of interest in helping to resettle the refugees and in doing their part. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Présentation de pétition, presenting of petitions. It would not be complete without our friend, the honourable member for Sorwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan.
Mr. Speaker, very briefly, I have a mere two petitions today. The first is, of course, in support of my private member's bill, the one I'm sponsoring in this place, and at any rate, Bill S-223, bill to finally combat forced organ harvesting and trafficking, and petitioners are hopeful that this Parliament will be the one that finally gets it done. And the second petition highlights the ongoing terrible human rights situation of the Hazara community in Afghanistan, a situation that was bad prior to the Taliban takeover and is certainly getting much worse. The particular petition asks the House to designate September 25th as Hazara Genocide Memorial Day to recognize a historic event of ethnic cleansing from the 19th century as a genocide against Hazaras, but most importantly to continue advocacy for the rights of Hazaras and other ethnic and religious minorities in Afghanistan. Thank you.
Presenting the petitions, présentation des pétitions. There you go. Questions on the order paper. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. The following questions will be answered today. Question 267, 277, and 278, 280, 283, 286 to 289, 295, 299, and 301 to 303. Furthermore, Mr. Speaker, if the government's responses to questions number 265 and 266, 268 to 276, 279, 281 and 282, 284 and 285, 290 to 294, 296 to 298, and 300. And question 304 could be made orders for return. These returns would be tabled immediately.
It is the pleasure of the House that the aforementioned questions be made orders for return and that they be tabled immediately. Is it agreed? It's agreed and so ordered. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Finally, again, Mr. Speaker, I would ask that all questions remain standing.
Request for emergency debates. The Honourable, I wish to inform the House that I received the notice of a request for an emergency debate. I invite the Honourable Member for Sarnia-Lambton to rise and make a brief intervention.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Pursuant to Standing Order 52, I'm seeking leave to adjourn the House for the purpose of discussing an important and urgent matter. On March the 19th, Saturday, the Teamsters Canada Rail Conference commenced a strike in advance of a lockout from CP Rail. This is having immediate and serious consequences in our country. The agricultural sector in advance had people not sending them feed for their animals because they didn't want the feed to get stuck in rail cars and go bad. At the same time, planting season is upon us, and the fertilizer that's needed isn't going to get there. The automotive sector has been suffering 2 years of lockdowns in pandemic, compounded by border disruptions that shut down their production. They've not recovered. These are not normal times. They simply can't take another hit. And the Chamber of Commerce has called on this House to bring forward back-to-work legislation. And so this is an urgent issue requiring immediate attention from this House. And so I'm requesting an emergency debate tonight. Thank you.
I thank the Honourable Member for Sarnia-Lambton for her intervention. However, I am not satisfied that her request meets the requirements for the standing order at this time. I wish to inform the House that because of the deferred recorded divisions, government orders will be extended by 13 minutes. Orders of the day.
Government orders, business of supply, resuming consideration of an opposition motion on measures to help Canadians with the cost of living.
Now, the Honourable Member for Nanaimo, Ladysmith, is up, and I know there was approximately 6 minutes or so left in her time. The Honourable Member for Nanaimo, Ladysmith.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for allowing me to pick up where I left off on my speech. I will continue on. Right now, we are seeing how big corporations spend their record profits. As just one example, last year, Scotiabank made a net profit of over $10 billion. After jacking up fees for customers throughout the pandemic, they paid out over $4 billion in dividends to their wealthy shareholders. The same applies to many large grocery store chains, seeing profits like never before, while the price paid by hardworking Canadians for groceries continues to increase. While corporations raised their prices through the pandemic, wages have remained stagnant. It's a broken system, and it is only getting worse under this Liberal government. Madam Speaker, instead of following through with his most recent election campaign promise of raising taxes on the most profitable big banks and insurance companies, the Prime Minister continues to make life easier for the wealthiest and largest corporations. On this side of the House, we know that this surtax can't come quickly enough. It is also vital that Canada goes beyond just banking and insurance and extends this surtax to oil companies and large grocery store chains with net profits over $1 billion. Canadians know that these record-setting profits are due to big companies taking every penny from regular people that they can. Supporting this motion will show that this government is ready to stand up for Canadians who elected them, instead of just wealthy stockholders. For months now, we've seen Liberal and Conservatives try to score political points around who is to blame for the rising cost of living in Canada. But neither really understand the challenges that everyday people are facing and just how out of reach life is becoming for regular people. In some parts of British Columbia, we've recently seen rent explode by almost 20% in the last 6 months alone. The price of the average home in Nanaimo, in my riding, recently rose above $1 million. These prices are absurd and out of reach for seniors on fixed income or new families looking to buy their first home. They're a byproduct of investors and private equity firms buying up homes, reducing supply, and then driving up prices. Shamefully, while Canadians continue to struggle to find homes, they do not have any way to see who they are competing with when trying to do so, due to Canada's weak public beneficial ownership registry laws. That's why our motion today also calls for the government to get serious about beneficial ownership registry. Canada's weak disclosure laws allow for an estimated $130 billion to be laundered through Canadian corporations each year. And the real estate market is a huge part of this illegal activity. In British Columbia, the provincial NDP has moved forward with a publicly accessible beneficial ownership registry, but they can't do it alone. Unfortunately, this government has barely begun to scratch the surface. At the rate we're headed, we won't see anything to curb money laundering and tax evasion until at least 2025. One thing that continues to be true prior to the pandemic and remains the same today is that it is not the workers or those living in the communities who are benefiting from billions in corporate profits. Instead, it is the wealthy corporate stockholders or shareholders. It is time to start holding these large corporations to account by paying their fair share and putting it back where it belongs in our communities. One of the truly remarkable things about our community in Nanaimo Ladysmith is the strength of our small and medium-sized businesses. These are businesses that have made our region their home and want to see it thrive. They are invested. Like everyday Canadians, these businesses are also feeling the pinch. Our local Chamber of Commerces are seeing businesses struggling to find employees because people are being priced out of the housing market. And they're struggling to make their business work with increased costs from high gas prices and banking fees. This motion is critical to allowing our local small and medium-sized businesses to operate on an even playing field. I want to close my thoughts by speaking to people like Jocelyn, who feel like they've been left behind, who feel like the system has been built to keep them down, while the wealthiest keep getting richer. We can build a system where people aren't left behind, where prescription medications, dental care, eye care, mental health services are all part of a public healthcare system, where we invest in programs to better support seniors living on GIS and CPP. And we ensure that everyone is able to afford a roof over their head and groceries for their families. A better, more compassionate system starts with this Liberal government getting serious about putting people before corporate greed. It's about them living up to their campaign promises and getting serious about taxing Canada's wealthiest corporations. And it is about making sure that Canadians can finally have more corporate accountability through a publicly available beneficial ownership registry. A more compassionate future is possible. We can build a future where everyone has the support they need. I hope every member in this House will help us move forward and that towards a better future and support this motion. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. The Prime Minister and the government have been up on this particular file virtually since day one when we introduced a special tax on Canada's 1% wealthiest shortly after taking government back in 2015 to just a couple of months ago. And I guess I would ask the member the question to reflect on what we voted on just a couple of months ago, and that was to have an annual percentage tax on those individuals that are purchasing properties, homes in Canada, and are not using them as residents, Madam Speaker. And if she could provide her thoughts, because she talked about the importance of housing and taxation, and this is why what government needs to do is to look at ways in which we can ensure that people are paying their fair share of tax. And in this situation, it's a real tax, and it's going to be a real income coming in, making homes hopefully even that much more affordable going forward.
Member for Nanaimo Ladysmith.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. We know that in 2018, the amount of money laundering was estimated at $5.3 billion just in British Columbia and the province, my home province, through the real estate sector. We know that money laundering through home purchases is putting an upward pressure on prices. I think we can all agree on that, and that we need to see the Liberal government implementing transparency tools that discourage money laundering by criminals and the wealthy at a pace that is much quicker than what we're seeing today. This is why we're putting forward in this motion the need for a beneficial ownership registry that creates a means for us to shine a light on the assets and properties that are owned that may be otherwise hidden by shell companies. And so I'm in agreement. We need to do all we can to move forward. Thank you.
Honourable Member for Sherwood Park for Saskatchewan.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. It's been interesting for me to observe over the last few days NDP members speaking about gas prices and wanting gas prices to be lower. I thought that Liberal and NDP politicians actually wanted gas prices to be higher. Isn't that the point of their carbon tax policy? It's to raise the cost of gas, and they think to then discourage people from driving more. So it's curious for me to hear in the vein of now affordability and the concerns being raised, and New Democrats in particular say affordability is a problem because gas prices are too high. Why doesn't the NDP simply reverse their position with respect to carbon price if they want gas prices to be lower?
The Honourable Member for Nanaimo Ladysmith.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you to the member for his question. We know that we need to be doing all we can to reduce pollution. We're in a climate crisis, and we need to be ensuring that we are investing in renewable energy sources and moving away from our reliance from oil and gas. Even bigger than that, we need to be looking at ensuring that big oil and gas who are reaping profits like we've never seen before are paying their fair share. And that fair share of taxes can then be put back into the community where it belongs. We know that the impacts being felt by this high cost of living, by this cost of living crisis, is being felt most by those, it's being felt disproportionately by those in lower incomes. And so we need to take the money that's taxed by big oil and gas and put it back in the pockets of everyday people.
The
member for Mirabel. The government has talked about taxing the ultra-wealthy. However, recently, the government said it reduced taxes for the middle class, but it helped to reduce taxes on people earning between $80,000 and over $200,000. So can the member tell me whether we can still trust the Liberal government when it comes to looking after the middle class and Canadian voters?
Smith. Nanaimo Ladysmith.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you to the member. In relation to the question, thank you. This is a very good question. What we're seeing right now through the pandemic is that the rich are getting richer, and those struggling to make ends meet is increasing. We need to make sure that we're looking at how do we lift everyone up so that we're taking care of one another. And right now, the systems that we have are not set up to do that. I spoke about Jocelyn, who is a constituent in my riding of Nanaimo Ladysmith. And, without her even knowing that this motion was coming forward, she spoke to the barriers that she was experiencing in being able to get ahead, and that we need to really stop and look at the systems that we have so that everybody has an opportunity to.
And we have to resume debate.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary for the Minister of Tourism. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and I will be sharing my time with the member for Whitby. Madam Speaker, we're very aware that the effects of high inflation are being felt everywhere in this country. As the member for Burnaby South may know, this is a global phenomenon driven by an unprecedented challenge to revive the global economy, and it's due to several factors. Throughout the pandemic, millions of people shifted the way they spend their money, and rather than spending their income on services, they spent it to purchase physical goods. And this put extraordinary pressure on global supply chains, leading to shortages and to bottlenecks. In addition, droughts in key food-producing regions, including on the Canadian prairie, have driven up grocery bills. All of this is being exacerbated by the current instability in global markets following Russia's illegal and unjustified attack on Ukraine. This unjustified war, launched by President Putin, has led to a rise in commodity prices and threatens to disrupt the supply chain again, which should put upward pressure on prices, Madam Speaker. This is juxtaposed with the pandemic, which also continues to threaten global supply chains and inflation, with a resurgence of cases in China and another wave starting in Europe right now. In short, there are many factors which are putting upward pressure on prices. Canadians are worried about the rising cost of living, as am I. The Bank of Canada and private sector economists expect that inflation may remain higher for a little longer than initially anticipated, but they expect it to come down to the 2% target over the next 2 years as the impact of the pandemic fades. However, let's face it, these are uncertain times on many fronts. The Russian invasion against the Ukrainians is another new major source of uncertainty, and oil and energy prices have recently risen sharply. Our government acted quickly and decisively in concert with the European Union, the United States, and the United Kingdom to put in place the toughest sanctions ever imposed on a major economy. For these sanctions to be truly effective, for them to have a real impact, we'll have to be prepared for there to be negative consequences on our own economy. So this could temporarily affect the cost of living for Canadians. And opposition members often focus on the rising price of oil and gas. Yes, of course, prices have risen sharply in recent weeks and months, but my colleagues have this annoying tendency to try to make nebulous connections, for example, to our spending during the pandemic or the price on pollution to increase this increase. Now, of course, they are ignoring the main reason behind this increase, which, of course, is Russia's unjustified war against Ukraine. Conservatives like to say we need to do more for Ukraine. They even talk about a ban, or rather creating a no-fly zone, and then they change their minds. Not only don't they seem to know where they stand, they're completely ignorant of the economic consequences of this war and our sanctions. Having said that, Madam Speaker, I'd like to remind the member that government assistance programs like the Canada Child Benefit, Old Age Security, the Guaranteed Income Supplement, and the GST tax credit, these are all indexed to inflation, and this ensures that benefits increase with the rising cost of living. In recent years, our government has also reduced taxes for the middle class while increasing them for the wealthiest 1% of Canadians. As well, we're working relentlessly to address the problem of high housing costs. Over the long term, Madam Speaker, Canada's monetary policy framework is the best weapon in our arsenal to maintain price stability and contain inflationary pressures. That's why last December, our government and the Bank of Canada announced the renewal of the 2% inflation target for another 5 years. This renewed framework will allow the Bank of Canada to continue to focus on keeping inflation low, stable, and predictable in Canada.
Since Canada adopted an inflation targeting framework 30 years ago, inflation has averaged close to 2%. This contributes to Canada's strong labour market performance, economic growth, and, of course, contributes to prosperity. Maintaining a stable environment for the prices Canadians pay is the overriding objective of Canada's monetary policy, led by the Bank of Canada. Madam Speaker, I trust that members are aware of the government's efforts to address the rising cost of living and to make life more affordable for Canadians. It is also important to remember that the government's extensive support for Canadians and businesses during the pandemic has so far contributed to a quick and resilient recovery. Canada has surpassed its target of creating 1 million jobs, well beyond expectations, and our country is experiencing the strongest job recovery in the G7. We are also aware, Madam Speaker, that recovery is taking place more slowly in certain sectors, which is why the government has moved from a very broad-based support to more targeted measures that provide assistance where it is needed, when it is needed. And it is equally true that there are certain sectors and companies that have seen their profits soar during the pandemic. We know that banks have continued to be profitable and successful during this pandemic. That is the reason for which we have committed in our platform to increase income taxes on the largest and most profitable banks and insurance companies, those that earn more than $1 billion a year. That is very important, Madam Speaker, because we want to build a sustainable and supportive Canada. We want a fairer and more equitable Canada where no one is left behind. This means focusing on jobs and economic growth. This means ensuring that the cost of living remains affordable for everyone. And I am sure that our government will have a lot to say about that in our next budget. I look forward to debate it in this House. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments. Honorable député.
The Honourable Member for Terrebonne. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I have a question. I would like to thank my honourable colleague for her presentation. The wealth gap has constantly increased over the past 10 decades. Many economists agree. Does my colleague not agree that the government should do more to find money from businesses that do an inordinate amount of profit to help those who are more vulnerable? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague for her question. Of course, I agree. Our electoral platform proposed, and it was essential for me and for a number of my constituents that this be included in the platform. The platform increased income tax for the most profitable and largest banks. So I do agree, but that is not the only thing that's in the motion, Madam Speaker, and that is the reason for which we would like to debate it today. Thank you.
Honourable Member for Sherwood Park for Saskatchewan.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker. A simple question for my honourable friend with respect to affordability. Gas prices is top of mind for many Canadians. Does the government wish to see gas prices be higher, lower, or where they are right now?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and I was very interested by my colleague's earlier question on this same topic. I would like to remind the member and all members in this House that the price on pollution, which he likes to refer to as a gas tax, and I'm fine with that, is actually completely compensated for Canadians and for all members of the middle class through our climate action incentive. And so Canadians do not pay a higher rate at the pump due to our price on pollution. They are paying a higher rate at the pump at the moment because of several factors related to the pandemic, which I detailed in my speech, and because of the unjustified and illegal war that Russia has begun against Ukraine. And, Madam Speaker, I would be happy to engage with my colleague further on the topic if he likes.
The questions and comments, the Honourable Member for Nanaimo Ladysmith. I'm sorry, for Saanich Gulf Highlands.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. To my honourable colleague and parliamentary secretary, I really am in favour of this motion, and one of the things I want to highlight in it is the last point, a publicly accessible beneficial ownership registry. Just within the last few days, an important report was released called Snowwashing Inc., how Canada is marketed abroad as a secrecy jurisdiction. Now, this is not just federal. I want to emphasize that this happens provincially too, but non-Canadian corporations can register and take our housing out of our markets for speculators. Does the honourable member have a comment?
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And one of the measures which I am very much in favour of is to increase taxes on those that are speculating on our market here in Canada. We have proposed a tax on foreign buyers which wish to scoop up Canadian homes for purposes of either flipping or perhaps leaving them vacant in order to have the property sold at a later date. I think we absolutely need to attack speculation, and I thank my colleague for her question.
The Honourable Député de Mirabel.
The Honourable Member from Mirabel. I've heard my Conservative colleagues, and what surprises me is that they're saying that the constituents like low gas prices, but the oil companies like increased prices because they're most profitable when prices go up. So do Albertans like expensive or cheap gas? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary. As a proud Quebecer, I don't claim to speak for Albertans, and I believe that my colleague would agree. Thank you.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Fleetwood Portico.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. To my honourable colleague, to what degree do we need to count on action by the provinces in order to get meaningful measures to deal with the high cost of things, and particularly housing?
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
I apologize, Madam Speaker, and I thank my colleague for his question. I do think that it is important for us to continue to work with the entire private sector, and particularly with our banks. As I mentioned in my speech, I do think it was an important platform commitment to raise the income tax for the most profitable and largest banks in the country. Thank you.
You mean debate, the Honourable Member for Whitby.
Well, thank you, Madam Chair, and it gives me great pleasure to rise today and speak to the opposition motion, which is before the House. Madam Speaker, we are acutely aware that many Canadians are being squeezed by higher prices for groceries and gasoline. Our government knows that inflated or elevated inflation, a global phenomenon, in fact, is driven by the unprecedented challenge of restarting the world's economy and the instability of global markets as a result of Russia's attack on Ukraine. And that these factors are leading Canadians to worry, rightfully so, about the cost of living. The pandemic also continues to be a threat to global supply chains and inflation, with a surge in cases in China and another wave beginning in Europe. As global economies have unwound COVID-19 related restrictions and reopened their economies, the price of goods has gone up around the world. And this is due to several factors. One is that during the pandemic, millions upon millions of people redirected the money they usually spent on in-person services towards physical, durable goods. This has put an extraordinary strain on global supply chains, leading to shortages and bottlenecks. This has been a significant driver of inflation around the world. Furthermore, droughts in key food-producing regions, including in our prairies, have caused grocery bills to go up, and energy prices have increased at rates not seen in decades. Indeed, the Bank of Canada and private sector economists anticipate that inflation may stay higher for somewhat longer than initially expected, but they expect it to ease back towards the 2% target over the next 2 years as pandemic-related forces start to fade. And I would say, and market conditions begin to rebalance and equalize and hopefully return to somewhat normal. As we have always said, restarting the economy is a complex process, and the Canadian and global economies are still feeling the impact of the COVID-19 pandemic. And now, along with higher prices for a broad range of commodities, the Russian invasion threatens renewed supply disruptions, all of which are expected to add upward pressure on prices. Our government has been swift and decisive in its actions along with Europe, the United States, and the United Kingdom to put in place the toughest sanctions ever imposed on a major economy. We remain steadfast in our support for Ukraine and will do whatever is needed to continue to put pressure on Russia and choke President Putin's ability to fund his illegal and unprovoked war of aggression on Ukraine. However, in order to really be effective, in order to really have an impact, we're going to have to be prepared for there to be some adverse consequences for our own economy, which could also affect Canadians' cost of living temporarily. That said, Canadians should rest assured that when it comes to government benefits and concerns over inflation, the government indexes the Canada Child Benefit to inflation, as well as Old Age Security and the Guaranteed Income Supplement and the Goods and Services Tax Credit, and other benefits for the most vulnerable people. Our government has also cut taxes for the middle class while raising them on the top 1%, and we are working to address the housing affordability issues that we see across our country as well. In fact, we've obviously put in place Canada's first ever national housing strategy, a $72 billion investment over 10 years that's created hundreds of thousands of affordable housing units, and now have added to that with a large package of new measures that will be in addition to the national housing strategy, which should help to control the affordable housing problem. We're also working with provinces and territories to implement a Canada-wide $10 a day community-based early learning and childcare system that will make life more affordable for families, create new jobs, get parents back into the workforce, and grow the middle class while giving every child a real and fair chance at success. This will save families in Ontario when Ontario signs on to those agreements. It's the only province that hasn't done so yet, but we're looking forward to getting that done, and it will save families in my riding of Whitby up to $600 per month in just the first year with a 50% reduction in fees. That's a pretty significant amount of savings for the average family. And think about that as every child, or every child, it's per child in terms of savings. So if you have 2 or 3 children, there's even more savings. Now, I also want to just mention renewing Canada's monetary policy framework. Additionally, a strong monetary policy framework is the best weapon in our arsenal to keep prices stable and keep inflationary pressures in check. Our government and the Bank of Canada believe that monetary policy can best serve Canadians by continuing to focus on price stability. That is why last December, our government and the Bank of Canada announced the renewal of the 2% inflation target for another 5-year period. This renewed framework will keep the bank focused on delivering low, stable, and predictable inflation in Canada. Since Canada adopted an inflation targeting framework 30 years ago, inflation has averaged close to 2%, which has contributed to our country's strong labor market performance, to our economic growth, and to our prosperity. Maintaining a stable environment for the prices that Canadians pay is a paramount objective for Canada's monetary policy. That has been the case for 30 years, and that will remain the case for the next 5. Doing so supports a strong and inclusive labor market that provides every Canadian with opportunities for a good, high quality of life. That is why the review and renewal of Canada's monetary policy framework every 5 years is such an important moment for our country. This renewal of Canada's monetary policy framework is fundamental to Canada's economic success. It's about continuity and about continuing to do what we know works. Madam Speaker, as you can see, our government is already working hard to address the cost of living and to make life more affordable for Canadians. And thankfully, by delivering significant fiscal policy support to Canadians during the pandemic and avoiding harmful austerity policies, we have seen a rapid and resilient recovery so far. The vast majority of the government's recovery plan is targeted towards growth-enhancing and job-creating initiatives. Initiatives such as investments to support childcare and the adoption of new technologies that will help boost supply, increase space for the economy to grow without the risk of higher inflation. And our government has moved from very broad-based financial supports to more targeted measures that will provide help where it is needed and when it is needed. I'm pleased to say our plan is working. Canada has exceeded its goal of creating 1 million jobs, well ahead of expectations, and has the strongest job recovery rate in the G7. In fact, as of February, despite the temporary effects of Omicron, the Omicron variant, on Canada's labor market, 112% of the jobs lost since the peak of the pandemic have been recouped in Canada. That's significantly outpacing the U.S., which is just at about 90% of jobs recovered. And Canada's GDP has now returned to pre-pandemic levels. It was reported in the fourth quarter of 2021 that the annualized growth rate of GDP in Canada was 6.7%. That's pretty incredible economic recovery. We're well on track, and we focus now on shifting to sustaining and enhancing Canada's growth potential. And that's going to be important, obviously, as we move forward. However, Madam Speaker, we know that more can be done, especially as we emerge from COVID-19. Despite impressive economic performance in certain parts of the economy, as I stated, our government is mindful of the global phenomena of elevated inflation, its impact on the cost of living, and that housing continues to be top of mind for many, many Canadians. And so we look to the years ahead. The government's focus will continue to be on jobs and growth and making life more affordable, and priorities that will form the foundation of the upcoming budget. So I really think that the cost of living crisis and making life more affordable has been a priority for our government. I've given many, many examples of that in my speech today. There's much more work to be done, of course. This is an ongoing concern for Canadians. I would say, just wrapping up, that there are many factors due to the current geopolitical context and many of the crises that our country and Canadians have gone through over the last 2 years. And I think our government's doing its very best to remain responsive to those needs of Canadians and address the affordability challenges that every Canadian experiences. So by no means have we solved it all. At the same time, we've made a lot of progress, and we will continue to work hard to alleviate the stresses and strains that many Canadians face with the cost of living challenges. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Victoria.
And I want to thank the member for his speech. In the most recent mandate letter for the Minister of Finance and for the Minister of Innovation, Science and Industry, the commitment to make a beneficial ownership registry public was curiously absent. And I'd like to ask the member, does he know, is his government still committed to making this registry public? The government currently only collects limited data on ownership, and money laundering is wreaking havoc on our housing market. Will the member across the way commit today to push his government to make this important registry public?
Honourable Member for Whitby.
Well, I want to thank the member opposite for the great question, and I do appreciate the push in this direction. I think it's an important discussion to have. Certainly, strengthening the transparency needed for corporate beneficial ownership is a topic that our government is very concerned with, and in fact has done a pretty substantive public consultation engagement on. I note a document posted on the Government of Canada's website from April 6, 2021, that details provides quite a lot of information about some very detailed, in-depth consultation work that was done. I would want to read the conclusion. Stakeholders across the spectrum supported the idea of a central registry or registries of beneficial ownership information as an effective tool in making sure that law enforcement, tax, and other authorities obtain the information they need to identify the natural persons who own and control Canadian corporations. While there were more mixed reviews on the value and merits of public access, it's certain that this remains a priority for our government. Thank you very much.
The Honourable Member for Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. The member mentioned childcare in his speech as part of this debate around affordability. and he's keen that his province sign on. I'll share a big challenge that I'm hearing from childcare providers in my province, a province that has signed a deal with the federal government, and that is that the federal plan effectively involves fee regulation and limited increases to fees that are actually below the current rate of inflation. Childcare providers are very, very concerned that they're being told they can't charge more than a certain amount, they can't raise their fees beyond a certain amount, and that is severely limiting their ability to do expansions, to offer more childcare services, to actually do what this plan is theoretically supposed to do, which is to increase the availability of childcare. So in the short term, it sounds great to say we're regulating the fees, but in the long term, if childcare providers can't expand, they can't afford to offer services, and they're being forced to close as a result of the cost squeeze on them from inflation and other factors. Well, the member acknowledged that there's a serious problem here, a real sort of ticking time bomb in terms of the availability of childcare services.
Member for Whitby.
Well, I do appreciate the question from the member opposite, and I do appreciate his concern and interest in seeing child care agreements signed across the country. And certainly the substantive, I think, reduction in fees that families who are ultimately the consumers of these services and the beneficiaries of these services would experience as a result of the very substantive federal government investments across Canada. In terms of regulating fees and capping those, I think this is an issue that our government would take seriously. The formula, as far as I understand it, as it applies to provinces and territories, seems quite fair from my perspective. And, Ontario has $10.3 billion on the table that they can take advantage of to offer children and families across Ontario access to affordable childcare, and I think that's an opportunity not to be missed.
The Honourable Member for Mirabel. Thank you, Madam Speaker. The two previous speakers on the government side have talked about monetary policy, and they've said we still have 2 years of high inflation, and then it will go back to 2. So a little calculation for my colleague, including food and energy. If we have 6% inflation last year, 6% this year, 6% next year, and then we go to 2% after, that's a 20% increase over 4 years. That's 10 years of inflation in 48 months. And that's why we're asking that old age security benefits be increased by over $100 a month for our seniors. So is it that the Liberals don't know how to count, or have they just forgotten about our seniors, Madam Speaker?
Well, I do appreciate the member's lesson in mathematics. I think our government has not forgotten how to count. As I said in my speech, old age security and the guaranteed income supplement are indexed to inflation. The 2% target that the Bank of Canada has set, I think, is a target. And over the course of the next 5 years, certainly there's monetary policy in place that they'll be putting in place, including the recent increase in the base interest rate, that will help to control inflation. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Debate, the Honourable Member for North Island Powell River.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker, and I will be sharing my time today with the amazing member from Cowichan, Malahat, Langford. So we're here today to talk about an NDP motion that really addresses the key issue of where is the bar of dignity in the country that we all belong to. And what we're seeing across this country is more and more people are falling below it. And Madam Speaker, you may ask, what do I mean by bar of dignity? And to me, it means that you have the ability to look after yourself, to have a roof over your head, to be able to feed yourself, to be able to afford the medication that you need, to be able to just access those basic things that we all deserve to be a part of because we are all Canadians, because we live in a wealthy country that should be looking after all of the people who live in it. And right now we're in yet another government, another federal government that passes hands between the Liberals and the Conservatives that continue to take away that bar of dignity and lower it and lower it and lower it. So we've heard from some of our Liberal friends here today that there are some great economic outcomes. There's more jobs, there's more opportunity. But when you talk to everyday people who are living through the experience that they're having right now, what you're seeing very clearly is that a lot of those folks are working 3 or 4 of those jobs, trying to make ends meet. We're talking about families who don't get to spend time together as a family because both working parents are having to juggle all of those factors. And I really think we need to look at this in the key of what we're seeing people and where their needs are. And I can't help but touch on housing. In my riding of North Island, Powell River, we have seen a huge increase in the cost of living. And that is largely based around a housing market that has exploded. Parts of my riding, some of the most rural and remote communities, have seen the cost of housing go up between 60 to 80%, Madam Speaker. That means that people who are living within those communities can't afford to purchase within their own community. It's also had a huge impact on people who were renting homes. With the market exploding this way, what we're seeing is a lot of people who own houses that they usually rent out are selling because they are making a lot of money to do so, which means more and more people are unhoused. You know, Madam Speaker, just the other day we had a gentleman walk into our office, and my staff were quick to tell me when I was back. It was a gentleman who lives on disability. He's been living in his apartment for many, many years and has just been told that he has to leave because a new person bought the home that has the rental unit that he lives in. His reality, and it is the truth because I've heard it from so many people across my riding, is there is nowhere else for him to go. There is no affordable unit for him. And when I hear that this government is giving money to private corporations that are charging rents that are 30 to 120% higher than the market rate, it just tells you this is not a project, a program that this government is taking seriously. It's not about making sure that people who are unhoused, who are struggling, who don't know how they're going to live from day to day are going to be able to have an affordable home to live in. So it's about priorities, and that's what this motion is about in this House. It's about saying that the people who work hard every day deserve to be treated with dignity. And I think about these challenges. I've talked to a lot of professionals who have lost their rental units simply because they've been sold from underneath them. And now they're living in trailers, hoping that trailer parks will not just stay open during the normal summer months and spring and fall months that they stay open, but the whole year just so that they have somewhere safe to live. And I also think about the many seniors who had the GIS clawed back to them. They are contacting our office, very grateful that they're seeing those dollars come back to them, but in a lot of cases, they've already lost their home. They've already lost where they live. And now, because the cost of living is going up so much, because the cost of rentals are going up so much, they have nowhere to live. Madam Speaker, just the other day I was at Quenza Place, which is a place in Campbell River that provides showers and laundry facilities for those who are unhoused. When I was there, I met a lot of folks that are just struggling to get by, that are really challenged for multiple reasons. And one of the things that was most startling to me was the fact that inside that space, they have a project that they're working on. They're building wooden structures that people would be able to pull either on their own or with a bike that they can live in because there's nowhere else for them to live. And I really respect solutions, Madam Speaker. I really respect when communities come together, they look at some of these real issues and they create solutions. But it just tells me that we are still not seeing a federal government that sees the right to housing as a basic human right. That they're saying it's okay for you to scrounge around to make a few $1,000s so that you can build a wooden box to live in so that you don't get cold in a rainstorm. So I appreciate what Quenza Place is doing. I really appreciate the warmth that they bring and how they help people be able to wash their laundry. But I want the bar of dignity in this country to be higher. That is what this motion is about. I also had some conversation with some food banks in my riding that are just talking about the huge amount of numbers that are coming through and continue to come through, and how people who've never had to use the food bank before, working people, working hard every day, making decent incomes, are having to come to the food banks because they cannot afford not to. Again, why is this government continuing to allow the bar of dignity for Canadians to go so far down? Madam Speaker, what I find the most frustrating is often in these big moments of discussion about how to make the world a better place, I see people fighting one another. People mad because this group of people has this right and that group of people has this right. And I think it's important for all of us as Canadians to come together and say, what is the real issue here? And the real issue here is that wealth is being held by a very few in this country. And every year we're seeing their piece of the pie grow larger and everybody else's grow smaller. So I really encourage Canadians, stop fighting about your small piece of the pie and that person's small piece of the pie and that person's small piece of the pie. Let's start talking about what really needs to happen, which is leadership from the federal government to say, if you're going to make enormous profits, you need to step up and you need to pay your fair share. Because I can tell you, the people in my riding, whether they work in the fishing industry, whether they work in the logging industry, whether they work in education, whether they work in tourism, they are paying their fair share every single day. They care about their communities every single day. But there are those in this country who are not paying their fair share. So I just want to let my constituents know that in 2021, Scotiabank had a net profit of over $10 billion. They paid 4.3 of those billions of dollars in dividends to their shareholders. And what did they do at the same time? They increased their customers' banking fees. Then we saw BMO that made a net profit of $7.7 billion, paid out over $2.7 billion in dividends while increasing the fees to their customers' bank accounts. We look at Loblaws, owned by the very wealthy Weston family that made a net profit of $1.9 billion. They paid $484 million in dividends to their shareholders, however, refused to increase the wages of their workers to supplement those frontline workers who worked on the front line during this pandemic, who continue to work on the front line during this pandemic, and are at higher risk of contracting COVID-19. So really today we're here to talk about fairness, to take up that space and say, let's make this country a little fairer. Let's look at this motion. It really directs the Liberals to fulfill their campaign promise. Perhaps a bit of a new thing for them, but something I'm really hopeful that they will follow through with. They said that they would implement a 3% surtax on banks and insurance companies with net profits over $1 billion. We also want to see it extended to oil companies and large grocery chains with net profits over $1 billion. Because it's time. It's time for a government in this country to finally stand up and stop protecting excess corporate profits and start saying the bar of dignity in this country needs to be higher. We should not have seniors at the bottom groveling for the things that they need when they built this country. We should not be asking families to put groceries back on the shelves because they can't afford them. So hopefully we'll see some action. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, Madam Speaker, I wouldn't want to see false impressions being given when we have seen over the last number of years a progressive government that is in fact focused special taxes on some of the wealthiest in Canada, right from the first budget to legislation that we just passed recognizing, the member makes reference to the cost of housing, where we now have an annual tax that's going to be applied to individuals that are purchasing condos and so forth in places like Vancouver and our big cities, and just using it purely as an investment as opposed to a residential. Very wealthy people, and a special tax, an annual tax is being applied there. There's different ways in which we can approach this, and I would suggest to the member that it's been noted in terms of what the member has said. I appreciate the comments, but I would also ask her if she could just provide her thoughts in regards to the banks. When you make reference to banks, that we need to be fair, many of the shareholders of banks are pension funds and so forth, so it's not an individual per se.
I just remind the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary that I don't participate. The Honourable Member for North Island Powell River.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker. And as always, I appreciate that this member rises almost every time after every single speech in this House to ask yet another question. But I do want to remind the member that it is not the opposition's job to make the government feel better about the inaction of their steps. And what I really would like to see is fairness and a bar of dignity. As the great Shania Twain always says, you don't impress me much. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions et commentaires, l'honorable.
The Honourable Member for Terrebonne. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to thank my honourable colleague, for her refreshing speech. It's good to hear people with progressive ideas, concrete ideas. My question is the following. The Liberal Party in the election campaign proposed a surtax of 3%. The NDP's motion wants to broaden that proposal to oil companies and big box stores. I'd like for my colleague to elaborate on the choice of including those two sectors in this surtax. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
For North Island Powell River.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker, and I want to thank the member for that thoughtful question. I really appreciate it, because one of the things that I think is really important in this conversation is that the federal government has the tools in place to measure where wealth is extreme, where profits are coming in at a high amount. The reality is we know that people who are living in Canada, everyday people, are seeing poverty grow. They're making decisions that I think Canada does not want them making. So this is why we brought forward these additions, because these are folks that are bringing in, and of course we said, have to be making a profit in excess of $1 billion. It's only fair that when you are making an excess of profit, that we open up those doors and make sure that no one is left behind. And unfortunately, we have systems that continuously leave some people behind and think that crumbs, a little extra here and there, is going to make a difference. We need to see that bar of dignity rise. That's why we propose this motion. Thank you.
Comments. The Honourable Member for Victoria.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I want to thank the member for her speech. While big box stores, big banks, and big oil companies are making record profits, over half of Canadians are struggling to keep up with the cost of living. And I've heard Conservatives in this House say that extreme wealth inequality imply that it is inevitable. But consecutive Liberal and Conservative governments have made choices that got us here. Can the member speak to the responsibility of this government to own up to what they've done, what got us here, and to take action now?
The Honourable Member for North Island Powell River.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker, and I thank the member for that really perceptive and thoughtful question, because that is the reality, is what we're seeing is consecutive Conservative and Liberal governments continue to make decisions, to make laws, to not fight the laws that grow the wealthiest people's in this country's wealth and leaves everybody else behind. So what we're saying is, as we go through these hard times, as we face challenges of inflation, I mean, I'm from BC, I'm seeing the cost of gas and how high it is. This means that everyday workers, everyday people, people that cannot work because they have health issues, cannot get ahead, and they can't even reach dignity. So this government has to take action. Thank you.
It is my duty, pursuant to Standing Orders 38, to inform the House that the questions to be raised tonight at the time of adjournment are as follows. The Honourable Member for Spadina, Fort York, Foreign Affairs. The Honourable Member for Yorkton Melville, the Royal Canadian Mounted Police. The Honourable Member for Stormont Dundas, South Glengarry, Housing. Reprise du débat. Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Cowichan, Malahat, Langford.
Thank you so much, Madam Speaker. You know, I truly believe that every member of Parliament is here for similar reasons. We want to do right by our community, and I think we all have an overall goal of leaving Canada a better place than when we found it. I guess, you know, I've always told people in my writing that the politics comes into play because we have different ideas on how to achieve those very same ends. I think in the present climate in Canada, Canadians from coast to coast to coast are really suffering. There's a lot of struggle out there, and I think this is one of those moments in time where they're really crying out for bold policy. this is an opportunity for members of Parliament to really ask themselves, why am I here? Like, am I actually making a difference in people's lives? And Madam Speaker, I acknowledge that the motion before the House today, the motion that was brought forward by the New Democratic Party of Canada, is non-binding on the government. But what it does do, Madam Speaker, is it sends a powerful voice, because if the House were to vote in favor of this motion, it sends a signal to the Cabinet. It sends a signal that most of the MPs in this place, representing the majority of Canadians, want to see a shift in government policy to level the playing field and address the very real concerns of Canadians. Now, what are we asking the government to do? We're essentially asking them to commit to a campaign promise and commit to a promise that was made in their budget. Now, excuse me if I sound a bit jaded. That sounds like pretty simple things. But Madam Speaker, I've been a member of this House since 2015, and I have a lot of unfortunate experience with Liberal promises that were left on the wayside. This is a government that once promised electoral reform and cynically left it in the dust. This is a government that has promised sincere action on climate change, yet invested billions of our public taxpayer dollars into a pipeline. Imagine investing in fossil fuel infrastructure in this day and age when all of the evidence of climate change surrounds us every day. What kind of a message is that sending to our children? So by every metric, whether you're looking at housing, at fuel, at the cost of food, the wealth inequality, there are multiple failures to be found. I acknowledge that my friends on the Liberal side are in their way trying to bring policy to address some of those core concerns. I will acknowledge that. But if you look at the evidence on the ground, Madam Speaker, they are failing. They are not properly addressing those very real concerns that Canadians are having. In my riding of Cowichan, Malahat, Langford, in 1 year, we saw housing prices go up anywhere from 30 to 40%. That is simply unsustainable. When I have families in Cowichan, Malahat, Langford, families with 2 incomes, earning 6 figures, and they are put out on the street or given notice because the landlord sold their property to take advantage of the skyrocketing housing costs, and they, with their income level, cannot find a place to rent. That is a real problem. That is an indictment on this federal government's housing policy. The market is failing Canadians, and therefore we must find non-market solutions to address this housing crisis. Fuel prices. Now, I acknowledge that's something out of our control. There is a war going on in Ukraine, and oil is one of the most volatile energy sources on Earth. It always will be. It always has been. But when you see price increases go up, in my riding, up to over $2 a litre last week, that puts a real strain on family budgets. If it increases the cost on everything from building materials to the cost of food to pretty much everything that is transported by rail or by truck. Families need a break. And then if you look at wealth inequality, Madam Speaker, my God, over the last 2 years, we've had Canadian families that they've been having to deal with so much. And we see the richest in Canada have increased their wealth by billions of dollars. That is not fair. So what are we asking the government to do in its promises that were made on the campaign and in the budget? We're proposing that they add a 3% surtax on banks and insurance companies on profits of over $1 billion. So just so that's clear for the members, for the residents of Cowichan, Malahat, Langford, a company will have had to have made a profit of $1 billion before the tax would apply. It is simply not right when we have families struggling with the basic necessities of life for them to be seeing those record profits being made, and they are at the other end. So we're simply asking, Madam Speaker, that we honor those promises, that we tax extreme wealth at the high end, and we reinvest that money into our communities. We reinvest it into working families. We reinvest it to make our communities resilient. Now, I hear my conservative friends, I've listened to some of the debate today, and you know, they talk about addressing inflation through building more pipelines, giving a GST holiday to fuel, getting rid of the carbon tax. Well, in my view, Madam Speaker, that is extremely short-sighted policy because it does nothing to address the inflationary pressures of climate change. And it also ignores the fact that oil and gas are, as I said before, our most volatile energy sources. I mean, if you were to look, Madam Speaker, just speaking about the volatility of that as a fuel source, the inflationary pressures that will come to us from climate change are going to be measured in the trillions of dollars. I mean, if we think that fuel prices now are high, imagine what's going to happen when we have conflicts arising around the world because of the scarcity of water resources, of the fact that their agriculture has been devastated, when we see coastal cities inundated because of rising floodwaters. These have real economic costs. I mean, forget the ecological argument. Listen to the economic argument. How many future tax dollars are we prepared to spend to address these issues? And we know they are going to drive up costs. So to suggest in this House that we should build more pipelines and that we should have some kind of small, short-sighted tax holiday is completely ignoring what the costs will be if we continue to use fossil fuels and continue to let climate change go on a runaway course. So, Madam Speaker, in the reinvestment in our communities, well, I'll tell you what I would do in Couch and Malahat Langford. I've got a few areas where that money could be reinvested. The opioids crisis, for one. I've got too many residents on the streets of Couch and Malahat Langford who are playing Russian roulette with their lives every time they go out and buy toxic street drugs. We have a massive housing crisis. We need to reinvest those funds to make sure that people have the right to housing established clearly. And we need the government to step in and build those non-market units. Pharmacare and dental care. My God, if we want to help working families, why don't we help them with the unexpected budgetary costs they have with dental bills and pharmacare bills? And yet, when we've given this House the opportunity to vote on those very measures, you know, we're talking about coalitions here. What about the Liberal Conservative coalition? They combined have voted against dental care. They voted against a wealth tax. They voted against pharmacare. All measures that are designed to help working families. So words are cheap, Madam Speaker, but luckily this place keeps the receipts. It's noted down in Hansard and in the way both those parties have voted. So I want to make that very clear. So, Madam Speaker, we could also invest in bigger health transfers. I know my Bloc colleagues have talked repeatedly about provincial demands for more federal health transfers, and I know that's been a demand of all provinces. Surely the last 2 years have shown us how strained our healthcare systems have been, and this is a real opportunity for us to reinvest those excess profits to build a system we can all be proud of, the system we know we can have in Canada where no one is left behind, to honor the vision of the people who built it in the first place. So, Madam Speaker, I will end there by saying that I hope all of my colleagues in this House will find it in themselves to vote for this motion and to signal to the people of Canada that they are serious about enacting the bold policy that we need. Thank you.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for West Vancouver, Sunshine Coast, Sea to Sky Country.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd also like to thank my honourable colleague from Couch and Malahat Langford for his speech. And actually, I had the pleasure of joining him or sitting beside him on the flight last night to talk about one part of the motion, which is on the creation of a publicly accessible beneficial ownership registry. Obviously, in the budget last year, we provided funding to set up a beneficial ownership registry for federally incorporated companies. And in our platform this past election, we campaigned on a homebuyer's bill of rights to have such for property. But unfortunately, a lot of these matters, provincially regulated, companies wouldn't be covered by that, and land ownership is provincially regulated. So I was wondering if the member could speak a little bit more towards the third part of that motion on creating a publicly accessible beneficial ownership registry, if that's for property or for companies, and what he sees the federal government's role in working with the provinces so that they adopt similar measures.
Member for Couch and Malahat Langford.
Well, I'd like to thank my friend for that question. And as he is a fellow British Columbian, he would know that our provincial NDP government has enacted as such a policy. It does cover the area of provincial jurisdiction. And so I would like to see the federal government move ahead with this. I referenced promises that were made, Madam Speaker, and one of my colleagues earlier in an intervention, I believe it was the member for Victoria, pointed out that that key promise was missing from mandate letters of 2 ministers. So I would encourage the member to speak to the ministers to ensure that it's still on the table, because it is something we very much want to see the federal government move ahead on to establish that transparency within the areas that it has clear jurisdiction over. Thank you.
Questions and comments, the honourable member for Abbotsford.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker, and I thank my colleague for Malahat Cowich and Malahat for his speech. Now, he did lament the fact that somehow some of the parties in this House aren't supporting NDP motions or initiatives. Well, the problem is whenever the NDP bring forward a motion, it's always got poison pills in it so that it forces us as Conservatives to vote against these motions. For example, this motion that we're debating today, I believe there's a consensus in this House to support a beneficial ownership registry. We all support that. But of course, the NDP plugs in taxes and more taxes that all trickle down to the consumer. And so I'm going to ask my colleague from British Columbia, why is it that the NDP has this proclivity to undermine its own policy initiatives by adding things that they know we will not and cannot support? I mean, it seems counterintuitive that if they want something to come through, that they would do that.
Member for Cowichan and Malahat Langford, an opportunity to answer.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker, and I'd like to thank my colleague from Abbotsford for the question. You know, I find it quite funny that Conservatives would regard a tax on profits of over $1 billion to be a, quote, poison pill. And I would love for the Conservative candidate in the next election in Cowichan and Malahat Langford to explain that to voters, how that's a poison pill. Madam Speaker, I think the argument that companies are just going to simply pass these on to consumers is simplistic. It does not reflect reality. And I think Conservatives need to ask themselves why they continuously vote against measures that are trying to level the playing field and ensure that working families can get ahead.
Merci, Madame la Présidente.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to congratulate my colleague from British Columbia for his work. A people, a country, can be measured by how they treat their weakest and most vulnerable. I personally am not for the 3% surtax. I am for the 3% surtax, but I'm not comfortable with the NDP when they talk about the ultra-wealthy. I know these people exist. Is that an ideological term or an economic one? Because when I hear that word, I feel it's insulting to some people. So are you really talking about the economy, or is it an ideological thing for you?
Malahat Langford for 30 seconds.
Sure, Madam Speaker. Well, maybe I'll point my colleague to what we laid out in our platform. And really what it came down to, Madam Speaker, was a 1% tax on fortunes of over $10 million. You know, if you are wealthy enough to own $10 million, that 1% tax on any wealth over and above that, we feel is a small price to pay, and one that is very affordable to people who are in that category. And having that money to reinvest in communities would make a massive difference to working families in my riding, and I believe his as well.
Debate, the honourable member for Vaughan Woodbridge.
Thank you, Madame la Présidente. It's a pleasure to rise and speak on the NDP's opposition motion today. It's also a pleasure to see you in the chair this afternoon, Madame la Présidente. Always a pleasure. To my colleagues this afternoon, it's great to be back in Parliament and doing the work of what our residents sent us here to do, and it's always a privilege and an honor to represent the wonderful residents of Vaughan Woodbridge. They're very entrepreneurial, hardworking, and just great folks who are quite passionate of my riding. Madame la Présidente, when we speak about affordability and we speak about strengthening our middle class and helping those working very hard to join the middle class, our government since 2015 has put forward a number of measures that continue to pay dividends today. The first thing we did when we assumed power in 2015 was we cut taxes for middle class Canadians. Literally billions of dollars a year, and over 6 years, we've returned probably over $20 billion in tax savings to hardworking middle class Canadians from coast to coast to coast. We also increased taxes on those Canadians that are in the top 1%, something that was the right thing to do and showed our efforts to make sure that everyone pays their fair share. We also closed tax loopholes. As a Finance Committee member for my first 5 years in the session of Parliament, I was very proud to work on that area. I would also like to add, Madame la Présidente, that I will be sharing my time with my wonderful friend and colleague from the amazing riding of Davenport in downtown Toronto. So I'd like to add that. Madame la Présidente, we've continued to cut taxes for Canadians. I had put forward an idea in our platform in 2019, which called for the lifting of the basic personal exemption amount. And do it expeditiously, keep it to middle-class Canadians, not give it to the wealthiest of Canadians, and that is exactly what we did. Great policy, literally billions of dollars of tax cuts, so when it is fully phased in, the first $15,000 of what every Canadian makes is not taxed at the federal level. I believe that is fully phased in 2023, so next year. But again, taking necessary steps to help Canadians and put more money in the pockets of hardworking Canadians, something I believe in and something that our government believes in. At the same time, investing in Canadians, in the Canada Child Benefit, which in my riding of Vaughan Woodbridge benefits over 20,000 or nearly 20,000 kids. It's over $60 million a year from the last estimate that we got that goes directly into the pockets of hardworking families, tax-free, monthly, not sent to millionaires, sent to hardworking Canadians in my riding and coast to coast to coast. We enhanced the Canada Pension Plan, which is something we worked together with the provinces, and we did it rightly so to help Canadians so they can ensure their retirement. We know defined benefit pension plans are fading in the private sector quite quickly. We know that Canadians need to have a secure and dignified retirement. That's why we've undertaken just a plethora of measures to help Canadians in the retirement. We made some commitments in our 2021 platform that we will be fulfilling. And it's great to see us continue to aid seniors. One thing that I'm very, very excited about, and I know that over 3 million seniors are very excited about in Canada, including many thousands in my ridings, is that effective this July, the old age security will be increasing by 10%. Nearly $800 a year for seniors in their pockets, collecting old age security, and that is something that's going to assist them, especially with affordability. Now, with regards to today's opposition motion, we know affordability is paramount concern to all families. I have 3 children at home. We go grocery shopping literally almost every day. We know what the cost of formula is, and we know what the cost of cereal and other necessities are for our kids and what they like to eat. And yes, prices are elevated, prices are higher. We all know that. And we know it's having a real impact on the lives of many people and individuals in Canada. We know high inflation is also a global phenomenon. Rising prices are the result of an unprecedented challenge of reopening the global economy. We've talked about the supply chain and its impact. You even look at chips that are used in almost every product in the world, the shortage of chips, what's that's caused for limiting vehicle production, what's that's caused for used vehicle prices, is something that we need to be very aware of. That is why, as a government, we are not standing idly by. We are focused on supporting families and, again, growing and strengthening the middle class, the heart of the Canadian economy, and improving the standard of living of Canadians. We are taking real action to support Canadian families, making life more affordable for them. This includes historic investments in early learning and childcare. As an economist, early learning and childcare excites me. It actually increases the productive capacity of our economy. It's a supply-side measure. That's what improves the standard of living of Canadians. That's what makes our economy more productive. I'm very, very happy to see that 9 out of 10 provinces and I believe all the territories, if I'm not mistaken, have signed on to agreements. I really, really hope and look forward to seeing, fingers crossed, an announcement between the federal government and the province of Ontario on a childcare deal sooner than later. I know that we're putting our young daughter, Leah, in childcare in September, October, so hopefully we'll have that childcare agreement in place. And we know that it's the right thing to do. $10 a day regulated childcare spaces for children under 6 years old. This is, Madame la Présidente, nearly a $30 billion investment over 5 years to help reduce childcare costs across Canada. We've signed agreements with all the provinces except for Ontario, and we are working hard and hoping that Ontario families, like the ones in my region of Vaughan Woodbridge, and for those of you, my colleagues who may not know this, childcare costs in York Region, where one of the 10 members from that area, are amongst the highest, if not the highest, in the country. We need this deal. This will literally save families thousands of dollars a year in after-tax money. Not before tax, after tax. So for you finance folks, think about the before-tax costs of the child care costs when you're paying $1,500 to $2,000 a month for your child. It's quite expensive. Le gouvernement du Canada et du Québec ont aussi conclu.
The Government of Canada and Quebec also has an agreement to strengthen the network for people in the province. Prices are already affordable. This is also a wise social policy. This will make life more affordable for families. This allows mothers and fathers to work and increases the active population.
Participation. That's a great thing for the economy. Cela crée également de bons emplois.
This also creates good, well-paying jobs for educators in childcare centres, which give kids the best head start in life. The childcare benefit is a key element of our efforts to make families' lives more affordable. This helps 3.5 million families every year. Compared to the previous system, this puts more money in the pockets of 9 out of 10 Canadian families. The allowance has already helped lift 435,000 children out of poverty, and each year payments are indexed to keep up with increases in the cost of living. We know that COVID-19 has made life more difficult for Canadian families, which is the reason why families that qualify for the Canada Child Tax Benefit received additional support during the pandemic, up to $1,200 in 2021 for each child under the age of 6. We did this to give more money directly back to Canadian families and to better help them cope with the pressures of the pandemic.
The government has also introduced a number of measures to help those who need it the most, some of which complement existing protection. For our seniors, like I said at the beginning, starting in July, they're going to get a 10% increase in old age security payments for those aged 75 and more. That's almost $800 more for pensioners over the first year, and we have to remember that old age security is indexed, and that is something that is wonderful and great to see, and it's going to help 3.3 million seniors who will receive this 10% increase. This is the first permanent increase in the old age security since 1973. My last 30 seconds, I want to mention something about housing. My riding in the city of Vaughan that we live in has the largest housing developers in literally the country. We are home to housing and infrastructure. There are so many builders in my riding. I think they control nearly the entire housing market in Ontario. I interact with them all the time. We need to get housing supply built. We need to get more Canadian homes for Canadians, and we need to do that. And I know these participants, the developers, the builders, whatever you may refer to them, they are ready. They have the resources. They want to get those zoning bylaws passed quicker and get those regulations reduced so we can build more housing for Ontarians and for all Canadians. Thank you, Madame la Présidente.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. The Honourable Member for Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I asked a question earlier about gas prices, and I didn't really get a good answer from the government. I want to understand just whether the government thinks gas prices in an ideal world would be higher, lower, or the same level. I thought that one of the intentions of the government's policy around the carbon tax, around imposing a tax on things that produce carbon, was to intentionally increase the price of gas. And I know the member will tell me that, oh, but we rebate portions of it. He might even say all of it. But that doesn't really answer the core question that I would like to know, which is, does the government wish to see gas prices be higher, be lower, or be at the same level they're at now?
The honourable member for Vaughan Woodbridge.
Madame la Présidente, through you to the honourable member from Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan, what I would say is WTI, WCS, refinery margins are not controlled by the government. There is a market for that. We obviously want to see Canadian energy used as much as possible. We want to see Canadian energy exported as much as possible. I think we earn about $200 billion a year Canadian from energy exports. Over 800,000 people are employed in the energy industry here in Canada. I'm proud of those workers that go to work every day and work in that resource industry, and it's going to be part of our future for years to come. Thank you, Madame la Présidente.
Questions et commentaires. L'honorable.
The honourable member for Côte-de-Beaupré, Beauport, Côte-de-Beaupré, l'Île d'Orléans, Charlevoix. Thank you, Madam Speaker. It's always a great pleasure when it's time to read my writing. I'd like to thank my colleague for his speech. Madam Speaker, I would like to share a situation, concrete situation in Charlevoix. This is a very high tourism area, and currently all tourism businesses are looking for labour, for workers in Charlevoix. We count on immigrants sometimes. We also count on students who are ever more rare and that don't compensate for the loss of labour that is retiring. Our retirees would happily remain at work, but there's no incentive to do so. Does my colleague not agree that in the next decisions made by this government, for now, because the situation is urgent, we should guarantee to seniors who want to come back to work that there will be a real incentive so that they are incentivized to come back to work?
Vaughan Woodbridge.
Merci pour la question.
Thank you for the question. I visited Quebec this weekend.
Tourism is to all of Canada, and especially to the province of Quebec, as je suis d'accord. We should look at measures that entice, that keep folks from exiting the labour market across this country. We did do something in the budget, raising the Guaranteed Income Supplement earnings exemptions, so seniors can keep more of their hard work dollars as they stay in the labour force. So any measure that increases labour supply, the productive capacity of the Canadian economy, should always be examined. And I know, for my part as an economist, I always tend to look at those type of measures because they improve the standard of living for all Canadians, and they help provinces like Quebec fulfill their labour needs, which we know in Canada we have a great economy, a strong economy, and we need more workers. Thank you, Madame la Présidente.
The honourable member for Nanaimo Ladies. Okay, not anymore. The honourable member for Kings Hants.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to thank my honourable colleague for his remarks today. Near the end of his speech, he touched on a point that I think is extremely important. He mentioned about the development capacity in Vaughan Woodbridge and working to actually expedite and move forward development agreements at the municipal level. Now, I think we would all agree in this House that housing is a complex challenge. It actually is going to involve all three levels of government, the private sector and nonprofit sector. What would this member say about the role of municipalities working closely with developers, not necessarily to just completely steamroll a process, but to make sure there's efficiencies so that those additional costs, that red tape, is not then passed on to homeowners, which could be resulting in some of the prices we're seeing today?
The honourable member for Vaughan Woodbridge, 30 seconds.
I thank the esteemed member from Kings Hats for his question, for their question, excuse me. What I will say, where there is overlapping regulations in place, where there are excess development charges put in place, where there is red tape to put shovels in the ground, we must always look at eliminating those with the caveat of ensuring safety and protection for all standards that are put in place. We need to do that in Ontario. We need 1.5 million houses, I think the estimate is, to be built. And houses aren't just houses, they're homes for Canadians and for our families, where it's where we create our memories, but we need to put the shovels in the ground to actually build them, and we need all layers of government working cooperatively together, and we also need to eliminate layers where it's not where we can possibly do so. Thank you, Madame la Présidente.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Davenport.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. On behalf of the residents of Davenport that I'm so proud to represent, I appreciate the opportunity to take part in today's debate on the Opposition Day motion put forward by the leader of the NDP on tax cuts and fairness. It is indeed a rare pleasure to debate a motion that is supportive of our federal government's platform commitment to reduce taxes for middle-class Canadians while raising them on the wealthiest. So I should begin by thanking the honourable member from Burnaby South for his support. It is my sincere hope that this partnership towards a fair tax system for all Canadians remains long and productive. As the honourable member knows, and indeed all members of this House, one of the key priorities, or our key priorities when we were first elected in late 2015, was to reduce taxes for middle-class Canadians while raising them on the wealthiest 1%. And we have delivered on that commitment in real terms. We've also increased support for fairness and low-income workers through programs such as the Canada Child Benefit and the Canada Workers Benefit, which have helped lift over 1 million Canadians out of poverty since 2015, including 435,000 children. We've increased the Guaranteed Income Supplement top-up benefit for low-income single seniors, enhanced the GIS earnings exemption, and we're increasing old age security for Canadians aged 75 and older, beginning in July of this year. Moreover, we have increased the basic personal amount that Canadians can earn before paying any federal income tax. And to ensure this support is targeted at the middle class, the benefits of the increased basic personal amount are phased out for high-income taxpayers. So, Madam Speaker, when this measure is fully implemented next year, single individuals will pay $300 less in tax each year, and families will pay $600 less, which will be huge savings for both families and for individuals. In addition to these new tax breaks for Canadians and Canadian workers, our federal government has also targeted new tax relief this year to those businesses that are doing their part to create jobs and growth by investing in a better future for all Canadians. For example, as more countries commit to achieving net zero emissions by 2050, the demand for zero emissions technology will only grow. To create jobs and support the growth of clean technology manufacturing in Canada, Budget 2021 proposed to reduce by half the general corporate and small business income tax rates for businesses that manufacture zero emissions technologies. And this tax cut would apply as of January 1st, 2022, Madam Speaker. What's more, we're not just providing tax breaks to innovative businesses that are doing their part to protect the environment this year, but we're also helping the many small businesses that are doing their part in fighting against COVID. Small businesses understand that proper ventilation makes indoor air healthier and safer, helping reduce the risk of COVID-19 transmission. And many want to make further improvements to their indoor air quality to protect their workers and customers. But they've been finding that investing in equipment to improve ventilation can be costly. And that's why our federal government has proposed a temporary refundable small business air quality improvement tax credit of 25% on eligible air quality improvement expenses incurred by small businesses. Businesses would receive the credit on eligible expenses incurred between September 1st, 2021 and December 31st, 2022, up to a maximum of $10,000 per location and $50,000 in total. That's not just good for their business, Madam Speaker. It's also good for the health and safety of Canadians. So as you can see, Madam Speaker, where our government delivers tax cut to businesses, it is doing so strictly with a view to encouraging the sort of investments that support Canadians and their highest priorities. And at the same time, we're ensuring that taxes are appropriate and fair in discouraging the sort of activities that are not helpful to Canadians. A prime example of this is our proposed tax on non-resident, non-Canadian owned residential real estate that is considered to be vacant or underused, which would become effective as of January 1st, 2022. While this tax would not be paid by individual Canadian homeowners, it would certainly benefit Canadians. That's because the recent and rapid rise in housing prices has made finding an affordable place to call home increasingly difficult, and the underused housing tax would help support investments in housing affordability so that all Canadians can have a safe and affordable place to call home. Another important example of how our government is ensuring that Canadians do not have to bear the burden of other decisions is the price that we've put on carbon pollution in Canada. Because the fact is that climate change presents a threat to our long-term health and economic prosperity, and putting a price on carbon pollution is the most effective policy to address it. Fortunately, our federal government, along with the Honourable Member of Burnaby South, and I know many other members of this venerable House, understand this, as do most Canadians and provincial governments. And that's why we've recently confirmed our plan to increase the carbon price through to 2030. At the same time, we will continue to return the direct proceeds from the federal carbon pollution pricing system to their province or territory of origin. In jurisdictions that do not have their own fuel charge consistent with the federal benchmark criteria, and that would be Ontario, Manitoba, Saskatchewan, and Alberta, approximately 90% of the direct proceeds from the fuel charge are returned to residents of those provinces through the Climate Action Incentive payments. As a result, in most households, these climate action incentive payments actually represent more than the increased costs they face from the federal carbon pollution pricing system. What's more, the remaining fuel charge proceeds, which is 10%, are used to support small businesses, farmers, Indigenous groups, and other organizations. Not $1 stays with our federal government, and going forward, the federal carbon price will continue to be revenue neutral for the Government of Canada. Madam Speaker, our federal government is also well aware that even as Canadians have sacrificed to keep our economy going through the pandemic, some of the wealthiest have done very well for themselves. And we have already taken action on the understanding that those who can afford to buy luxury goods can afford to pay a little bit more. To that end, our federal government is our federal government is following through on its commitment to introduce a tax on select luxury goods. In Budget 2021, we proposed the introduction of a tax on the sale of new luxury cars and aircraft with a retail sale price over $100,000 and new boats over $250,000. This tax would be calculated at the lesser of 20% of the value above these price thresholds, or 10% of the full value of the luxury vehicle, aircraft, or vessel. And to implement this commitment, we recently, and that was on March 11, 2022, we released for public comment draft legislative proposals. These draft legislative proposals reflect and respond to input received during consultations with the stakeholders. And with the support of our partners in this House, who share our goal of a fair tax system, this tax would come into effect on September 1st, 2022. These revenues raised by this tax can be used to offset costs for Canadians and invest in a strong economic recovery that supports their highest priorities. So in conclusion, taken together, Madam Speaker, all of these measures that I have touched on today show that our government is following through on its commitment to a fair tax system. And we will continue to follow through on this commitment as we move forward, including with respect to our commitment to ensuring that large profitable banks and insurers pay their fair share as well. I am pleased that with today's motion for debate, we will have the support of the Honourable Member for Burnaby South and his colleagues as we do so. Thank you so much, Madam Speaker. I really appreciate the opportunity to make the case and to speak in the House today.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Victoria.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I want to thank the member for her speech. The member from Cowichan-Malahat-Langford spoke about the litany of broken Liberal promises, and I am concerned that the Liberals may break their promise to create a publicly accessible, nationwide, beneficial ownership registry. This would not only help tackle money laundering, which is having a devastating impact on our housing market, but it also would make it easier to identify assets connected to sanctioned Russian oligarchs and strengthen the enforcement of sanctions. Can the member speak to the need for a publicly accessible, beneficial ownership registry and commit to pushing her government to fulfill their promises?
The Honourable Member for Davenport.
Thank you so much, Madam Speaker, and I really appreciate the question from the Honourable Member. I would say to you that I'm very proud of our government and the promises that we have kept, and many of them I've mentioned in my speech, including increasing taxes on the wealthiest 1%, reducing it on the middle class, supporting our families both in terms of introducing the Canada Child Benefit and now a national child care plan, which all provinces and territories except for Ontario have already signed on to, and many other promises to try to reduce income inequality and create tax fairness in this country. I would say to you, in terms of the beneficial ownership, publicly accessible beneficial ownership registry, I fully support it. Very proud that our government has committed to implementing it. Money laundering is indeed a very serious issue, one that is increasing in its complexity. And so I support this program, and I absolutely continue to encourage our government to implement it as quickly as possible.
The Honourable Member for Sherwood Park for Saskatchewan.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker. The member spoke about how at the beginning of its mandate the government raised taxes on some, the promise they had made at the time was that this sort of tax shifting they were doing would be revenue neutral. But in the end, it wasn't. It significantly added to the deficit, and we've seen continuing measures that have added to the deficit. I think what the member glosses over in her remarks is just how unequal and how disproportionately on middle and lower income Canadians falls the effects of high levels of deficit spending leading to inflation. Those who are very wealthy have a variety of tools at their disposal for protecting themselves from the effects of inflation, but everyday working Canadians simply don't have the same opportunities. We're passing on costs to those who can least afford it and to subsequent generations. Does the member acknowledge this problem and believe the government needs to do more to confront inflation and other ways in which out-of-control spending is passing costs on to those who can least afford it?
The Member for Davenport.
Thank you so much, Madam Speaker. And through you, I would like to thank the Honourable Member for his question. It's an important one. I'd like to respectfully disagree with the member. I think that we have done a lot. We've implemented many things to do everything we can to try to reduce income inequality in our country. So whether it's the introduction of the Canada Child Benefit, the increase in the GIS, the taxing the top 1%, reducing it on the middle class, introducing increases in the Canada Worker Benefit a couple of times. There's been a number of measures that we've taken to try to reduce income inequality in our country. Inflation, though, absolutely is a huge issue, and I do think that it impacts everyone. I think that we should mention that there are a number of measures in place that will help to protect those on the lower end of our the income scale in our country, with indexed to inflation. So our Canada.
I have to give an opportunity for another question. The Honourable Member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and to my honourable colleague. I am particularly concerned, and since it's come up in her speech, the honourable member, what can we start doing? We know that this is about beneficial ownership, which is absolutely hidden. We can have foreign corporations running shell companies in Canada. There's no way to track them down, and this applies across a number of provinces and federally, so that we're now being advertised in places like Russia is if you want to open or hide your assets, Canada's a great place to do it. This recent report called Snow Washing draws attention to it. So it's both federal and provincial. I love my honourable colleagues' comments, but when we can crack down on this, particularly in light of what's happened with Russian assets and oligarchs around the world.
The honourable member for Davenport, 20 seconds.
Thank you so much, Madam Speaker, and I want to thank the honourable member for an excellent question, for bringing this back to the fore. I 100% agree. I think we need to do everything we can to bring this beneficial ownership registry into effect. I think we have to do everything we can to make sure it's transparent in terms of who are owning the public assets, and I think that this should be a key priority for our government moving forward. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Resuming debate, reprise du débat. The honourable member for Winnipeg Centre.
Thank you so much, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I'll be splitting my time with the member from Churchill, Kiiwetinoong, Aski. Madam Speaker, the pandemic has made it very clear we are not all in this together. We are living in a growing corporate dictatorship where some of us are on lifeboats and some of us are sailing on yachts, where the privileges of corporations are increasingly usurping the rights of workers, Mother Earth, individuals, and families, where the divide between the haves and the have-nots is growing in favor of an ultra-wealthy who are becoming richer by the minute, while more and more people are finding it increasingly difficult to survive. And meanwhile, Madam Speaker, many of my constituents are barely able to make rent. The rising cost of food is making food insecurity even more common, and the most basic human rights continue to be up for debate in this House while this government continues to reward their corporate friends on the backs of people, including my constituents in Winnipeg Centre. And workers, real wages are falling, and Canadian billionaires, they are becoming richer, including a $78 billion annual increase in their wealth a year after COVID began. An unprecedented pandemic that has left more and more people scrambling to survive. And this increase in their wealth has been generated with a complete disregard for human rights, including the rights of workers. Take, for example, Sobeys, one of Canada's largest grocery chains and a parent company, Empire, who got rid of their $2 an hour pandemic hero pay, like Loblaws and Metro. Hero pay, Madam Speaker, for workers who put their lives on the line during the pandemic so people could continue to be fed. And adding insult to injury, Madam Speaker, most Sobeys stores are not even unionized. They are a company that has fiercely and fearlessly resisted organizing efforts, showing a total disregard for the rights of workers. And this disregard for workers by Sobeys was not because they wanted to keep food costs down for consumers. In fact, people are paying more for groceries than ever. 6.5% grocery inflation, Madam Speaker, the highest in more than a decade. And it's because of greed. Uncontrolled greed, with CEOs laughing all the way to the bank. Sobeys just reported a quarterly profit of $203.4 million, up from $176.3 million last year, and they are not the only ones laughing. In fact, Loblaws saw its fourth quarter profit more than double compared to last year, with its net earnings available to common shareholders rising to $744 million. And Metro Grocery reported net profits of $207 million at the end of 2021. Uncontrolled greed, with no shame, as we witnessed from Sobeys President and CEO Michael Medline, who boasted on a conference call in December about how much money they were raking in, stating, in quotes, "It was a straight-up good quarter, well executed by our teams across the country." Madam Speaker, It wasn't a straight-up good quarter for my constituents who shop at Freshco on Sargent Avenue, struggling to put food on the table because every trip to the grocery store is more expensive than the last. It wasn't a straight-up good quarter for workers who had their hero pay taken so that CEOs could line their very deep pockets with more cash. Madam Speaker, our economic system is rigged. Corporate greed with wealth born on the backs of individuals and families. That is even impacting their ability to have their most basic human rights respected, including the right to food security. Seriously, Madam Speaker, workers and consumers are seeing no benefits from the major grocery chains' record profits that are using or that are rising because prices are rising. Profits that are growing because they are cutting workers' pay and sometimes even violating their human rights, including the profits that were made possible by the many migrant farm workers who grow the food that are sold in these stores. Some of the most exploited and mistreated workers in the country. In fact, last December, Madam Speaker, the Auditor General found that this government failed to protect migrant farm workers during COVID-19, revealing that the federal department responsible for keeping them safe did not properly enforce health and safety measures related to the pandemic. At least 3 migrant farm workers died from COVID, and many more got sick. The Liberal government willfully turning a blind eye to this human suffering is unacceptable, demonstrating time and time again that they are way too close to their corporate friends. And what has the Liberal government done to require large companies like Sobeys, Loblaws, and Metro that have earned windfall profits during the pandemic to share this wealth with workers and communities, to ensure the human rights of workers are upheld? Nothing. In fact, this government has yet to implement a tax on excess profits of banks and insurance companies, despite promising to do so in the last election. Mr. Speaker, what are they waiting for? Madam Speaker, they need to immediately implement the 3% surtax and expand it to include big grocery chains, big box stores, and big oil companies that continue to record record profits. Because, Madam Speaker, we need this revenue to make life easier for individuals and families who are struggling to afford to live with the skyrocketing cost of living. If we could fund it could fund, for example, Madam Speaker, a new and expanded income support programs for seniors, students, people with disabilities, and individuals with complex mental health needs and trauma who are some of the hardest hit by these price increases. It could pay for a national school meal program which would ensure that no child ever has to attend class on an empty stomach. It could help fund a guaranteed livable basic income like the one I'm proposing in Bill C-223. Madam Speaker, it is clearer than ever that we are not all in this together. So many people are just trying to survive at this point, while the wealthy elite have never had it so good. They're in their luxury yachts and rocket ships, while more and more people are surviving in lifeboats. Enough is enough. It is time to grow workers' paychecks and not CEO bonuses and shareholder dividends. It is time for the biggest corporations that have made a killing during the pandemic to pay their fair share. It is time to put people before profits and give people who are struggling the support they need to survive, not just to survive, but to thrive. And it's time for all people to have what they need to live in dignity. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. And I listened to the intervention by the member from Manitoba, and I couldn't help but reflect as I was listening to what she was saying, as she was being accusatory towards a Liberal government, of the fact that the Manitoba NDP government, on I believe either 4 or 5 consecutive occasions, decreased the corporate income tax in the province of Manitoba. So I realize that that doesn't necessarily negate anything that she said, and I'm certainly not saying that, but I'm wondering if she has the same criticism towards the NDP party within Manitoba for essentially doing the thing that she is accusing consecutive governments within this chamber of doing.
For Winnipeg Centre.
Thank you so much, Madam Speaker. And if my honourable colleague would like to run to become a Manitoba MLA, I'm certainly sure that I could connect him with somebody in Manitoba. But I am a federal I am a federal member of Parliament, and I'm calling on his government. Where we've seen multiple corporate bailouts since certainly the time I was elected, to take responsibility for their failure to individuals throughout this country who are struggling, to make sure that the ultra-rich are paying their fair share, to make sure people can stay housed and make sure that they can afford to eat and have their basic human rights respected.
Honourable member for Sherwood Park for Saskatchewan.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. The member talked about concerns about corporate power in this country, and that's one of the reasons why I've put forward Bill C-257, which would add political belief and activity to the Federal Human Rights Code, because I'm concerned about situations where an employer might use their privileged position to discriminate against workers who engage in political activity that an employer doesn't agree with. And I think in addition to other criteria of the Human Rights Code, it's a reasonable way of limiting the power of government or corporations over private individuals' ability to have and express political beliefs. I'm just wondering if the member or her party has a perspective on Bill C-257 adding political belief and activity as prohibited grounds in the Canadian Human Rights Act.
The honourable member for Winnipeg Centre.
Thank you so much, Madam Speaker. I'd like to thank my honourable colleague for his question. And, you know, I do caution. I mean, my honourable colleague was certainly one of the members in this House that supported or supported conversion therapy. Including, so, you know, I just, you know, so when we're talking about...
Order. We do not call people liars, please. And, yeah, the honourable member, yes, the honourable parliamentary secretary.
As you have indicated, Madam Speaker, it was quite clear to the members in this room that the member from Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan was calling another member a liar. Perhaps he would like to rise and apologize to that member for that comment.
What I was trying to address, and I'd like to be able to do my job, if you don't mind. So, I do remind the honourable member that it was very audible. Everybody heard, and I would invite the member to please apologize to the other member, because we are not in the habit of accepting calling off names in the House. The honourable member for Sherwood Park for Saskatchewan.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Objectively, what the member said was inaccurate, and I would invite her to withdraw her comments, and I would be pleased to withdraw mine in the spirit of a similar withdrawal from that member.
The honourable member for Winnipeg Centre.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I will not be withdrawing that comment. It was in the news. I'm certainly willing to give the honourable colleague the news clip. However, in saying that, I do caution his intervention in terms of belief, as I don't know, I have not read his bill, and I would caution what he is trying to promote in his bill, but I'm certainly willing to review his bill.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for King's Hands. Oh, no, I'm sorry. The honourable député d'Avignon, la métisse Matane.
The honourable member.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague for her speech.
I would like to thank my colleague for her speech and thank her and her party for having brought up this topic, because as I believe with most colleagues, we all understand, or rather we all know, that the rising cost of living affects our constituents. Rents are going up, groceries are going up, gas is going up as well. So I think that this surtax is a good idea. That said, there's another way to raise money. How about fighting tax evasion and tax avoidance? I know she agrees with that kind of idea, but does she not believe that on top of that, the government should also bring about other measures, such as amending the Income Tax Act, so that company who stashed monies in tax havens be forced to bring back that money? And what about multinationals who should pay taxes wherever they operate and not just where?
Thank you so much, Madam Speaker. And I absolutely agree with my honourable colleague. I absolutely think it's time that we go after offshore tax havens, that, the ultra wealthy and certainly multinational corporations pay their fair share and be held to account. I think it's beyond time. Certainly this government, they've been elected since 2015. They've had lots of time to amend the tax system to make it fairer, to make sure that people's needs are met. They have failed to do so.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Churchill, Cowanatuq, Aski.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, almost 2/3 of the children living in northern Manitoba live in poverty, the highest in the country. For them, there's never enough. There's not enough food, there's not enough housing, there's not enough medical care. Communities like Shamattawa that in the last couple of years have dealt with a lack of clean drinking water, a COVID outbreak, a tuberculosis outbreak, and an acute lack of housing. There are few communities in the country that better represent our collective failure as a country than Shamattawa. The stain of settler colonialism and an uncaring government that leaves people in communities like these to die. Garden Hill, York Factory, Tatasqueyak Cree Nation, Red Sucker Lake, all communities in our part of the country alone that this government has turned their back on. Communities that don't know week to week whether the water they depend on will be clean enough to drink or bathe in. Whether if a loved one gets sick, they'll be able to access the medical care that they need in their community. Communities that during the H1N1 pandemic were sent body bags, and during the COVID pandemic were sent tents in the middle of winter. For isolated communities like these, how can we ever talk about affordability when people's basic needs are not being met? These are communities that don't have enough doctors. These are communities that have a third world housing crisis. We're talking about 12, 15, 20 people living in a home that's often mold infested and inadequate for our climate. Fundamentally, these are communities that successive liberal and conservative governments won't stand up for. And it's everywhere. In my hometown of Thompson, you see the struggle every day. A working class town that has lost most of its good jobs that were sold off by successive liberal and conservative governments. People worried that they can't make their rent or pay for their medication. People out of work who can't make ends meet. People working who have seen government rely on platitudes rather than supports that they desperately need. This is repeated in communities across the country, the ever-increasing concentration of wealth with the 1%, while more and more are lost and more are struggling. It's a rigged system, and this government shows their true colors every day. We're all in this together, they said to a family that just lost their job and can't afford to fix a broken fridge, but they'll actually give $12 million to Loblaws to buy new fridges. The real heroes of the pandemic, the government said, about nurses and grocery store clerks that never got disaster pay while wealthy CEOs used the wage subsidy to fund their bonuses. This liberal government doesn't care about struggling people. They just play that role on TV. During the last election campaign, the Prime Minister promised to raise income taxes on the most profitable big banks and insurance companies. We're still waiting for them to do that. Canadians expecting their government to stand up for them are still waiting. The reality is, in the 6 and some years they've been in power, the Liberal plan has made life easier for the wealthiest and largest corporations, while everyone else is worse off. Time and time again, people that have so little have had to watch this government cater to those that have so much. While people suffer, Indigenous people, Northerners, working people, and the poor, the billionaire class, not just from Canada, but from all over the world, benefits from this government's inaction on tax fairness. Canada's reputation is used to advertise to oligarchs around the world, showing how generous Canadian tax laws are to help them develop their tax avoidance schemes. This was demonstrated in the latest report from Transparency International Canada, Canadians for Tax Fairness, and Publish What You Pay Canada. To quote, they said, Canada is a new player in the world of offshore companies. It has no negative offshore reputation and no association with tax avoidance or evasion. It is by far one of the best neutral jurisdictions providing offshore benefits without any of the traditional offshore drawbacks. This is Canada. We got to this point by design, not by accident. Canada's tax laws were left untouched despite a flurry of scandals and leaks from the Panama Papers to the Pandora Papers and more. These should have been a wake-up call the world over, but the Liberals haven't budged. Despite losing tax case after tax case, despite clear evidence that Canadian laws are not up to the task to deal with tax evasion, tax avoidance, and tax havens, we have yet to see the desperately needed overhaul of the tax system. But what should we expect from the Liberal Party and the Conservative Party, who regularly fundraise off the billionaire class? Of the 100 richest families in Canada, all of them worth over $1 billion, 56 of them have contributed to the coffers of one or the other of Canada's ruling parties. Last week's report made it clear that they are getting their money's worth. The capacity of the Canadian tax code leaves the door open for tax dodgers to do as they please. As private companies can be owned anonymously, the shareholders, partners, and other beneficiaries can act in darkness, sheltered by Canada from paying their fair share. There is no oversight, as financial reporting is not mandatory. Acting now is a matter of fairness and justice. There needs to be more transparency and disclosure in order to close this gaping tax loophole. These companies that act as fronts for tax havens must be brought to light and made accountable. Beneficiaries must be named. Disclosure must be required to know on behalf of who these companies are operating, and there must be accountability requirements as well as real enforcement in case of false declarations and noncompliance. Given that Canada has failed to successfully mount any cases against major tax cheats with its existing laws, and given that Canada is failing at prosecuting major corporate tax cheats despite regularly promising to add to the CRA's capacity to do so, we need to make sure that there is real enforcement of those needed changes to Canada's tax laws. We're not asking for much. Canadians are not asking for much, just for the Liberal government to frankly live up to their rhetoric rather than continue along the path they always have, one of catering to the billionaire class rather than standing up for people. Big banks, big box stores, insurance companies, oil companies, I implore my Liberal friends, trust me, they do not need your solidarity. In a time of record profits, they don't need your help. A 3% surtax on these industries will still mean record profits and, frankly, bonuses. But it will be world-altering for communities and people on the margins. They're the ones this government should be helping out. They're the ones that need our solidarity. They're the ones that want to see and need to see a plan from this government. It's time we stop standing idly by and refusing to fix loopholes that allow these companies to take the wage subsidy, and instead of investing it into workers, handing out million-dollar bonuses to those that don't need the money. We must start taking seriously the issue of tax evasion. Bring in a beneficial ownership registry in the upcoming budget to help tackle tax evasion and money laundering in real estate. Approximately $130 billion in illicit funds are laundered each year in Canada, mostly through businesses. This is not surprising, as Canada has one of the least transparent corporate laws in the world. At a time when the Liberal government is not doing enough to build more affordable housing, billions of dollars of laundered money through home purchases are putting upward pressure on prices. That's why the government needs to accelerate the adaptation of transparency tools that discourage money laundering by criminals and the wealthy, including a nationwide, publicly accessible beneficial ownership registry. We must start investing in communities' infrastructure needs. Indigenous and northern communities that are at the forefront of the climate crisis need a partner in the federal government. We must use the infrastructure bank to prepare communities that need it most to take on the climate crisis. The infrastructure bank, with its $35 billion budget, has yet to complete a single infrastructure project, almost 5 years into its existence. Mr. Speaker, Today, what we are asking for is for this government to match their rhetoric with their actions, to stop talking about standing with communities and actually stand with them, to stop being part of the problem and start being part of the solution. Thank you.
Question commentaire, questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Kings Hants.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank my honourable colleague for her remarks today. She touched upon grocery outlets and big box stores. So did her colleague before her from Winnipeg Centre. And one of the things that we're studying right now at the Agriculture Committee, or that was brought up today, was the fact that sometimes retailers are being unfair to suppliers in terms of their expectation and some of the additional costs. That's given rise to the idea of a grocery code of conduct, and the member from Leamington actually read out a passage where the CP rail strike and the fact that there could be disruptions, the retailer was still expecting the producer to provide the product with basically no recognition that there could be a disruption. So my question is twofold for my member opposite. Would she support the idea of a grocery code of conduct to try to create a regulatory environment for larger chains to have some type of recourse available to producers? And vis-a-vis the CP rail strike, does she think that at some point the government will have to move in and protect the collective interest and maintain rail services across the country?
The Honourable Member for Churchill, Kawadanoke-Askey.
First of all, let me be clear. The NDP is a party that clearly stands in support of workers' rights to bargain collectively. We do not support legislating workers back to work. We are very much in solidarity with rail workers, including CP workers right now. And it is shameful to see governments that claim to stand up for working people, both liberal and conservative governments, abuse that fundamental right of workers to bargain collectively and legislate them back to work. And we certainly will be fighting any attempts to do so. More broadly, it is clear what we need from government is to rein in corporate Canada, including the big grocery stores that have made incredible profits throughout this pandemic. We know have not supported their workers in the most fundamental ways, including health and safety. We know that certainly their profits have not been reflected in lower prices for consumers. And really here we need to see the Liberals stop favoring their friends in corporate Canada and stand up for Canadian workers and Canadian consumers. And we certainly believe that this government has the power to do that. We're still waiting.
Question et commentaire, questions and comments. I'm the Honourable Member for Kelowna Lake Country.
Speaker, and I'd like to thank the member for her intervention. She mentioned the infrastructure bank and how 5 years in there still has not been a single project that has been completed. And I'm wondering if she can maybe go into a bit more detail about the failures of the infrastructure bank and what kind of projects they should be working on and how really it's been very costly and ineffective. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Churchill, Kawadanoke-Askey.
Well, thank you to the member for that question. It is clear more and more Canadians are tuning into the fact that one of our crown corporations that was created to meet the infrastructure crisis across the country is simply not delivering. It's turned into a corporate welfare model, pushing disastrous triple P projects with a for-profit agenda. And ultimately, the result is we haven't seen one project to completion. This is frankly unacceptable from a public entity, a crown corporation that is sitting on our money as Canadians, and one that we desperately need to do the work of meeting Canada's infrastructure needs, particularly in the face of the climate crisis. And that's why I'm proud of my private member's bill, Bill C-245, which I hope MPs will support, where we reform the bank so that it works in support of Canadians and Canadian communities in the fight against climate change.
Question et commentaire, questions and comments. L'honorable député de Beauport, Côte-de-Beaupré.
The honourable member. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague of the NDP and the NDP itself for this Very good motion. We need to talk about this topic. Now, I'm an entrepreneur, and since I was born, I've heard SMEs say that the economy is supported by independent workers and small and medium-sized businesses. In my riding, Côte-de-Beaupré, in the Charlevoix region, and on the Orléans Island, there are so many small and medium-sized businesses which support the economy. So I would like my colleague to speak to how we can fight against large corporations which often receive subsidies and yet hide their money in tax havens. So how, in the post-pandemic period, can we find a way to get back that money, bring it back as quickly as possible? The member for Churchill-Quaticook-Aski. I'd like to thank my colleague for her question. First, I think the first thing to do would be to support this motion, which we have presented. It's quite clear that we need urgent action based on a report which has just been published. We know that Canada has the reputation as the ideal country for tax evasion. It was quite shocking, actually, to read this. It's shocking, it's unfair, and it calls for urgent action. Now, of course, we also need to do different things to get back that money, as my colleague said, to bring back that money from large corporations who have benefited greatly from the pandemic crisis. And we need to invest the money so that it supports workers across the country and in Quebec, workers in all of our communities, which the Liberals are not doing at this time. Resuming debate.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. And if you want to talk about contrast, you're probably going to get a little bit of contrast now. You know, listening to the member from Thompson, it can get fairly depressing for those that might be following the debate. And one would... In particular, I would suggest to you, Mr. Speaker, that there is a great deal of variation from the truth that we've been listening to. At the end of the day, I would like to share with members a better sense of the reality of what's been taking place over the last 6 years, that not to fear that it's not nowhere near all as bad as the member from Thompson tries to portray it. But I understand, Mr. Speaker, why it is the member from Thompson says the things that she says, because in some ways the NDP have that attitude. It's an attitude of that we are superior on all issues social. And if you don't believe us, ask one of us, and we will reaffirm it, Mr. Speaker. You know, at the end of the day, and I'll cite just one very short example. You know, she makes reference to the infrastructure, and she's criticizing the government of Canada. Last 6 years, we haven't done anything on infrastructure. And then she cites an example. Mr. Speaker, I would challenge any member to show me a government that has invested more in infrastructure in Canada in the last 50 years than this government has done in the last 5 years, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, we have invested historic amounts of money into our infrastructure, Mr. Speaker, and that's in every region of our country. That's right. Now, that's what I mean in terms of this little bit of variation when she makes reference, well, the infrastructure bank hasn't completed anything. Well, the infrastructure bank is relatively new, and it has to review and approve, let alone get some of these projects completed, Mr. Speaker. So, but to try to give a false impression that the government of Canada over the last number of years hasn't done anything on infrastructure, it's just wrong, Mr. Speaker. But let me continue in regards to the motion that we have before us. The motion tries to, again, give an impression, a false impression, that we in the Liberal Party, in particular the Government of Canada, doesn't understand the issue of income inequality It hasn't made any policy decisions to address that issue. And you know, it was interesting, my colleague and friend from Kingston had posed a question to the previous member from Winnipeg Centre. And I thought it was a good question. As that member was criticizing the government of Canada because we're apparently in the pockets of big corporations, which I must say to both the member from Winnipeg Centre and member from Thompson, that is not the case. But I tell you, when I sat inside the Manitoba legislature, Mr. Speaker, not once, not twice, not 3 times, not 4 times, not 5 times, I believe it was actually 5 or 6 times, where the New Democratic government in Manitoba reduced corporate taxes, Mr. Speaker. That was a provincial NDP. Now, there is a difference. The NDP in provincial governments, the NDP at the provincial level have been in government. And every one of those governments you will see often will reflect the opposite of what it is that the NDP will preach in the House of Commons, Mr. Speaker. And when I think of corporations, corporations do play a very important role in our society. And to try to give the impression, a false impression, as if we are in the pockets of corporations, I can tell you that NDP Premier Gary Doer and Greg Selinger, based on what I heard, were in more of the pockets of corporations than this government was, Mr. Speaker. In fact, if you take a look at our election laws, there's limitations in terms of what it is a corporation can give, which is nothing. It's individuals, Mr. Speaker. That's right. When they take shots, at the big banks, and I'm no friend of the big banks, I would like to see banks pay more too, but what they try to give is an impression that the big banks is like, a handful of these elite, wealthy people, which is not the case. If you take a look at it, Mr. Speaker, what you will find is that these big banks and the people that they're paying dividends to often are unions. They are people that have invested in banks because there is a relatively high rate of return. And I believe that there has been an exceptionally high rate of return. And this is something during the pandemic, and this is something in which the government is looking into, Mr. Speaker. And the good news is we have a budget that's not too far away. The 2022-23 budget is just on the horizon, Mr. Speaker, and I know that there are members that are very keen, listening and waiting for the Minister of Finance, our Deputy Prime Minister, who has done a phenomenal job in bringing us through this pandemic on a number of different fronts.
Right. Hear, hear.
We'll have the opportunity through the House to present to Canadians a budget in which we can all be proud of, Mr. Speaker. A budget that will reflect a lot of the discussions that have taken place, whether it's from constituents to members of Parliament who were used as a vehicle to be able to communicate the priority issues, or the many different stakeholders that are out there. This government, in particular the Prime Minister, has made it very clear to all members, at least within our caucus, that they want us to represent, or the Prime Minister wants individual members of Parliament to represent constituents and bring their interest and their thoughts here to Ottawa, not vice versa. And as a result, I believe that when we do get the unveiling of the 2022-23 budget, that we will see a budget for all Canadians, for all regions of our country, that will continue to take and have an impact, that will see a better equalization of income. Right. Something in which we have seen virtually from day one, Mr. Speaker. Need I remind the members that one of the first pieces of legislation that we brought forward was the area of reducing the tax rate for Canada's middle class. And a good portion of that reduction, the money that was there to facilitate that reduction, Mr. Speaker, was a special tax on Canada's 1% wealthiest. Now, if that is not directly what it is that they're hoping to accomplish in this resolution, Mr. Speaker, I don't know what is. And I would remind members of the chamber that the Conservatives voted against the tax cuts for middle class, and surprisingly, the New Democrats voted against the additional tax on Canada's wealthiest 1%. Mr. Speaker, we are the only party from day one since we've been in government that has been consistent in coming up with financial initiatives, legislative initiatives, and policy decisions that have ensured that Canada's middle class and those aspiring to be a part of it have been able to have been advanced, Mr. Speaker, and their interests. And we have gone beyond that. You know, when we talk about putting money in pockets of people, of real people, people that were in need, one only needs to take a look at some of the other initiatives that we have taken, such as the Canada Child Benefit Program, Mr. Speaker. A program that shortly after taking governance back in 2015, we retooled the program, changed it. Millionaires were no longer qualified. Instead, we put it more money for those that had a higher need. And not only did we reorganize it in that sense, we also put into it hundreds of millions of additional dollars, Mr. Speaker, to ensure that this program will be there for our families in Canada, in all regions of Canada. That is something that made a difference in a very real and tangible way. All one needs to do is take a look at the poverty of children and the thousands of children. In my riding of Winnipeg North, and I've cited this in the past, well over $9 million a month comes to Winnipeg North as a direct result. And I can tell you, to the best of my knowledge, there's no billionaires in Winnipeg North, Mr. Speaker. But I can tell you over $9 million a month. I suspect it's probably over 10 million, but I don't know that for a fact. Over 9 million every month coming to support children coming from Ottawa because of a policy change that was made a number of years ago under this administration. Hundreds of children in Winnipeg North lifted out of poverty as a direct result. I can talk about the guaranteed annual income increase, substantial increase that was given, again, shortly after the 2015 election. Once again, in Winnipeg North, as in every riding in this country, hundreds of seniors were lifted out of poverty as a direct result of a government policy. The Government of Canada, with the Prime Minister, ministers, and a caucus that understood the importance of supporting Canadians in a very real and tangible way, Mr. Speaker. Again, as I say, lifting seniors this time out of poverty by the thousands, Mr. Speaker. Those are the types of policies that matter, that have been making a difference. If we take a look in terms of some of the more recent things that we have seen, remember, we've passed legislation to deal with the issue of housing. And here's a tax change that not only brings in more revenue for the Government of Canada, but it also has a positive spin-off for the prices of housing. We all know that there is a huge demand from abroad to invest in Canada. And one of those investments that we have seen over the years is in housing, condominiums. Look at whether it's downtown Toronto to downtown Vancouver and municipalities throughout, where we get individuals acquiring or purchasing these properties. Many of them remain empty. I am quite surprised in terms of the thousands of units that are worth millions and millions of dollars that sit completely empty. Well, just a couple of months ago, we brought in legislation that I believe the Conservatives voted against, Mr. Speaker, but we brought in the legislation that's going to ensure now that in many ways, those vacant properties that are being used in that sense are going to have to pay an annual tax. As a direct result of that particular policy change, as members have talked about the increases to housing, as a direct result, what we will see is that it will have a positive impact in two ways. It will generate additional revenue, which is a good thing, because our current Minister of Housing likes to spend money, and we're all glad about that, Mr. Speaker. He can use those millions of dollars that will be generated, because we understand how important it is, that nonprofit housing sector. There's many within my caucus colleagues that talk about initiatives like housing co-ops, about investing in the nonprofit housing banks, and other opportunities in housing. In fact, the Minister of Housing is out extensively consulting in terms of what and how the national government can actually continue to invest in housing. We understand the importance of housing, not just during the pandemic, but even pre-pandemic, Mr. Speaker. That's why we brought in the first ever national housing strategy. And it wasn't just a piece of paper. It was supported by billions of dollars over a period of time. We're talking about hundreds of millions of dollars subsidizing tens of thousands of units in every region of this country, Mr. Speaker. I've witnessed firsthand the Minister of Housing come to Winnipeg both physically and virtually for a number of different announcements. And yes, there is a need for us to do more on that front. We don't need to be told that. We understand that. That's the reason why we continue to look at ways in which we can enhance housing. We want it to be as affordable. But let's recognize that it can't just be Ottawa, Mr. Speaker. When we talk about inflation or with some of the issues that have great concerns to Canadians, what we also need to incorporate is the idea that you need to work with provinces and municipalities. Many of my colleagues were mayors and councillors. They understand the process of going through a municipality to get a house developed or built, even renovated, Mr. Speaker. Municipalities have to play a role. So do provinces. Provinces are often the ones that are administering the nonprofit housing units. Governments need to work together. For the first time in a long time, not only do we have a national government that's spending historic amounts of money into housing, we have a government that says that the federal government wants to play a role, and we will play a role, and we will look for partners in order to make that happen, Mr. Speaker.
That's right.
When we think in terms of the resolution and the issue of tax fairness, well, you know, we have now put through a budget the basic personal exemption, where we are increasing the basic personal exemption by thousands of dollars. What does that actually mean in a real sense? In a real sense, that means that individuals will not have to pay taxes on a larger percentage of their income. So on the first, I think by the end of 2023, and I could be a little bit out on this, Mr. Speaker, by the end of 2023, I think it's going to be something in the neighborhood of $15,000, where you do not have to pay a federal tax. Provinces will do what they do, and hopefully many of them will see what we're doing and follow suit. That helps greatly, Mr. Speaker. That enhances the opportunity for what I would classify as those that are working so hard at that lower end and being able to keep money in their pockets. I like to think that when we see those types of actions that are taking place, whether it's today or 5 years ago or 6 years ago when we brought in the tax break for the middle class and we put in the extra tax for the wealthiest, or the annual tax now for those people that are investing in Canada in homes, that we understand the imbalance that is there, and we are taking actions in order to be able to rectify it as much as we can, Mr. Speaker. If you take a holistic approach in terms of what it is that this government has done over the last 6-7 years, I would argue, probably wouldn't give me enough time, Mr. Speaker, to do it, but I would ultimately argue that we have seen a government that has done more to address the income inequality than any other government in the last number of generations. And we have seen that in the policy decisions that have been made, not only direct through taxation. Look in terms of the child care benefit. I believe Ontario is the only province that hasn't signed on.
That's right.
And hopefully they will.
Hopefully.
But they're the only province that hasn't. And look at the benefit. Who do you believe benefits the most under that program?
That's right.
Well, ultimately Canada as a nation does. But the individuals now that are going to be empowered or better empowered to be able to go into the workforce or do the other things that are necessary, whether it's workforce or the volunteer work. Canadians are fantastic volunteers. One only needs to take a look at the pandemic, Mr. Speaker. But we're creating opportunities that weren't there. And we have seen, and this is where it's nice that we live in a federal system where we have other provinces, how well the program worked in the province of Quebec. And taking the idea, duplicating it, and turning it into a national program. And by that, there are people that are going to be in a better position to be able to work. We know that because we have seen the impact it's had in the province of Quebec, Mr. Speaker. It hasn't been lost on us in terms of the importance of taxation. What my constituents want is the same as what the constituents of all of our constituents want. They understand the need for taxes, but they want their taxes to be fair. They want the tax dollars to be spent wisely. And these are the types of things in which we, as a government, through accountability and transparency, strive every day, Mr. Speaker. In fact, we have invested close to $1 billion of additional resources, financial resources, to Canada Revenue to look at ways in which some of these, in particular wealthier people, are getting away with paying their fair share of taxes. Hundreds of millions of dollars to CRA to ensure that there is a sense of fair taxation across this country. Mr. Speaker, I am very optimistic, given what we have seen from Canadians over the last couple of years, that our future is positive, that we have reason to be optimistic. I look forward to the 2022-23 budget because I know it'll be a true reflection of what Canadians want, and it's something in which we can all be proud of. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? Question et commentaires. L'honorable député de Terrebonne.
The honourable member for Terrebonne. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you to my honourable colleague for his speech. The motion put forward by the NDP isn't very different to the electoral promise made by the Liberals in the last election. That is to add petrol and oil companies and big box stores to this surtax. Can the MP explain why the Liberals are against this kind of motion? Because all it's doing is adding oil companies, for example.
Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. You know, there is, if one takes a look at the different election platforms over the last now 3 elections, you will find that a vast majority of the promises and commitments that were made have actually been kept, with a good percentage of them that are currently still in progress, Mr. Speaker. You can't necessarily, click your heels and implement everything that has been said through 3 different platforms. Some of it is, in fact, in progress. And most of it, or a good portion of it, has actually been fulfilled. There are some, which is very rare, where we were not able to move forward on. And I would be more than happy to sit down with the member or any other members in regards to why it is we couldn't move forward on the issue of electoral reform. It's somewhat unfortunate, but there was a reality at the time that was taking place that prevented us to do so.
Question et commentaires, questions and comments. The honourable member for North Island, Powell River.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. And as always, it's very interesting to listen to this colleague that spends a lot of time in this House speaking. In fact, I wouldn't be surprised if does not have one of the highest member times of speaking here. So congratulations, perhaps, for that role that he takes in his party. But what I found concerning about the very long speech that was amplified, doesn't need a mic really in this place, is this discussion of the variation of truth. And I want to remind this member that this is really a motion that talks largely about a commitment that they made in their last election. We're just encouraging them to do it quickly, to get it done efficiently, and to focus on the people who are hurting. And I just wonder if this member actually talks to the people who can't afford their food, who can't afford their medication, who don't know how they're going to feed their children, who don't know if they're going to be able to afford gas to get to work, to those workers that are paying every single day these huge amounts. I'm just asking for a friend. Thank you.
The honourable member for Winnipeg North.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. First and foremost, I am not a New Democrat, but I can tell you, and I can assure you, Mr. Speaker, and anyone else that is listening, I am very much in contact, and I believe in the importance of being grassroots-oriented in terms of talking with people. In fact, for 30 years now, pandemic being an exception, every Saturday, for example, I would be at the local McDonald's where we would deal with dozens of people, constituents, on a wide variety. Much of it, many of it, is dealing with poverty. I am in constant contact, whether it's virtual meetings, whether it's Zoom meetings. I don't necessarily need to be lectured about the importance of talking with real people. I've been doing that for over 30 years, Mr. Speaker, and I take a great sense of pride in ensuring that many of the policies that we have been bringing in is because of a reflection of Liberal members of Parliament, in good part, communicating with constituents and bringing it to the table so that, in fact, we could be helping people in all stratas of our society.
Question commentaire, questions and comments. The honourable member for Kings Hants.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank my honourable colleague for his remarks. Like the member from Powell River, I'll certainly thank my member for the fact that, yes, he is usually on his feet here, and he's usually, I think, talking a lot of really important sense. I'd like to be able to finish my question to my member, if I could, to the member from Powell River, if she wouldn't mind heckling me in the background. My question is simple. The member opposite, or my colleague did a great job highlighting some of the government's programs around affordability, the measures that this government has undertaken. This motion, at its core, is about affordability. I have the opportunity to look at the text of the member of the Opposition Day motion tomorrow from Abbotsford. It's also on affordability. I live in a rural area. I know my colleague is from an urban area in Manitoba. I think inner-city busing right now is an important element for vulnerable individuals, and I know that ultimately the Government of Canada has to work with provinces and territories in that regard. I don't know where Premier Stephenson might be on this, but would my honourable colleague agree with me, inner-city busing for individuals who are vulnerable, this would be something that the government could and should look at in the days ahead to support those who are vulnerable?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I appreciate the question. And, you know, it's something in which the Government of Canada has actually been doing now for the last number of years. You know, it wasn't that long ago, I guess I shouldn't say that long ago, just prior to the pandemic, the Prime Minister was actually in Winnipeg at the Winnipeg Transit Garage, where we had announced supports for public transit. And I think that over the last number of years, you have seen a national government that has actually taken an interest in busing, in public transport. And, you know, earlier today in question period, the minister was asked in regards to CN Rail. So at the end of the day, we're talking about huge investments, all to assist in facilitating transportation. So whether it's inner cities, rural communities. We are investing literally hundreds of millions of dollars, and I suspect that we will continue to see these type of investments. And for me, it was really nice when we saw money that was being allocated to be able to go out to things such as building bus shacks, which really helps a lot of inner cities and so forth. I appreciate the question.
Questions and comments. L'honneur of the député de Mirabel.
The Honourable Member for Mirabel. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My colleague from Winnipeg North knows how much I like to hear him speak, and in some ways he's an inspiration for me, especially when he preaches in the fight against disinformation. So I want to talk about the lowering taxes from their first mandate for the middle class. The Liberals don't understand what the marginal tax rate is, so they've lowered it by 1.5% for people in the 40-ish thousand to 90,000 bracket. Today, Mr. Speaker, if you have two incomes of $50,000, the tax cut for was $29. I looked in Montreal and you can't buy 10 metro tickets with $29. If you have two incomes of $150,000, a household income of $300,000, you had a tax cut of much more, 50 times higher than those two $50,000 incomes. Does the colleague still think that after that calculation, $300,000 is middle class? Does he not agree, as he admitted himself, that he should have reflected earlier and increased the basic exemption in the first mandate, not the third?
Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I appreciate the question, and one of the problems in questions and answers is the Speaker is not going to let me be able to give you a fully detailed answer. But suffice to say that what you need to recognize is that when we brought in these measures of the 1% special tax on Canada's wealthiest, Mr. Speaker, or the 1% wealthiest, and the tax break for the middle class, it actually came along with the end of the day with the reform of the Canada Child Benefit Program, and that enhanced disposable income for many of the individuals that I'm sure my friend would have liked to have seen, and he would have no doubt supported it had he been here.
Comme il est.
It being 6:27, it is my duty to interrupt deliberations and to put forward all question necessary to dispense with supply. The question is as follows.
By Mr. Blakely, moves that given that the cost of gas, groceries, can I dispense? I will dispense. Get to the right page. If a member of a recognized party present in the House wishes to request a recorded division or the motion be adopted on division, I would invite them to rise and indicate it to the chair. The Honourable Member for North Island, Powell River.
We would certainly like to see a recorded vote.
We'll go there. Pursuant to order made on Thursday, November 25th, 2021, the division stands deferred until Tuesday, March 22nd, 2022, at the expiry of time provided for oral questions. A point of order from the Honourable Member for Kingston and the Islands.
Mr. Speaker, I believe if you seek it, you'll find unanimous consent to see the clock at 6:43 p.m.
There's an order to be able to see the clock at 6:30. All those opposed to the Honourable Member moving the motion, please say nay. The House has heard the terms of the motion. All those opposed to the motion, please say nay. Carried. In accordance with the Standing Order 38, a motion to adjourn the House is deemed to have been made and seconded at this time. Therefore, the question that this House do now adjourn. The Honourable Member for Spadina, Fort York.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The answer I received to my initial question, one that I do support, outlined Canada's efforts to assist people trying to flee the violence in Ukraine. And I support our nation's legacy in providing shelter to those in dire need. 40 years ago, it was my parents and other refugees being generously welcomed to Canada. And Mr. Speaker, I would not have the honor of standing before you today if not for the compassion of Canada. However, Mr. Speaker, my question was not on Canada's effort to assist Ukrainian refugees to come to Canada, but if Canada would be providing assistance to Poland and other NATO allies who have opened their borders to the Ukrainian exodus. 3 weeks ago, when I asked the government if they would, there were 115,000 refugees headed for Poland. Today, 3.3 million Ukrainians have fled their country to seek sanctuary. Poland has welcomed more than 2 million of them. Mr. Speaker, Poland is a nation of honor. They know what it's like to stand up to aggression, and they know what it's like to stand up to tyranny. It's why the first line of their national anthem is Poland is not yet lost. It's why their historic unofficial motto is for our freedom and yours. I have seen firsthand the courage and honor of the Polish people myself, as a proud member of the Warsaw Security Forum community. And I see the efforts of my friends in Poland, who are doing everything they can to support Ukrainians who have sought shelter in their country. But resources are being stretched to the brink. Thus, my question, Mr. Speaker, remains relevant. Will Canada support our allies at this tragic time? I'm asking if my honourable colleague, Mr. Speaker, can inform this House if Canada will be providing help to those nations who have opened their borders to the sea of humanity seeking safety. That is my question that I'm asking again, both of the government and of my honourable colleague. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of International Development.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank my honourable colleague for Spadina Fort York for raising such an incredibly important question. Mr. Speaker, we continue unequivocally to condemn President Putin's unprovoked and unjustifiable invasion of Ukraine. Our hearts break as we hear about untold suffering, particularly in cities like Mariupol, where thousands of people are trapped without electricity, water, gas, or a way of communicating with their loved ones. Ce sont les personnes les plus vulnérables.
The most vulnerable people need humanitarian assistance.
Canada is deeply concerned with the ongoing challenge to ensure humanitarian access to besieged cities, to help those who are trapped meet their immediate and most basic humanitarian needs. Canada will continue to call on Russia to uphold its obligations under international humanitarian law, to allow humanitarian access, and to facilitate safe, rapid, and unimpeded passage of humanitarian assistance to those in need. Canada has consistently supported the humanitarian response in Ukraine and in neighboring countries like Poland since 2014. Our funding has been provided to experienced humanitarian partners, including United Nations agencies, non-governmental organizations, and the International Committee of the Red Cross, all working to help the most vulnerable people in Ukraine. À la suite de l'invasion,
Following Russia's invasion last month and its contempt for international humanitarian law, we have seen civilian losses and humanitarian impacts increase dramatically. We remain unwavering in our commitment to easing their suffering and preserving their human dignity.
2022 to date, Canada has committed $145 million to supporting the humanitarian response in Ukraine and in neighboring countries. Of this amount, $95 million has been allocated to experienced Red Cross, UN, and non-governmental humanitarian partners. This includes a very successful $30 million matching fund with the Canadian Red Cross. To respond to requests for in-kind assistance from the Ministry of Health of Ukraine, Global Affairs Canada is coordinating with provincial and interdepartmental partners to support the donation of relief supplies that can be effectively integrated into humanitarian response operations through international partners. This will support a coordinated international response, which has been rapidly scaling up, and to make use of the supply pipelines that are already being established to deliver relief items. Through these pipelines, Canada's in-kind assistance will be channeled directly to the needs of the most vulnerable in Ukraine and in the region. Compte tenu de l'ampleur de la crise,
Given the scope of the crisis, it is increasingly necessary to provide international support to front-line states like Moldova and Poland.
To support their efforts, Canada is providing unearmarked funding to key humanitarian partners to help provide immediate services to refugees in support of host government-led responses. Mr. Speaker, in conclusion, Canada's commitment to stand united with those affected by the conflict in Ukraine is clear. We are continuing to work in close collaboration with our allies and our humanitarian partners on the ground to monitor the developments of this rapidly evolving crisis. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Spadina Fort York.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank my colleague for her remarks and for expanding on the support that we have been providing to Ukraine and to neighboring countries. Not only do we have to stick together, we must stand together, and we will win together. And I thank her and this government for all that we are doing to support Ukraine, to support Poland, and our neighboring NATO allies. Thank you.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Mr. Speaker, I thank my honourable colleague for his concern and for raising this very, very vital issue in the House. Canada remains steadfast in its commitment to address the humanitarian needs in Ukraine, as well as those who have fled to neighboring countries. We reiterate our deep concern for the increasing number of civilian casualties, as well as the growing number of people crossing the border into neighboring countries in search of safety. And we continue to call for safe passage for the most vulnerable, as well as for the principled delivery of humanitarian assistance. Let there be no doubt. Canada's commitment to stand in solidarity with Ukraine is demonstrably clear. Our significant support, both financial and in kind, is critical to support our humanitarian partners in addressing the most pressing humanitarian needs on the ground in Ukraine and in neighboring countries. Nous sommes prêts à fournir.
We are ready to provide additional assistance when needed and based on need. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Yorkton Melville.
Speaker, on February 11th, I raised a question concerning the impact an RCMP payroll increase in back pay will have on the rural communities of Yorkton Melville. The agreement reached last June between the federal government and the National Police Federation includes a $20,000 payroll increase for the more than 19,000 regular members of the RCMP. It also provides for retroactive pay dating back to April 2017. In rural Canada, the RCMP are our source of stability and safety. Officers are our friends, neighbors, and a staple for our communities. We know that our members and reservists are deserving of a long overdue raise. We're frustrated that the government has failed to increase the number of members in the West as promised, and we're deeply concerned for the health and safety of those who are serving rural Saskatchewan. I've raised this issue on behalf of my municipalities and constituents who had no say during the federal government's unilateral negotiations. I'm asking the minister to answer to concerned mayors, councillors, and my constituents who are footing the entire bill for this pay increase. The minister isn't oblivious to the growing economical hardships of Canada's rural communities. He knows his government spending is out of control with no plan to rein it in. Inflation is the highest it's been in over 30 years, and 4 in 5 Canadians are saying they've changed their food buying habits because of increased costs. He knows that effective April 1st, this government's carbon tax will add 12 cents again to every litre of gas, with further increases to come. We have a cost of living crisis in this country. Canadians don't have the flexibility to absorb yet another steep increase in their taxes, but that's exactly what will happen as a result of poor planning or intentional design on the part of this Liberal government. The largest of my riding communities is the city of Yorkton, and it's a prime example of how this deal has thrown a huge wrench into their budgeting plans. Yorkton Councillor Quinn Hayter has told me that in addition to the increase in salary, they are being expected to absorb the retroactive costs from as far back as 2017. The RCMP agreement came their way with the cost being at about $2.1 million, and like a responsible administration, Yorkton had been diligently planning accordingly by putting significant funds into an RCMP reserve for the back pay. However, the cost is ending up to be $1.4 million, nearly double the amount set aside. The city has used up its entire reserve and has had to draw from other reserves in order to cover these costs. Council has had no choice but to plan for a 4.86% increase in taxes this year, 2.36% of which is solely for the RCMP pay increase and back pay. The councillor told me, and I quote, "I don't believe anyone on council has a problem with the RCMP getting a raise, but this is a significant hit. We didn't have any say in these contract negotiations whatsoever. We're not the only city around who's in the same predicament. Everyone is. This hurts." Speaker, For some perspective, last year the City of Yorkton's tax increase was 0%. The city honored hardworking taxpayers and gave them a break during the difficulties businesses and workers were facing with COVID lockdowns by making sacrifices and finding efficiencies. This year, Council was hopeful for a modest 2% increase in municipal taxes. But now, because of a well-intentioned but unfair federal deal, residents of Yorkton can expect to pay more than double that amount. Yorkton and many cities like it are being left to explain such a sharp tax increase to their residents and wondering what is motivating the federal government to stay so silent on doing its part. So when will this Liberal government take responsibility by revisiting this deal and announce their commitment to cover the RCMP back pay, which they unilaterally negotiated and then dropped exclusively on the provinces and our municipalities?
Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Public Safety.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I thank you for the opportunity to address this historic first collective agreement for the Royal Canadian Mounted Police members. Let me begin by saying that there's no greater responsibility for the Government of Canada than to keep our citizens and communities safe. RCMP members continue to play a primary role for Canadians in supporting this objective. The RCMP provides policing services across Canada, including much of rural Canada, all of the Canadian North, and many towns and large urban centres. It delivers local and regional policing services under a contracted cost-sharing agreement with jurisdictions who have opted to have the RCMP as their police service of jurisdiction, which includes all provinces except Ontario and Quebec, the 3 territories, and 155 municipalities. The Government of Canada shares the costs of RCMP contract policing by paying 10% of salary, equipment, and other costs in large municipalities, and 30% of these costs in municipalities with a population of less than 15,000. This collective agreement between the Government of Canada and the National Police Federation, the bargaining agent for RCMP members, went into effect on August 6, 2021. It provided a reasonable economic increase and market adjustments to address long-standing wage differences that existed between RCMP members and reservists and other police services across Canada. As a result of the agreement, RCMP salaries are now in line with other police services across Canada. The agreement marked the first time RCMP members received a pay increase since 2017. Government officials kept partners informed throughout the collective bargaining process starting in 2017, including on anticipated salary increases to help them plan accordingly. However, the Government of Canada is mindful that policing represents a significant cost for all communities, including municipalities that contract RCMP police services. We've heard the calls from municipalities that the cost of the agreement, while fair for regular members, presents challenges. For this reason, our government remains committed to continuing to meet with contract policing partners in order to effectively implement the collective agreement. In the coming weeks, officials will sit down with jurisdictions to discuss the impacts of the agreement and their specific needs. Mr. Speaker, the women and men of the RCMP work tirelessly to serve and protect Canadians, including those in rural areas, and for this I thank them wholeheartedly. Our partnerships with all contract jurisdictions to support the RCMP and the communities they police are strong. In these challenging times, our government remains committed to working closely with contract partners, and indeed with all provinces, territories, and municipalities to achieve our shared public safety priorities. We will listen and be there for all communities to support them in ensuring that the public remains safe and secure. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Yorkton Melville.
Speaker, responding to my question on February 11th, the Minister of Public Safety stated, to be clear, there are long-standing arrangements that exist between the federal government and the provinces and the municipalities. Of course, we will remain in very close touch with them to ensure that there is fair and equitable support when it comes to the RCMP. We will always be sure that the RCMP are properly resourced. Saskatchewan requested the federal government to absorb the retroactive costs of this contract and rightly accuses this government of ignoring the 2021 agreement, which states the contact parties are committed to a more cooperative and collaborative relationship. Our province and its municipalities were not consulted during negotiations. Minimal and infrequent information on progress is not consultation. If this minister was really committed to ensuring the RCMP is properly resourced, he would have worked collaboratively with Saskatchewan and our municipalities, who of course are prepared to honor future agreements. When will he announce the federal government will absorb the financial impact of its unilateral decisions for retroactive compensation from 2017 to 2021?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Public Safety.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to make it clear that the Government of Canada remains committed to the public safety of all Canadians across the country and remains proud of the services the RCMP provides to our contract police jurisdiction partners. The agreement was fair for our hardworking RCMP members and for Canadian taxpayers. To reiterate, we appreciate the financial planning challenges and the complexity of the implementation of the collective agreement, and we're mindful of the significant cost this represents for municipalities, provinces, and territories. The Government of Canada remains steadfast in our commitment to continue our strong collaboration with our contract partners with a view to supporting their ability to meet their financial obligations under the contracts. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Stormont, Dundas, South Glengarry.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I'm proud to rise tonight to follow up on my question period topic a few weeks ago on the issue of housing and, frankly, the crisis our country finds itself in. 35 seconds to ask a question in question period is not the easiest to summarize a major national issue, so this 10-minute back and forth tonight I hope will be a bit more helpful. Mr. Speaker, I hear repeatedly across my riding, whether it be the City of Cornwall, United Counties of SDNG or in Akwesasne, the number of people that are struggling when it comes to housing, and equally as important, the rental market in our region. I know our region is not unique. It is a national scope and, frankly, crisis we find ourselves in today. One of the things I want to address as an opposition MP, we're not on the government side. I wish we were, and I aspire to get there someday. Part of our job as opposition is, yes, to propose ideas, and I have a few that I will suggest later. But it's also to scrutinize and ask tough questions about what the government has proposed, in this case, to address housing, to present some facts and figures of the reality of what's happened in the past few years, and to bring a local context here to the floor of the House of Commons. And sadly, I can do that, again, between the City of Cornwall, SDNG, and Akwesasne, because the stats and figures paint a very bleak picture when it comes to housing affordability for Canadians. The Cornwall and District Real Estate Board and the President, Troy Valancourt, recently gave the February statistics of where the housing situation is in our region. The average price of homes sold in February 2022 was a record $434,000. That was up 28.5% just from last February. Mr. Speaker, if you go back 5 years, housing prices in the Cornwall and area have doubled in the past 5 years. Active listings, supply is a major challenge on this problem. Active listings were down 65% below the 5-year average and 81% below the 10-year average for the month of February. And so, Mr. Speaker, as we talk about this, you're going to hear in the response likely from my colleague across the way, the Liberals try to tout their national housing plan. It was a 10-year plan that was introduced in 2017. Simple math would tell you they're halfway through. And you're going to hear a Sunny Ways picture of the billions in here and the billions there that they're spending to help the housing market. Mr. Speaker, I would argue 5 years in, I'd encourage them to pull back on that plan because it is clearly not working. If their plan is to make housing more affordable, getting younger people to realize their dream of home ownership, it is absolutely not working. When in my region, housing prices are doubling in 5 years, rent is skyrocketing, and there is, when you talk to the local real estate agents, you talk to the Canadian Real Estate Association, it is scheduled to get no better. Mr. Speaker, we need a change of course. I asked the government about this of printing money, adding to debt, and even their shared equity program, Mr. Speaker, is absolutely flawed, and we need to make sure that that never comes back again. Giving new homeowners money, interest-free money to buy a new house, Mr. Speaker, all that's doing is raising the prices further. More and more people are realizing they can borrow more, get interest-free loans, and making the market even worse. I'll ask the government again in my comment, and in my rebuttal I'll give some ideas, but will they acknowledge your housing plan has been a failure 5 years in, and what can they do different to finally make home ownership more affordable, renting more affordable in this country?
L'honorable secrétaire parlementaire du logement.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. Thank you. Records of putting roof over Canadians' heads. And so I would like to thank my colleague from Stanmore, Dundas, South Glengarry. Thank you for the question and for the opportunity to speak about what we're doing for Canadians and how we're tackling the house affordability crisis in this country. We know that the main way to address housing affordability is to address supply. That is why this government launched the National Housing Strategy in 2017, the first of its kind in Canada. It's ambitious, yes, plan of 10 years, that backed by more than $72 billion in investments. It is a supply-oriented and it includes a range of initiatives that address housing affordability from every angle that will have an impact. Since 2015, we have invested over $30 billion, creating and repairing nearly 480,000 units in Canada. That's 10,000 homes for over tens of thousands of Canadians. That includes homes in my colleague's region of Eastern Ontario. In Brockville, the Margarita Residence Corporation is building an 88-unit affordable housing complex for seniors thanks to the federal funding delivered through the Canada-Ontario Community Housing Initiative. A major partnership with Habitat Humanity is also giving low-income families across the country a chance to access the dream of ownership, including my colleague's City of Cornwall. There are just a few examples from one region. The successes are repeated across the country. Yes, we recognize that we need and can do more, and that we must do. Since the last elections, this government has set out an ambitious new agenda for further activities to make housing more affordable for all Canadians. We have planned new initiatives such as the Housing Accelerator Fund to help cities speed up development processes, a rent-to-own program to help renters get on the path to ownership, and an expanded access to funding to support green home retrofits. We will be working with the provinces, territories, and municipalities to develop a fairness and real estate action plan to ensure there's more protection and transparency for home buyers and renters. We will also be collaborating with Indigenous partners to co-develop an urban, rural, and northern Indigenous strategy and Canada's first ever National Indigenous Housing Centre. And so, even as we are proud of our successes in improving housing affordability, we look forward to doing more. And I look forward to exchange with my colleague on this issue.
Member for Stormont, Dundas, South Glengarry.
I thank my colleague for the reply, and I'll summarize again what I had said in my intervention. We are 5 years in, halfway through the, I think it's $72 billion that was promised. The Auditor General said actually they didn't spend what they said they were going to do. I'm actually kind of glad of that, Mr. Speaker. If they spent more than what they already did, we'd be further in debt, and I think housing prices might be even higher. We need to stop printing money in debt and giving it to people that's inflating the market. The National Housing Plan is not working. Here are some ideas that Conservatives are proposing. To ban foreign buyers. The government had the opportunity through committee. They refused to do that. We got to tackle money laundering. We need to make changes to encourage more apartments and rental built housing, looking at mortgage and lending rules and incentives. And we do invest urgently, in my view, on infrastructure like water and sewer. And in my riding presents an issue. You talk to mayors in our riding. Glen Walter, Winchester, Ingleside are examples of where that challenge is. Mr. Speaker, Habitat for Humanity is a wonderful organization. Social housing is helpful in our community, but we need more action. We need more resolve. And again, clearly the direction, 5 years in of a 10-year plan, has failed to date. My riding of Stormont, Dundas, South Glengarry is a good example of that, unfortunately.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Housing.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This government recognizes the urgency and importance of this issue. That's why our government has made it a priority. We implemented the Canada's first National Housing Strategy, and it's why we continue to deliver on its programs and work towards the goal of housing affordability for all. I urge my colleagues and members of all sides of this House to work with their constituency to make sure they can use the programs that are available to them. They are there for Canadians, just as this government is there for Canadians. And I hope that this time around, the party opposite will support the measures that we'll be addressing in the future of this Parliament. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
La motion portant.
The motion to adjourn the House is now deemed to have been adopted. Accordingly, this House stands adjourned until tomorrow at 10 a.m. pursuant to Standing Order 24-1.